Happy Wednesday.
Yo, 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 yo. Good morning, everybody. What's up, early birds? Leia first in the chat. Nice. Very nice. Mary Bella, welcome to the show. Shadows Benji. What up? What up, Burger Smalls? First sub of the day. Can we get some love in the chat for that, baby? If you don't mind, baby. Yo, thank you, Burger. Early birds. What up here? Let me jump in on the love, too. I got this, baby. Don't even... Yeah. Yo, good morning, Tam Perpetrator, Emmy Love, Impatient Pay, Butterfly, Sugar Babe. We got Sweet D in the house. Welcome to the show. Yo, Happy Abby. Megs by another name. Dania. Hey, what's up, Danny? How you doing today, Dania? Formerly known as Miss Spankum Nasty, Sage the Spirit, Ash 370, Nembo Tavi the Hero, UMT Do DRN, resubscribe for 5. Now they're in. Cat Jam Ming. We were almost there. What up, Pessimisaurus? Good morning. Good morning, Jen. Good morning, Chamomile Court. And what up, Moonflower? How you been? What's up, dude? Yo, YouTube chat, good morning as well. I see Doomslayer tuning in today. Again, salutes. And thanks for tuning back in today, Doomslayer. I just want to say thank you for your continued patronage and for just saying, hey, I want to check this guy out again. That's super rad. That's super cool. And thank you. Thank you for tuning in again. You know, I haven't figured out how to give people individual memberships on YouTube. I hate that. I'm going to figure that out. I can give like 5 packs, but they don't let me do like individual. YouTube's just a completely different place. It's just a completely different place, dude. Those are some sick rhymes. We were getting there. Thank you, dude. We were getting there for sure. Yo, what up? Abby likes nachos. Good to see you as well. Well, I shot out 1. I gifted 1. It went to Lucinda.g. I tried. I tried. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Good morning, y'all. The membership stuff, it's like whatever, dude. It doesn't matter. It's not quite the same as Twitch. It's a different vibe over there. Thank you for tuning in. Good morning. Welcome to the show. What up, Dusty Bun? On your way to work, have a great stream. Thanks for thinking of me this morning. What up, Chamomile Court? Good to see you today. Thank you, UMT, for the 7. Thank you, Shadows Benji, for 2 months. And what a kind thing to say with your resub message. What the heck, man? Good morning, dude. Ooh, I got to get my Discord post. Let's do that real quick. Oh, we didn't put the YouTube link in there. That would help. Let's go ahead and do that. All right, pull up mod chat. All right, Discord post has been made. We're locked in, baby. I swear, every time I go live, I always start getting like an itchy nose. Or like my nose will start running. Because like my brain's like, okay, time to wake up. What up, little Budum? What up, Dual Master D? What up, Mr. Alex? Dude, thanks for tuning in on YouTube, man. Good morning. I cleared the volcanic ash off of the roof of the museum, dyed the simple flooring to the same color of the roof, and put down all the tiles placed. Just need to dye them. Wow. You have been putting in work. The volcano shall, the museum shall be unearthed today, baby. I like that. That's sick. Yo, what up, Cozy Stabby? And good morning, Pokemon fan. Good to see you today, homie. What up, Dragon Martinez? What up, Totally Tubular Tima?
Happy 62 months.
Oh, thank you, Shadows Benji. You know, I appreciate that because that's what we're doing here. Yeah, we're just chilling, baby. Yeah. Always welcome to ask questions. Always welcome to relax with us. Appreciate you. Just need some more berries. The berry farming continues. Did you see the new berry farm where you can like stack 2 tiers of berries and you can headbutt them all at the same time? There's a really sick berry farm where you put like a bunch of trees in like a semicircle, like a half circle, and then you go up a tier with like a dirt blocks and you do it again. And you put them close enough to each other that for some reason you can headbutt, and all of the like 8 to 10 trees in this weird arrangement all get hit at once. It's really cool. I wish I could explain it better. I'd have to go find the TikTok or whatever I saw, but it was super cool. How's the island coming along? It's coming along pretty well. Pretty well. You might be talking about Pokemon Pokopia, and it's coming along very well. If you're talking about ACNH, we also have started, like, we're entering the decoration era in ACNH. Finally, we could start putting down like patterns and weeds and sticks, and because we were just like stuck growing trees for so long. And in this game, we'll be getting to it here shortly, but we've been making a lot of progress turning the Withered Wastelands into Fuchsia City. And boy, yesterday we did our first official decoration, creating what I want to dub the perfect habitat for a Pokemon, which appeals to each and every one of its favorites. And we're close. We're so close to creating our first perfect habitat. We just need to figure out a good item that falls into the category of a ride. And I think we're gonna bring a slide over here today, maybe. Yo, thank you for the hype train this morning, dude. Thank you, Lily Tazi, for 62. I hope you're enjoying this game. I know you picked it up a little later. And Quay hitting us with a solid tier 2. Thank you very much, man. Those extra tiers go up. They allow me to keep that 70-30 split with Twitch. Good morning, Quay. Good morning, Moonflower, as well. Good to see you. What up, Sizzy? What up, Burl, Cha, Whirl? Fur Baby's doing well, by the way. So we'll talk more throughout the stream, of course, but they're doing well. I've never been so happy in my life to clean up a litter box. We have officially got our first litter box drop, and then we got another one right after. And I imagine that they're probably just like humans, and they're like mega stressed out, and they just finally released what would be called as humans, you know, stress poops. That's what I imagine. They finally got like first, just like, okay, I'm kind of maybe coming to terms with where I'm at, which is super cool. So, and then I did see evidence of some food being picked at, because I know exactly what the bowl of dry food looked like when I went to sleep. You know what I mean? Like, you can tell. And there was evidence of like a teeny tiny bit of food being picked at. So I'm pretty confident that she ate at least like a bite. But you know, it's gonna take time. So there's your update. We'll talk more throughout the stream, of course. I'm making a little neighborhood for the Pokeball houses. Ooh, I like that. Little Pokeball houses. Where are all your environment levels at? They're all at 10 right now. They're all at 10 right now. Slow and steady progress. Slow and steady progress. First dump. Yeah, slow and steady progress. We're getting there. So I'll spend some time in there today, and I'll relax and I'll read. I didn't do that yesterday. I didn't want to do it. I just left them alone. Today I'll actually spend some time in there, and I'll relax. I'll get them comfortable with me. But good stuff. Good stuff so far. Oh, a bike. The bike would be perfect. Oh, Grish. Yeah, do you have any other ideas? I need anything that falls under ride. We're thinking slide. We're thinking like minecart. Bike is a perfect answer, dude. But here's the thing. I didn't want to add this slide because I wanted this place to look kind of elegant, not like a play park. So the bike works really well for what I'm trying to do. So thank you for that. I'm wondering if there's anything else, because like I wanted this place to feel like a little bit more elegant, a little bit more of like a park and less of like a play place. So like the slide just wasn't vibing with what I wanted to do. So I was trying to avoid this slide. Aw, Dragon Martinez, take your time, all right? If you can move forward in the Skylands, you do get the ability to fly around there. And I don't want to spoil, but I want to tell you that to get you to look forward to that. So if you can kind of push and get through it, you are going to get the ability to kind of make it a little easier to navigate the Skylands. I think it might help a little bit. Cerebi has a favorites kitty. I don't know how complete or accurate. Oh, okay. So Cerebi has like a page of items that might fall into stuff. Let's see if I can find that. Yo, what's up, Pages Peaches? Good morning. All right, databases. Scroll down. Scroll down. It's probably somewhere in the bottom. Paldaying. No, we don't want that. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. It's not on our databases that I can see. List? Yeah, I figured. Yo, what's up, Controller Rewind? Good morning. Weird. You'd think Dark Ideal Habitat would be in their house during the day, yet here T-Tar and Geodude are out in broad daylight. You know, we were talking about that yesterday. The Pokemon seem to like only care so much. Like they're still willing to like go out in the sun. Like, I don't know, it's a little weird. Ooh, a canoe could be a fun answer. Good morning. Welcome to the show, Brielle Basor. Good morning, Sith Angel and Sweet Asparagus. Welcome to the broadcast. Let's jump into some gameplay here. Good morning, Kellyanne. And I see Cinderella. Welcome back in here, Cindy. I missed you yesterday. I know you popped in. You were jumping into the conversation about your cat and Leonard and whatnot. I believe it was a comment about a cat. I can read your message from yesterday. But welcome back in here. Let me go ahead and check your message out here. And I'll see what I missed yesterday. Yeah, it was, you said you often take care of your mom's cats. The gray one used to hate me. He associated me with Leonard, so he would run when he saw me. I don't know if it's because I'm him getting older or because the second cat changed, but he starts to trust me. Now he comes to me every time I call out. Oh, nice. Yeah, I did read that message yesterday, but I didn't get a chance to read it out loud. But I did read it. So Cinderella says, I'm going around asking this in communities because I'm seeing what's going on and if this is a regional thing or Twitch-wide. I've noticed that at least with sub bombs, that besides the normal charge, I also get an email from Twitch that they charged me €1 extra. So if I paid 20 for a 5 bomb, I would be charged 21. I can't find anything on Twitch that tells me why this is happening. That's a weird interaction. I can do some reading for you. At this moment in time, I have no clue why that's happening. I could tell you it could be like if you're on a phone doing it. I know phones will charge you more. Android and iOS do have like an extra charge. That's like the first thought that comes to mind. But otherwise, I'd have to do some research. And thank you for the link. Thank you, Link. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find the Pokopia section. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, let's go ahead and jump into some gameplay here. Space shuttle and lander, etc. All good choices. So we really do just want to think about things that move, right? I guess ride could just be anything that could move in theory. Okay, now I'm cooking. Now I get it. Now I'm understanding. I have a question for you, Dusty Bun says. If you've lost certain items needed to craft items for specific habitats, will you still be able to get all the Pokemon? Sure, yeah, because remember, you can always take pictures of stuff. So I don't know exactly how to answer that question, but I can tell you this much. I think there's always the backup plan to just take a picture of something and copy it, even if you do have to maybe go online. But I imagine that this game has safety nets in place for situations like that, and there might be other things I'm not thinking of. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But I imagine worst case scenario, you could just like come visit me real quick and take a picture. You know what I mean? And that would probably solve that. Or, you know, now obviously if you don't have Nintendo Switch Online, that could be a problem. But all right, let's go. Let's jump in. So weird thing happened to me. I got up before the reset about 15 minutes. I checked the PC and daily stuff and had Switch, and it gave me a start of a new day list. Come 5 in the morning, the reset, the same items restocked. So I bought 2 of them instead of the normal one. Weird. Like almost like the game got confused and double tapped or something. What up, Galaxy Star Mite? Good morning. What up, Fat Cat Plush, by the way? Good to see you. I do subs through the website. I need to correct something. It's an email from PayPal that says there was a Twitch charge for €1. So it's not even an email where they're informing me of a charge of the bomb. It's completely separate. That's mega weird. Maybe something has recently changed with PayPal's policies that it could even go as far as only affecting the European region. So, you know, I will go ahead and do a little bit of research for you. I have no problem doing that because I do like to know what's going on with my business. That's really strange, yeah. But I appreciate you dropping in and just feeling comfortable enough to ask. Yeah, maybe something is changing with PayPal and how they're handling stuff, right? Because PayPal just recently reached out to become a real bank. So PayPal is going through mega changes right now. Like they just filed to become a real bank, not just whatever they were before. I don't know how long ago this happened, and I don't know like how far along they are, but they recently filed to become like a real bank, observed, because I think it gives them different rules and stuff like that. So yeah, it could be something a little weird. Yo, what's up, that guy? Really liked seeing someone stepping out and streaming Pokopia. I haven't been able to get a Switch 2 yet, so I have to settle with this for now. What up, that guy, dude? Yeah, you're welcome to relax with us. I got a full playthrough on YouTube as well if you want to poke around. It was a few months ago. Yeah, Warwick, right. I heard Lilia also got charged an extra £1. Yeah, there could be big changes happening with PayPal. It sounds like PayPal's changing stuff. So yeah, we'll have to kind of be on guard, and I'll poke around and I'll ask a couple other people, and I'll do my own research, and we'll see if we can come to the bottom of it. What up, Wildly Silver? It's either a verification of the card to make sure the payments so that the payments don't reverse. If it doesn't reverse, it could be an authorization test for a new subscription, but still generally be returned. So it could come back a couple days later. Again, that could be because maybe PayPal has to change how they do stuff because they're now a real bank or something. Right? So yeah, it could very well be a way for them to like verify for back charges, stuff like that. I'd give it a few more days and see if it shakes out, see what happens, and then we'll do some more research. You like my little picnic area? Yeah, this was just for the event. All right, here we go. Let's talk to some new Pokemon, everybody. We got some new Mons this morning. Also, thank you everyone for the hype train this morning. I really just want to say that real quick before too far away goes away. Good morning. What's up, Mrs. Pirate? Oh, hi, nice to meet you. I was just enjoying this space. It's so comfortable, don't you think? I bet it's absolutely perfect on nice days. What? You made all this? Wow, that's really cool. I was thinking about living here, so I hope we get along. Aw, Dragonar's so cute, dude. They say that if it emits an aura from its whole body, the weather will begin to change instantly. Yo, what's up, Minty? All right, and then we finally got our Chandelure over here. I was waiting for you, dude. Whoa. I get the sense that a number of humans in Pokemon has greatly declined. And what about you? What are you up to? It seems you have quite a lot going on. Oh my, fixing up the area and creating homes so that others will return here? Well, isn't that a splendid idea? I insist on helping you with this endeavor. I long to see humans again soon. Yeah, because you, like, eat them or something. They're like, they suck the life force out of humans or something. The spirits burned up in its ominous flame lose their way and wander this world forever. Cute. Hey, we just hit 260. Yo, good morning, Minty Mon. Good morning, Bookworm Maya and Armazel. Oh, no, you don't have to apologize. You're always welcome to come and ask questions and stuff. Yeah. If I can't answer, maybe somebody in the chat can. That's why I recently made a shift. This is a little weird, but follow me. Where I started kind of calling my chat the chat room. And people noticed, and we all made jokes about it. But one of the reasons I did that is because in my heart, the chat room, this is a place where we come and gather and we chat amongst each other. It's not just people here for me. And I think that embodies that exact what I just said, Yeah, come ask a question. Sure. If I can't answer, maybe somebody else can. There's people here live, maybe ready to talk or chat or yeah, whatever. Yeah, don't worry. I don't think there's anything problem with that. I don't think there's anything weird. Thank you so much, Rachie, for the tier 2. For 52 months. What up, Rachie? Welcome to the show today. All right. Well, welcome back. We just hit 260 out of 300 Pokemon in the Pokedex, and we're back again for another episode of Pokopia. And as the title says, we're here not only providing a space for beginner tips and tricks and any questions you have. You can also hit the YouTube comments if you have questions as well. If you're watching this in the future, good morning again and welcome to my broadcast. Otherwise, we are on a continual grind of trying to get all of the Pokemon in our Pokedex. We're also trying to finish our habitat dex. We're also trying to build a city. And we're trying to hunt down the mysterious slates, which is a part of a little bit of a side quest that you stumble across towards the end of the game. But you can participate in that side quest throughout the whole story. But you really don't start to pay attention to it in my experience until the end of the game. But I suppose that really comes down to how you play the game. Some of you might be taking your time, and I know people who got all the mysterious slates before they even finished the story. So, either way, for me, it's endgame. So that's what we'll be focusing on. Otherwise, if you have any questions about what I just said, you're welcome to ask, and I'll explain, how those different mechanics work and what I'm actually going to be doing. Now, I'd like to get into some developing, and I'd like to finish what we started yesterday with Ariados and Spinarak. We were this close to getting them both the perfect habitats, and we just need a ride item. And the chat has been helping me out this morning with some potential ride items. We also got a web page linked to us that listed out all of the different ride items as well. The website wasn't loading for me for some reason, which is fine, but we got some tips in the chat here from Grishnar, and it looks like we could go for the space shuttle, the lander, we can go for the slide, anything that would potentially move. The canoe seems like a really good option as well, because we have a little bit of water in that area, so the canoe seems almost perfect. So I'm going to grab the canoe first, because I just picked one up the other day. And yeah, so let's go ahead and start off by showing y'all what we worked on yesterday, because the afternoon squad got to see it, but I think the morning squad might have missed out if you had to go to work and the like. So let's go take a peek over at what we did yesterday. Let's grab this bike, and let's see if we can find that canoe I picked up yesterday. I think I picked one up. Mini roller coaster with train tracks. Might even morph into a whole theme park on one of the Palatown Islands for me. I love the idea of creating a theme park for the Pokemon. Dude, and that's on theme with that one episode from Gen 1. You could create the Team Rocket theme park. Oh my God, yes. Breathe, 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 breathe. All right, so apparently you can't paint the bike, which sucks. So you can tell if you can paint an item because it has a little paintbrush. So if it doesn't have a little paintbrush, unfortunately you're stuck with that base color there. I didn't really think about that until this morning when Grishnar mentioned it. Yo, what's up, Alto Girl? Hey, man. Good morning, dude. We might be, well, not that we might be, I believe we're both Void Cat parents now. And, I'm pretty happy to have that in common with you. I think that's cute. And I've known you for like a really long time, and it was a complete coincidence. You know what I mean? I don't know what led you to Gadget. You know what I mean? Yeah, you popped in here yesterday. I saw you. I don't know what led you to Gadget, but I do find it funny that we both ended up with Void Cats, and I had no intention of bringing a Void Cat home, but I was open to it. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't really care. Any progress, Mid-Cat? Yeah, there was a little bit of progress. And the way I've been wording it is funny, but I have never been more excited to clean up a cat litter box. Houston, we have landed. Last night, I woke up at like 11 p.m. and I realized I left the wet cat food out. And I was like, you know what? I don't think wet cat food should be left out. So I did some research, and sure enough, my hunch was correct. And wet cat food can go bad just like human food, and could cause bacteria and could lead to some, you know, tummy issues, you know, a stomach ache. And, you know, just like humans, right? Just like humans, that, you know, that it's like bacteria. It's just like human food. Like, I could eat a piece of pizza that was out for 6 hours and be fine, but you are technically, right, risking, you know, some sort of bacteria forming. So I did some research, and I was like, actually, I want to take that food, because I did open up a can of cat food last night to test. So I got up at like 11 p.m. I slept for about 2 hours, and I think the cat noticed I was sleeping. So the cat box was freshly used. Yes. And I could tell it was fresh. So I was like, yes. So I went and I, you know, cleaned the cat box for him, and I put the dry food out for him, and I went to sleep. And then I woke up and I noticed that the dry food was picked at. I can tell, because I know what the bowl looked like, you know what I mean? So I could tell the dry food was picked at. I was like, another victory, 2 victories. The dry food was picked at. I'm imagining they ate a couple bites and then ran scared or something. And then it wasn't just a tinkle this time, but the cat box had a couple nuglets in there this morning as well. So I made a joke this morning, and I think this is accurate. I'm imagining, just like a human, they're getting out what would be called, you know, stress poo. You know, they're stressed out, and they're like finally just like, and they're just like letting it out, like they're comfortable enough to just like, or like just push to the brink of just like getting it out of the way, you know what I mean? And that's like such a victory. So now I'm like super content and just like down to, all right, you know what? They're figuring it out. They're like eating a little bit. They're using the restroom. So like now it's like, okay, we're done. Like, we can just slowly let this process happen. Because, you know, there was still a lot of stress in the back of my mind that maybe she wasn't eating. And like, well, she obviously wasn't, but there was stress in my mind that she wouldn't start eating. And there was stress in my mind that she might have been like using the restroom under my chair and like really afraid, because that was an option, because this cat is so skittish. So like, I was like still stressed out all day. Like, dude, like this could like be worse, right? Like, hopefully she comes around. And so we got 2 victories, and now we can move on. And I'm going to spend some time hanging out in there later tonight and read some books and stuff. So today will be the first day I'm going to spend like maybe 2 or 3 hours in that room, and I'm just going to like chill. I've only spent about 30 minutes at a time in there, where I was like feeding her, and I would just like lay there and like let the food sit. But so today I'll actually spend some real time in there, and then I'm still not going to approach her though. I'm just going to spend time in the room. I'm going to read or play my Switch with no volume. And then I'm just going to leave the room. You know what I mean? I'm still the, I don't want to approach because approaching is the problem. That she doesn't want to be approached right now. So I'm just going to leave her alone until she maybe hopefully approaches me the first time, or just shows herself in front of me and gives me a sign of like, hey, I kind of understand you now kind of vibe, right? So for now, I'm just going to chill. Repost. Thank you for the repost. Yeah, this one time months ago, I had a very simple question about American time zone. I didn't need to necessarily your answer, but I knew that I had the most chance someone here could answer me. I didn't count it, but I had like 30 people answer a question for me. Yeah, exactly. Welcome to the most beautiful community. Exactly. Yeah, no, I didn't take any pictures yet, Winnie the Pooh. We won't get any pictures for a couple more days, but I promise as soon as pictures are available, you will get them. I promise. Oh, I had a canoe yesterday. I swear I picked one up. Where would I have put it? My chests are slowly getting organized. I started some organization last night. Oh, we got our morning balloon. Now I can buy one if I do some quests today. There is the recipe for the canoe is in my PC, so I can buy one, which would be cool. And I do have that option as well. How many different types of flowers are in this game? A lot. How do we check what we get from balloons? So it'll tell you here at the end of the message, Gemini. So after 90 seconds, a message appears in the chat and it tells everyone of their rewards. The message got a little messier recently because I added some new features to the balloon. So I'm going to have to consolidate and clean the message up a little bit. And we'll do that. We'll do that later. But to answer your question, yeah, just give it about 90 seconds and then the balloon event will resolve. I know, I can't wait for my stamp collection turn in either. I'm going to start checking my Cloud Island every day. I'm going to do that trick. Oh, there it is. Found my canoe. Woo! Yeehaw. All right, we got it. And then let's check our crafting and see if there's anything else we can craft. Yeah, so if you don't see your name, that means that you are grouped up in the everything category, or everyone. So you just got 100 bells. And then remember, you can also play in the Discord as well. And it's the same thing. So when a balloon appears in the Discord, it also appears in the Discord chat called Island Game. And then it resolves 90 seconds later. And here's a fun fact, just for funsies. If you join the balloon in the Twitch chat, and then you go into the Discord, it'll still show you that you joined. Because the game is connected to all the platforms. It's all connected. So, you know, fun fact. Now, I wonder if something like, okay, no, we don't want movement, we want ride. Wheelbarrow. So maybe anything with wheels could work. Interestingly enough. Maybe anything with wheels. Maybe like the pulley. Right? Maybe like a pulley would work because it technically has some movement, even if it's not quote-unquote a ride. What is this? Magikarp decoration would be a great accent piece in the center of a roof. Ah, okay. You're not going to get stamps. Good stamps this week. I messed mine up. Remember, you can join other people's friends. You can join friends to get stamps, and you can also go to your own Cloud Island every day. You did slide, right? Right? So, like, let's do it right now real quick. So let me just, like, so that y'all get comfortable with it. Let me show y'all. So if you go in here, and you go to Link Play, you can visit your own Cloud Island. Everybody has a Cloud Island. And you can create a new one at any time. So I can go to previously, I can go to mine. And if I go to my Cloud Island, I can get a separate stamp here every day. So if you're struggling to get good stamps, go to your Cloud Island every day and you get a second chance at a stamp. And then you can also visit your friends. So, and the Cloud Islands are really easy to set up. It's just like a couple buttons. It's nothing. Is this something you unlock? It's pretty much available whenever. Everybody gets a Cloud Island. That's as soon as you unlock your first like Poke Center, I think it's just available for anyone. Yeah, everyone gets a Cloud Island. And you can visit as many other Cloud Islands of other people that you want as well. All right, so the way that the stamps work is that there's a symbol, y'all. So like, let me show you real quick. So you see how there's a circle? The circle is the lowest level stamp. Second tier is a star. And then third tier is like sparkles. And then fourth tier is Mew. And if you don't know who Mew is, you know, well, you'll figure that out. But so there's 4 tiers of badges, that's stamps you can get. And your goal is to collect Mew, sparkles, star, circle. So circle's the lowest. So for example, I don't want to add this stamp because this is a circle stamp and it's not any better than anything I have here. So I'm out of here. Right? Like, so I'm good. I don't want. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to leave. Oh, that's the Pokedex. Link play, go back home. Yeah, it only takes a couple seconds to load up a Cloud Island. So I've noticed when you give berries to a Crush Pokemon, when they give you extra dye, white seems to be more common, apparently, from me having 195 white dye and only 5 black right now. Wow, so there's like a rarity system with the colors. I have 3 left before my Pokedex is completed. Shut up, dude. That's amazing. I think Doomslayer's right around where you are. I think they said 2 or 3 yesterday. They're over on the YouTube chat. All right, sick. And thank you for helping Sweet Asparagus chat room. All right, sick. Sick. All right, we got our canoe. We got a bike. We got some stones just in case we want to do a little bit more work. And we don't have enough flowers. I am going to steal some flowers from here. If I can. I can't. I don't need any of these. I need to go to get more flowers from the beach biome. So I need to go to Pikachu today. Is that the beach? I need to go to the Pikachu Dream Island so I can steal flowers. Let's go do it right now. 274 out of 300. That's amazing. You have 10 left. Okay, I wasn't sure. If anyone has any good stamps on their Cloud Island, can I come get some commons? Yeah. Can I come? I'm just getting commons. Yeah. And we also have the Discord channel that y'all can try to trade stamps as well. So. All right, let's go to... Oh, I moved Pikachu. Here she is. Let's go to Pikachu today. So we can go get some beach stuff. And let's see if we can get lucky enough to get a Raikou. Let's get some... Let's do a prediction. Our first official prediction in this game. Our first official prediction in Pokemon Pokopia, everybody. Let's lock it in. Will I get a legendary Pokemon this morning? Will I get a legendary on this island? So I need y'all to know I have not ran into a single legendary Pokemon at all on Dream Islands. I have been very unlucky over 3 weeks, almost 3 weeks of this game existing, and I haven't gotten a single legendary. So I'm due for one, but I also have a very bad track record. The tables are open. Is today the day? The tables are open. Let's get ourselves some flowers here. We actually came here for flowers. What up, Tiff Trilla, baby? Praying to RNGesus. Is today the day, Chad? We don't even know the odds. The fun part about this is we don't even know the odds. You could be betting on a 1 out of 20. You could be betting out of a 1 out of 100. You could be betting a 1 out of 500, which I don't think is likely because they're far too common. If I had to guess, it's 1 out of 100. Nice, just clean number. It could be as low as 1 out of 20, though. It really could. Do you think you'll ever get desperate enough to do resets? No, because I really love the long-term game as a creator and as a gamer. And when something speaks to me as a creator and a gamer, I think I'm going to stick to my guns, but never say never. So I'll answer your question as, sure, there could be a day where I crack. I'm only human after all. There could be a day where I crack. I think that day could exist, but I don't think so. I'm gonna be real. I think I'm just fine. How do you do the reset method? You just gotta go change your clock in your Switch. Yeah, you just gotta change your clock in the Switch and go to the next day. And then you can go to a new Dream Island, and then you can do it again, and then you can do it again, and you can just keep doing it. There's a way that you can do it that gets it down to 15 seconds. I don't know exactly how it works, but there's a way to do it where you can get it down to 15-second resets, which is insane. Shiny hunters are losing their mind over that. Right? But I don't know how to do that. I can tell you personally that all you would have to do is go to the island. Okay, you don't see anything. Go back home. Switch the clock to the next day, go to a new island, and just rinse and repeat. And that'll take you about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes per run. But I heard that you can just switch the date while you're on the island already. I don't believe that. I don't think that works that way. So I don't know the full strategy, but there is a super nasty strategy that's like 15-second resets that I heard about. But I'm not sure. I don't know how it works. What up, Devils? Welcome back, dude. Nice. Here's the white flowers. I need these. These are the ones I really need. I think you can do it before it autosaves if you immediately check the Pokedex and close the game. Oh, nice. That's super interesting. Possibly getting a Switch 2 soon. I remember how you did a video to move things over to the new Switch 2. Did you get those up on YouTube? No, but I can tell you just when you buy your Switch 2 Llama, it's going to give you the option to just transfer everything from your Switch 1 to your Switch 2. Everything, if you have them both in front of you. That's the cleanest way to start your journey. And the only reason you wouldn't want to do that is if for some reason you want to start fresh in like a Pokemon game, or if you want to start fresh in like Animal Crossing. Now, if you do want to start fresh in Animal Crossing, then there is another way to do it. But like, just to give you like a quick little bit of information, if you have your Switch 1 and your Switch 2 in front of you, you can just transfer everything. You click a button, it prompts you. It's like, do you want to transfer your stuff like right when you buy it? And if you say yes, then your life is just easy and you can just move on and you don't have to think any more about it. But if you for some reason do want to like start a new save file on Animal Crossing, but you want to keep your old island and you want to do some stuff that's like a little bit more complicated, then you are going to need to like say no to that initial prompt, and then you're going to have to do stuff manually, which is still pretty easy. Now, of course, the last thing I should say is that if you plan on, if you sell the Switch 1 to buy the Switch 2, then you're screwed. So you really don't want to do that. If you can avoid that. If you can avoid doing that, if you can afford avoiding that, don't do that. you want to keep your Switch 1 around so that you can transfer everything over. So my ACNH island will transfer with that? Yes, correct. And that's why I recommended you to do that. So if when you buy the Switch 2, you do that initial prompt that says, hey, do you want to transfer everything? Your island will switch over to the Switch 2. And you will just be able to load it up and play your save file and you'll have a blast. Yeah, so if that's your goal, to get your island from your Switch 1 to your Switch 2, it's as easy as eating some cheesecake. I don't know. That was a weird, I don't know. Anyways. What's up, Nux? What up, Chelsea Piper? Good morning. I was gonna say easy as pie, but then I started thinking about how easy as pie doesn't make any sense because making pie isn't easy unless you're using like Pillsbury pie crust. And then even then, it's not that easy. So why do we say easy pie? It's not even true. It's fake. It's phony. They're liars. All right, I'll get off my soapbox. Excuse me. Yo, what up, dad baby? True, we need to update the saying. Yeah, easy as pie. What is this, 1940 and I'm a pioneer? Easy as pie. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a 26 tonight. I barely even know how to make a sandwich, let alone make a pie, dude. What do you want from me? Yo, what up, reading Brooks? Good morning. Pie can mean many things. Yeah, I'm on a dream island. We're checking to see if there's a legendary this morning, and we're also here for flowers. I need flowers for some designing, and I ran out yesterday. So I'm actually here for these seashore flowers because I ran out of these, and they're really pretty. I was using them for a design. So I'm here to snatch up some flowers. Anybody checked out Tamagotchi Life demo? No, I didn't even know there was a demo. Whoa. There's a demo for Tamagotchi. Ah, hold on. Excuse me. There's a demo for Tamagotchi Life for us to check out? Like the Switch version coming out? They released it this morning. Oh, wow. Did you just choke on air? Yeah, it was like my body went to do a burp, but then the burp choked me. I guess it was feeling randy. It was a weird interaction. I'm confused. I'm scared. It's coffee burps, man. It's a thing. One lace rug. Oh, nice. I never got that before. Lady Inertia, good morning. Did you just choke on air? Yes, I did. Very astute of you. I'm so glad you noticed. Hit you with the Adam Sandler reaction. What up, Silky Jellyfish? Also, good morning, Sulky. I did see Sulky tune in today. Saw you pop in here. All right, let's go check our caves. I'm done stealing flowers. Let's go check our caves out and see what's up. Just an old newspaper. Just an old nudie paper. Ooh, nice. Some habitat information. We need this. What does the upgraded water skill do? It's more space. It waters a bigger space. I don't think it takes care of the muck. The muck has to be cleared up by a water Pokemon first, then followed up with you. I think that's how that works. How are you today? I'm well. How's it going with Midnight? It's going well. So I had 2 victories. The cat did finally use the litter box after being home for about maybe 30 hours. which is awesome. So they might not be comfortable, but it does show that they're like acknowledging the space and not just like frozen with shock, which was a true worry of mine. And then I am like 99% sure that they picked at some of the dry food I left out, which I'm so happy that they ate some food, man. Even just like a little, because again, it just shows that they're like not frozen with shock and like hurting themselves indirectly. So now I can like chill. You know what I mean? Now I can just like breathe. I'm still gonna like be very attentive and like, you know, spend some time in the room and like try to get her comfortable with me so that everything's a little easier. But now I can kind of chill. I can take a deep breath and just like, all right, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Because now that I know that she's not hurting herself due to fear, now I don't have to like think so hard about it. And that's like, that's a massive victory, you know? So we're good. What's up, Liz? You like my mug? Thank you, dude. It's brand new. It was gifted to me this past weekend and I love it. Take a look at it. Yeah, dude, it's so sick, dude. It's so sick. I'm a mega nerd. What's up, Muzzled Emperor? All right, doesn't look like there's a Leggy. Doesn't look like there's a Leggy here. Let's go ahead and do our Pokedex trick. Yeah, it's Tatooine. Remove the price tag? I did. Oh, I didn't. I thought I did this morning. I saw it. I saw it this morning and I was like, I gotta remove that. I guess I forgot. I had a lot on my mind, all right? I need to retire a few mugs. All right, here we go. All in this area. Filter. Survey says... That's so funny, Zane. Cats are very particular about water. Yeah, they're weird. No, my 10 points. Never lucky, dude. I'll get my first legendary, and when we do, we're gonna pop off. From here on out, we're doing predictions for every legendary, every island, every day. So at some point, there's gonna be an upset, and it's gonna be sick. Today's an A day. Yeah, no problem, Jupi Sean. Yeah, no problem at all. Today's an A day. Got all the dye I need now? Nice, dude. Doom, do you have by any chance plan to take any screenshots to share with us once you're done with the museum? I'd love to check it out, man. You could share in the Discord or on social media. And then also, we could even do like an island visit eventually, and I could just come check out your Rocky Ridges in person. I just want to say Mary948 hit us with the 63-month resub. If we can get some love in the chat, some HDes cuddles. Thank you so much, Mary. I didn't think you could see the price tag from the angle I was holding the cup. How could you see it? Could you just see it dangling? Because I'm not oh, because when I'm taking a sip. Oh, when I'm drinking it. Oh. That's so funny. All right, anyways. You just found Entai? Dude, nice, Sizzy, congrats. No, Twitch isn't broke. We're good. Sound effects and stuff are back to working. How about doing that right now for the SSN? Oh, because I finally fixed it. Yeah, sure. I got some time this morning. So I believe the way that this works is that you need to give me a code. Do you want to get me a code? So go to your PC over at the Bleak Beach. Would be the easiest. And then invite me to visit and get me a code online. All right. And then just drop it in the chat. I don't think anybody's going to come troll, and it doesn't matter because remember, for people that don't know, when you invite somebody to your island, if it's your story island, it's automatically locked to spectator mode. You cannot change this. So let me quickly explain to you what I mean by this. So if you invite anybody to come visit you and you go to any of these 4 areas, Withered Wastelands, Bleak Beach, Rocky Ridges, and Sparkling Skylands, the game locks to spectator and they cannot do anything but look at stuff. However, Pallet Town is different. Pallet Town actually has its own settings in the computer. So if you go into the computer and you go to check settings, Pallet Town, you can choose if a player is going to be on spectator or not. This is important because if you invite somebody over and you go to Pallet Town, they could start picking stuff up, destroying your builds. So you need to be very careful that you have spectator mode on unless you trust the player visiting. So I want to make it clear that story islands are perma spectator. Pallet Town is your choice. You need to adjust those settings. I think it's by default spectator on. And then last but not least, remember there's Cloud Islands. The Cloud Island is a completely separate universe from your main save file. And while I think there's a couple things that could transfer over, like habitat information or Pokedex entries, it's a separate universe. So your Cloud Island has its own settings as well. So there's technically 3 versions of multiplayer in this game. So if I have a Cloud Island here, mine named Twitch, I can say, can players interact in my world? Can they spectate? Can they delete things? Can they destruct things? Can they design? Can, you know, and I can choose the rules for my Cloud Island as well. So that's another thing to acknowledge. So if you start messing around with Cloud Island stuff and you want to invite people over, make sure you understand, right? So like, look, it says right here, allow players to play freely on the island. So are you sharing with others or are they going to be stuck in spectator mode? So I just wanted to share this with all of you just in case you don't know these settings are there and how that stuff works. All right. So that's if you're inviting people to visit you. So like, for example, if I go visit Doom, which I think he's getting us a code right now, then Doom is going to be giving me a spectator code because I can't visit his Bleak Beach in any other form but spectator, because that's just how the story islands in the game work, which I don't really mind that because I don't really want people to be able to touch my story islands. I'm putting a lot of work into them. So I personally don't mind this, but I do think that it sucks a little bit if you're trying to do like co-op with your friends and you want to go like have a co-op adventure with your wife or your husband or your partner, you know, like, and you want to do the story together. It does kind of suck that you have no option to like turn on interactions in the story islands. I do think that they could have handled that a little bit better, but you know, we're not sitting here criticizing that, like whatever, the game is great the way it is. I just wanted to share some thoughts. So, yo, have a great day today, gamer lady and Madame Diablo. It's good to have you here today. I love your name, by the way. I'm a big Diablo fan, the video game, not the Lord of Heck or whatever. Technically, Diablo's the Lord of Destruction, for those that don't know. All right, he's a legend. Not the Demon Lord himself, you know. The video game series. You notice how I had to clarify that? For me, it's the other way around. Cool. Right. We're very accepting of others in their way of life. Not weird at all. Not weird at all. Yo, what up, Justin? Good to see you today. All right, so as you can see, certain moves and items can't be used while playing in spectator mode. All right, so it's just kind of giving me a heads up. We're going to visit Doom at Bleak Beach. And Doom finished their SSN, and they're going to go ahead and we're going to go check out their SSN. We haven't done a lot of multiplayer, so I want to start getting more comfortable doing multiplayer with the community, and we're going to start doing island tours and stuff down the road. So this is a fun little interaction that I want to start doing more of this stuff with y'all. So not an actual belief, by the way. Yeah, you're okay. Again, it would have been fine if it was, but I didn't think so. All right, so now here's the cool part. I can check his PC for a stamp. Look at this. Again, just showing y'all, I can get stamps, so you can share stamps with other players. So I implore you all to treat this like the turnip market. If you get a Mew stamp or a shiny stamp, come and let us know, dude. If you have time, maybe open up your gates in the Discord. Our friend in the community just did it the other day. A member of the community, Anna's Bananas, opened up their gates for the community for a couple hours to come get super dope stamps. All right, and the stamps equal how much money you get on Friday. So, Madame, there's 4 tiers of stamps. I use the word shiny, but I meant to say sparkly. So apologize, because I know Pokemon and shiny is a thing. So you can get a Mew stamp. Mew is the highest upper echelon stamp. Then you can get sparkly stamps. Then you can get star stamps, which are these ones right here. And then circle is the lowest level. And when you have a stamp for the day, anybody who visits you can get that stamp. So we can share and trade stamps to each other, which is really cool. I think that's a super cool thing that we can do in our games and alongside each other. So I just wanted to kind of explain how this works for y'all. And the stamps give you coins at the end of the day. So at the end of the week on Friday, you get coins depending on your stamps. And Shellfire, you might not think the coins matter throughout the game. You might be playing and you might be early in the game. You might be saying, oh, I don't need coins. Well, I'm going to go ahead and point at how many coins I have. I need coins. Yeah, I'm broke, right? So like eventually these coins matter and we really are going to want to be trading with each other. Wow, you have a Mew. There it is. All right, now before I get started here, Doom, I want to do 2 things. First, I'm going to go ahead and throw a VIP badge to Ananas for taking care of the community the other day and opening up your gates and doing something super nice for the community. Good morning and thank you for being here. And then good morning, Taco Existential as well. Good to see you back in here, bud. I hope you've been enjoying Crimson Desert. I saw you playing that last night. Is there a point you need to get before you unlock multiplayer? I think you have to open up your first Pokemon Center, maybe? Maybe. It might just be a story point, though. All right, so Doom says, as you will notice, there are some things I have yet to fix throughout Bleak Beach. Ooh, chat, I found out that if you keep spinning enough, you eventually turn into Spinda Eyes. Yeah, keep spinning, Doom, and show us Spinda Eyes. If you spin enough, you eventually get Spinda Eyes, but you have to spin for a really long time. You can't see on my character because I have glasses on, but it has to be for like a real long time. No, we did not get a legendary this morning. Oh my gosh. Good luck, Alto Girl. We're sending you blesses. All right, let's go. Let's go ahead and check out your SSN, dude. That's what we came here for. We can hang out again in the future. Look at it on the horizon. Look at it on the horizon. Oh man, look at this. Work is busy this time of year, but we're starting to find some even keel. Nice. Nice. Well, sometimes it's nice to be staying busy, you know, whatever. As long as you're able to find some time for yourself. And like I said, you seem like you were enjoying your new PlayStation 5 in Crimson Desert. I think you're going to be the guy I'm going to watch that game. So I don't know if you plan on keep on playing it, but I think I found the person I'm going to watch play Crimson Desert because I wasn't sure if I wanted to watch it yet, but I'm going to watch it, I think. Isn't that path so clean? Did you go up or down? I lost you. Oh my gosh. The SSN is clean. Look at this. Oh my gosh, there's a Mr. Mime in here. That's the last thing you want to see in a random room. See you later. They have the humble beginnings of electricity though. So they just got to spread it through the whole place. Do you plan to do that, Doom? Do you think you'll bring electricity into this place eventually? That'd be a fun little project. This is a horror game. I knew cruise ships were cursed. Did anyone see the guy who buried his Mr. Mime? No, but that's hilarious. That's hilarious. He buried him. Oh my gosh, this room is nice. It's like the ballroom. This is where you cut a rug. Dude, this looks really nice. So what Doom did is restore. What Doom did was restore the SSN. So he didn't like redesign it. His goal, I can say just from like what I'm seeing here, is to the restoration of it. The restoration, right? So this is what it would look like if it didn't get, you know, broken down, torn down, and destructed over years, right? That's what we're seeing here, is the restoration project. All the rooms have been rebuilt. Some of the rooms even have furniture. The dining room has been rebuilt. All the roofs are intact. Yeah, that's what's going on here. Yo, what's up, Clover Ann? How was Miss Kitty's second evening? She was good, Cosmic. She's coming around. She's coming around. Oh wow, this is like a stage. Yeah, I had two victories, two small victories. And it seems like, while she might not be comfortable yet, she is definitely coming to terms with like the house and like, okay, so there is food here. I probably should eat, right? Is what she's probably thinking. And okay, there is a litter box. I really need to pee, right? And she finally used it. So all good things. Just a humble day 2. And we'll keep at it. Well, technically a humble day 1.5, right? Because at this point we're at like 36 hours or something like that. You demolished the stage, you didn't like it? That's funny. And then this is like a storage room. Dude, sick, this is my first time seeing the restoration of... This is my first time seeing the restoration of the SSN, dude. I'm super happy I got a chance to see this. Are you keeping her the name, not the cat? I don't think so. I haven't figured out what I'll name her, so I think for now, I'm going to just keep calling her Midnight. At least referring to her as Midnight. But I haven't decided on a name yet. I just wanted to get a nice view of the outside. I'm really happy I can use Magnet Rise in multiplayer. I, for some reason, didn't think they were going to let me. The brick room was probably the kitchen, so I'll have stoves and sinks and fridges, and I'll have chests in the storage room. Nice, nice. I'll have to come back and check out an update once you finish, you know, the project here. Yo, whoa, whoa, we got a VIP roulette. All right, let's jump over. Who was it? It was Brielle Bassour. All right, I think you're good. I think I hit you with the VIP badge, Brielle. That does mean that the lovely strawberry grass is out. 3 months. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to turn in your VIP jacket, and you're gonna have to turn in your VIP lounge key. Do 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 do. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Yo, thank you so much, Brielle. Enjoy the VIP badge. All right, I'm gonna get out of here, dude. Oh, we're both Magnemiting up. Sick, dude. All right, let's get out of here. I think I can just open my phone and leave. Go back home, yeah. All right, sick. Yo, thanks for having me, dude. Thanks for having me, dude. This song is fire. I love that song. Enjoy. Enjoy. Thank you very much, Brielle. I love when y'all H-Des bug. I love when y'all H-Des bug. Boom, 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 boom. All right, all right, all right, all right. We did our Dream Island today, and our goal is to head over and try to finish up some of the work we did at Spinnerack and Ariados. That's what I want to do this morning. We got 2 new Pokemon here, and we're up to 260 today. Let's run over and see what's going on at the Withered Waste. You missed my other chat? Oh, did I? Yeah, we started H-Des boogin. Oh, you're going to put furniture in the guest rooms to move some of the Pokemon into there as well. Nice, nice. I was actually going to ask if you planned on creating more habitats in there. Yeah, yeah. So I wonder how many you could fit a lot of Pokemon into... You could fit a ton of Pokemon in the SSN. Does anybody have any plans to move Pokemon into the SSN? And if so, I'm curious, how many? How many would you move? Because, like, you could technically fit a ton. Like, oh no. I'm going to open up my island so people can get the Mew stamp in about an hour when I log into work. Oh, cool, Shellfire. Never any expectations for you to do that, but thank you so much for offering the community. Thank you. I might even take you up on it later. We'll see. I saw someone using the SSN as a prison for Pokemon they disliked. Oh my, now we're talking. Prison. All right, let's see if Spinnerack's like environment went up yet. No, it didn't. So Spinnerack is expecting that ride, right? And the garbage might not be registering for Spinnerack either. So let's do some experimenting. Let's see if I move some garbage into this area, if Spinnerack reacts. Right? Let's see if Spinnerack acknowledges that I'm moving garbage into his habitat, because I want to explain. So I put a recycling bin here for Ariados, but it doesn't reach for Spinnerack. Spinnerack's dotted line is just out of range of it. Unfortunate. So I'm wondering if maybe putting the garbage outside of this wall wasn't being registered. So what I just want to quickly do is throw this bag of garbage right here. In fact, I'm going to pick it back up again. I'm going to spawn Spinnerack in. He's probably going to spawn outside. I knew it. Which is going to be a problem in the future. I really do want to get a gate for this, huh? All right, yo, come with me if you want to live. We might redo this area and have a gate later. Because it would just be so convenient to do that. We'll figure it out later. I created a whole bunch of houses and habitats, even decorated them, and I can't figure out who to move in where. Nice, so maybe what you can do to figure that out is you can utilize their favorites list and go based off of the stuff that you decorated and what they like. Because if you go into the Pokedex and you go to their favorite list, it might help you better gauge what houses fit for what Pokemon. All right, so I'm going to put some trash down, and I'm going to talk to Spinnerack and see what he wants. He just feels great. He doesn't have any comfort requests today, which is interesting. All right, now it might take a second for the garbage to register. Let's give it a minute. Yeah, I just found out there's a Tamagotchi Life demo. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do with that yet. All right, we're going to give Spinnerack a second. And if the trash doesn't register, then we're going to go with the other plan, which was we're adding a ride. We're going to add a little canoe in here, I think. So yeah, we created this little area for Magikarp. Magikarp lives in this little area. And then Spinnerack and Ariados live over here. I love what we did here. I love what we did here. I'm having a lot of fun, kind of my first attempt at creating what I'm dubbing the perfect habitat. And I didn't originally plan on moving Magikarp here because Magikarp, this is not going to be the perfect habitat for Magikarp. And the reason is because he wants to be by the ocean. And I don't know if I can give him ocean vibes here. I could maybe switch out this fresh water with ocean water, and I'm wondering if he would notice. Yeah, Slay. Yeah, I'm wondering if that will notice. Here's what I'm going to do. Let me go quickly teleport back home, and let me grab a certain stone material because I want to line this pool with some stones here. And I did see your message, Cozy, and I'll reply to you here in a little bit. Thank you very much for that, for the heads up. All right, cool. Put this over here. Yeah, I want some sort of like fun stone lining for this little pool. All right. Oh, I teleported back to the wrong place. Castletown. That's what I want. Yo, thank you, Pastel Constellations. Thank you. Did you pop in the Discord last night to say that as well? I think you did. I think that was you. Nice. You're still taking it easy. You're in the first area, Abby. I think that's the best way to play this game. Yeah, take your time. Take it easy. What up, Walnut? Good morning, Willie B. So you're going to move Chef Dente, Machop, and 2 other Pokemon that fit the theme. On the deck floor, there's 5 more guest rooms and 4 of the small rooms on the lowest floor, which were probably for the employees. Chef Dente and Machop makes sense. Yeah, that kind of does make sense. I like that. Ooh, it looks like I had some more Pokemon doing some crushing for me. Ooh, how much paint did I get finished yesterday? Who else was doing crushing for me? More red paint. A ton of red paint. The other berries have not been touched yet. They're only sticking with Leppa first. It seems like they really like the Leppa berries. That's fine. Just go through all the Leppa berries. I don't even care. Good. Keep it up. Keep it up, Crushers. Keep it up, Crusher gang. Keep crushing over there, baby. When I did my playthrough, I refused to leave an area until it was environment level 10. I think that's sick. You know, I kind of considered that approach. I think if I was playing off stream, that's what I would have did. And the reason I say that is because my goal for my show was to kind of showcase as much of the game, you know, as I could. But I think that if I was playing off stream, I would have probably considered the approach of just, oh, I was thinking about bringing another bench over there. Yeah, I think if I was playing off stream, I probably would have been more inclined to be like, to slow down even more and just like do one area at a time. Because I usually do play games very systematically like that. But being a streamer, I do try to showcase stuff, you know, I'm like trying to showcase the story and stuff to those who care. All right, we'll just do some sloppy inventory clearing here. I need to find some sort of stone to put around. I'm going to design Mr. Mime an open mic comedy club. Cave rock, coarse rock, white rock, gravel could be really cute, but I don't have enough of it. Let's grab the white rock as well, the coarse. Ocean rock, maybe he'll appreciate having ocean rock around him. Yeah, maybe. Hold on, let's get some more. You know, we're trying to give him the ocean theme. I don't know if he's going to acknowledge ocean rock. He is a Magikarp. All right, and let's grab a bottle of water for the ocean water. All reserved for the fossils, which, by the way, all that remain are Aerodactyl, Rampardos, and Tyrantum. Nice. Yeah, setting up the museum with all the fossils just makes so much sense. All All right, I gotta have a bottle of soda pop in here somewhere. Here we go. Serby says deck chair, beach chair, parasol counts as ocean vibes. Deck chair, beach chair. Yeah, see, I think I will end up moving Magikarp. Because, like, he doesn't quite fit what I'm trying to do in that area. And I think I could just do so much better with a habitat for Magikarp. I could give him just, like, the chillest beach vibes ever. Yo, what's up, anime lover? Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna check out Tamagotchi Life yet. I don't know if we're gonna just wait for the game or maybe check out the demo. I'm kind of waiting because if the demo is like really fleshed out, then I don't even really have to buy the game. I could showcase the demo and then we could move on. But if the demo is weak, then it would be best if I buy the game and showcase more of the game to all of you when it releases. Oh, nice. You like my little storage area? Yeah, I'm slowly adding more to it. I did a little work last night when I was laying in bed. Yeah, so like if the demo's like real fleshed out, then I will check it out. But if it is just like a quick little thing, I don't know. All right, let's quickly see if Spinnerack acknowledged the trash real quick. We're doing a little bit of field testing right now. I wanted to see if like putting the trash outside of the area mattered. I don't think it did, which is chill. And then, like I said, I think we move Magikarp out of this area. I think we do. I'm like so hesitant to do it because I love him being here, but let's just do it. Let's just move Magikarp. Let's commit to my original plan to give this only to Ariados and only to Spinnerack. There was like an extra costume. Nice. Yo, what's up, LPK? Hey. All right. So, unfortunately, Magikarp, we're moving you again, and I know you hate that. The carrot farm somebody made? No, but that's sick because we have acknowledged that carrots are like... Carrots are like one of the harder things to come by. Nah, Pokemon don't evolve, just all of their evolutions are available. Does that... Yeah, so you had it right. I would love evolution in this game, but it seems like that wasn't in the cards. It was a good idea, but Magikarp wants too much from the spiders. Yeah. I just don't want to go away from the theme I had in my heart, you know? Like, I really want this area to be full-on spider den, but spider den in the sense of exactly what they want out of a home. I originally only brought Magikarp over there just so I could see if he would swim in the water, and he did, which was cool. But that was really the only reason why I brought him over. Dude, I would love more Kanto fossils, yeah. They do have Aerodactyl, but that's it. I would love more for sure. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna change this area up. I'm actually going to separate Ariados and Spinnerack. And even though originally that I wanted to have them be like close enough together that I could use the same items to like make them happy, instead what I'm going to do is just have a similar theme that goes across the whole enclosure that just so happens to appeal to both of them simultaneously. So instead of trying to have one wooden item that affects both of their habitats, I'm going to have two wooden items. I'm going to have two of everything. And then down the road, the next time we do something like this, we might go ahead and try to create the full thing as an enclosure. So what I mean by that is, if I were to put these fences on the ground, if I were to take these fences and put them on the ground and then put a gate, this whole enclosure could become a habitat, and then everything would count for both of the Pokemon, and I could have 4 Pokemon living here. But that would require me to either make the place smaller or take away my nice stone lining for the fence, right? Like, it would require one or the other. And I kind of like the raised fence, you know what I mean? So we don't know if it's one or the other. So let's count these spaces real quick, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's a 17 by 11 enclosure, or 11 by 17. I'd love to put all my litter Pokemon together with gathering Pokemon. Yeah, that's the play. Do you think there'll be multiple DLCs for this game? Yeah, I think so. The interior can't be bigger than a 10 by 10. Ah, so I got a little too big for my britches. Ah, I see. We got a little too big for our britches in here. Oh, the gravel would be perfect. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, dude. I need more gravel. Where do I get gravel from? I've never seen gravel. Dream Islands? The Pallet Caves? Pallet Town Caves? Okay, we can do that. We can go to Pallet Town. Rocky Mountains has some as well. Can he craft it? Oh, good question. Cobblestone wall. That's even better. That's even better. That's even better. Okay, hold on. Let's go to Withered and craft some of that. That's even better. They have it at Lowe's or Home Depot, etc. I keep doing that. I keep traveling back to the Withered Waste when I'm already here. All right, that's okay though, because we have to grab some stuff. This is okay because we have to grab some stuff to rebuild this area. So we're gonna have Ariados in this corner. We're gonna have Spinarak in this corner, and we're gonna make their habitat grass or flowers under a tree, or like a shaded boulder. So their habitats will technically be the tree, which is their favorite food. Then I'm gonna just decorate around it and make sure that their homes make sense. Where'd you get that tree stump? So I picked it up with Magnemite. So Magnemite can pick up full things. So I was able to like, I cut down a tree and then I picked up the full tree stump by just holding the Y button. It's super nice. Here, I'll do another one just to show you. No, sorry, not a quiz right now. I'm busy. I love you, buddy. Yeah, once you cut this down, I can straight up go into Magnemite and just hold Y, and I can just pick up the whole tree stump and then decorate with it. It's super nice. It's super nice, dude. It's a super nice little feature. I really like it a lot, actually. Yeah, you could... Yeah, I still debris and boulders and stuff. I do a lot of that because I like to decorate with that stuff. And I have plans for, like, future decorations. Oh, it's times 10, right? So yeah, I'm going to create 100. Sure. If you don't have Magnemite, you can destroy the tree, replant the seed, and grow it and chop it. Yeah. Yeah. So there is a way to do it even without... All right. I got the flowers I need. I just need a couple more flowers. I was using mountain flowers. I was using damp hedges. And I don't have to completely match hedges. I can mix and match a little bit. Maybe some adorable hedge seeds. All right, cool. And then I have an industrial bench with me. I need another recycling can because I think that's covering the garbage theme. If I had to guess, but we could also replace the recycling can for garbage bins if we feel like it doesn't count. I'd have to look at that list again, but I imagine the recycling bin item does count for garbage. Like, it just makes so much sense, right? So let me grab some Pokemetal because I'm just going to copy the one I have because I only have one. And then, so I have a bench, I have hedges. I don't know what we're going to do in that one corner there. I only have one ride item right now, but we might be able to share it between the two of them. Considering the purplish stuff in both the ship and the roof of the museum, I thought the tiles were the same color, plum. Turns out they're purple. Oh no! How many different hues of colors are in this game? What the heck? There's a difference? All right. Back to the withered waste. Good morning, just waking up over here. What up, Kupo for Kupo Nuts and Tatted Wifey? You can get Magnemite at the end of the story of the game if you've finished the main story. And you'll know because credits will roll. Credits will roll. You'll get the main story. Then you'll be able to unlock Magnemite. And if you've already finished the story and you still haven't got them, then what you need to do from there is go and explore the area that the story wraps up around. And you'll find a Magnemite just like hanging out, and you have to help him out. Help him set up a house, and then you'll get it. Yeah, I drink all my coffee for the day. Because I've been getting up a lot earlier, so I drink my first cup of coffee at like 6 in the morning some days now, so I only have like 1 cup for the stream. Switch 2 version of DDV acquired. Nice, dude. Yeah, apparently there's a Tamagotchi Life demo that just came out, y'all. Check it out. Check it out. Let me know what you think. We might go ahead and check it out on stream. We could check it out today if people wanted, but I didn't really go into the stream planning on it, and I'm not like insanely excited to do so. But we could plan to do it later this week if y'all like just want to get a chance to look at it with me. I really have no problem checking out the demo regardless, especially if it's what y'all want, so. We could totally do that. No! All right, we're destroying stuff. Okay, beautiful. Do. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. All right. While we're here, let's go ahead and pick up the full tree. Let's move it right over here. Perfect. We're going to pick up this. Cobblestone looks amazing. It's called, I think it's called cobblestone. Yeah, hold on. Let me check for you. I think it's called cobblestone. I got the recipe to craft it, so you might have the recipe as well. Cobblestone wall. And again, I do have the recipe to craft it, so you actually very well could have it as well. All right, let's pick up these flowers. How's the kitty this morning? She's doing better. She actually ate a teeny bit of food seemingly pretty confident in that, and she actually used the litter box and is like getting comfortable enough around the whole concept of the litter box, which are both two massive victories in the grand scheme of you know, her getting comfortable. So do you have the slanted stone roof recipe? I don't think so. You just noted a funky texture. You're right. Oh, I hate it. Oh, it's gross. Oh, why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? Ruined. All right, can we fit the other? Don't I have another rock in here? I thought I brought another rock with me. I didn't. All right, I still am going to put a large boulder here. Boulder ditch. I'm going to put it like right here. And we'll put a cute hedge over here. All right, let me pick up this garbage real quick. We're going to take these hedges with us. And then we're going to put this hedge here. And then I'm going to match that freak over here with this hedge right here. And then let's do flowers. Did she run around a lot at night? I don't think so, but she might have. I didn't hear much. I definitely heard her moving around a little bit. And like I said, there was signs of movement because she actually got up and went to the litter box, which is a lot of movement. Like it's you know what I mean? It's like enough, right? So she's definitely doing better. I'm imagining she is moving around more at night, but I don't think she's in the mood to play or anything right now. So that's definitely something hopefully we can get her, you know, playing a little more. What up, Machame? Well, gravel it is. Well, gravel it is. It could take a couple weeks to get used to, but she will. Right. It'll take a couple weeks, but she'll get there. But yes, we did have 2 major W's. I have a question. So on Pokopia, do you have to stay in Withered Wastelands, or can you build your house elsewhere, like the beach and stuff? So, Christian, yeah, you can build a house for every zone, and every zone's house will be like anytime you teleport to that area, it's going to go to your home. So yeah, you can have a home in every area, and then you can decide in your own like headcanon which area is your main home. You know what I mean? Also, Cloveran, thank you again for the tier 2. Just in case I missed that. For 67. Hope you're doing well this morning, Clover. She spent a month in their ceiling before she decided they were okay. Yeah, it could be a while. Right. And I'm totally down for her to take all the time she needs. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care. As long as she's actually eating and, you know, utilizing the space I provided her to some extent, then like I'm like super happy, you know. It's like, so yeah, whatever. She can take all the time she needs. Do 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 do. Yo, what's up, Missourian? Good to see you back, dude. Yeah, and that's what today's peace of mind. Today's victories were just confirmation that she's at least doing regular functions and like, all right. So she's not like sick or anything. She's not like frozen solid and with like fright, you know, because that's like very, very much something that can happen. I hate when I accidentally till a tile. It's like, I don't know if you can untill it. All you can do is like punch it. What do you do about this? Yo, Quacko, welcome back, dude. Did your cat end up coming home already? Yes. Yes, they are home officially. You know what? I can't. I have to do one type of flowers here to make this be. I have to mix in some grass. That's what we can do. We'll just mix in some grass here to make this a habitat. One sec. Okay. Dig it up and leafage is the thing I wasn't thinking of. I love being dex locked behind fossil RNG legendaries are giving me better luck game. I think that's great. I love that this game has some awkward long-term stuff going on where you're just like forced to like deal with it. Like it's kind of like the game's just like, yep, it could take you a while, partner. All right, we just need one more patch of grass. And then we'll have some tree-shaded grass for this Pokemon. Got him. All right. Yo, you want to move in here? All right, so let's go ahead and set up a nice little bench spot. I believe I brought one industrial bench with me. Perfect. And that's going to help them get more comfortable. It's going to be a little bit, you know, they wanted wood. They want like a ride item. They want nature. They want high humidity, which is plants. How pleasantly humid. Yeah. We know. Back to the office. Last week until the clocks go forward. The clocks still have not gone forward for y'all? Why did I think they did? Nicely done, Hylian. Oh, I'm so glad that my supervisor thinks so. Freaking supervisor-ass Pokemon. Nice and going. Like, oh, thanks. I'm so glad you're loving what I'm doing around here. I wanted to know what litter you're using. I can't remember the name of it, but I'm using the stuff from the shelter. So to be clear, I'm using the stuff from the shelter. I'm actually going to move their home right here because if I understand how this works, it doesn't matter what their actual home is. What matters is the white square. So the reason I'm switching their home is because this is going to make their white square a little bit bigger, right? Like, look, now this whole area is their home and they're going to be way happier and I'm going to be able to fit way more stuff in here. So I feel like this right here is actually a better little home than this little corner because it's going to give me a lot more room to work with. See what I'm saying? So now I'm going to do the same thing for Spinnerack because Spinnerack's home is stuck in this corner and he's not stretching across. So we're going to pick this bed up and we're going to give Spinnerack, we're going to give him like some patches of grass right here. And we're going to make his home right here. So this will help me create a space that makes more sense here. Yo, follow me. And then let's see, can you... So for some reason, this grass didn't activate. Why not, do you think? Too close to the boulders or something? Let's see. Let's just add more... Let's just add more grass. There we go. I was about to say, yeah, I'll just add more grass. You can't stop me. I'll add as much as I need to, dude. All right, want to move in? So yeah, to answer your question, I decided to use First off, I decided to use the stuff that you see now. You see the white outline and how much bigger it is, and there's even overlap between the two. Now, why is this overlap important to me? Because now when I put this canoe item in the water, it's going to affect both of them. And it's going to count as a ride item for both of them. Now, let's say the canoe isn't what I want. Maybe I think it looks stupid. I can also throw this bike right here. This is also going to count as a ride item. So I can like put this here. Boom. So I don't know which one. I don't know if the bike or the canoe is worse. What do we think? Do we think that the canoe looks okay here? Do we think it's kind of stupid? I'm not sure, actually. Are they gossiping at the fence line? It looks like they are. I like the canoe. I think it's cute. Yeah, I think so. I can leave both. I think the bike actually kind of fits if I just put it up against the fence like this. I think it kind of fits. Oh, look at, they're both looking at the item. They like it. Nice. All right, let's get some more flowers over here. All right, we succeeded, I think. We'll get back to this. So yeah, now I looked into it, and apparently there's these things called pine pellets that you have to get that are used for like livestock, but you can't get them from regular stores. And when I'm in the agency, they're like, oh yeah, you know, you can't really get pine pellets from regular stores, so we don't really recommend you go with that. And I looked at the dude and I'm like, have you ever heard of Amazon? I didn't say that, but I was like, I could just use Amazon and order the pine pellets. I know that that's like terrible, but like you realize you could just order anything on Amazon, like. But like, you know, I don't want to be like rude, but like, what do you mean? Like, I'm like laughing to myself because I'm just like, what do you mean I can't get these from anywhere? Like, yes, I can. It's 2026. Like, I can get them from anywhere. Like, that's the internet, dude. Like, wake up. Like, what world are you living in? Like, I'm like, yes, I can. Yeah, yes, I can totally get those. Like, it's not going to be hard at all. I'll just order a bulk massive bag or something off the internet. Like, what do you say? So they made it sound like they weren't really accessible. And I'm like, yes, they are. However, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if I'm going to, first off, I don't know if I'm going to switch right away because I'm going to give the cat time to acclimate to what they were using. Now, funny enough, they were using pine pellets in her cage. But now that they sold me a bag of regular litter, I'm just going to keep using the regular litter. And YouTube chat makes a good point. They say the problem is if you run out or you forget to order it, then you can't just quickly run to the store, which could be a problem. Right. Yeah, there's corn litter. There's like soy litter, somebody mentioned. There's a lot of options, apparently. So for now, I'm going to keep using regular. Here's my plan. I'll tell you guys my plan. This is probably what I'm going to do. Is what I plan to do, I believe, is I'm introducing a second litter box probably tomorrow. And in the second litter box, I'm going to use pine pellets. And I'm going to kind of let her choose naturally. I'm going to provide both, and I'm going to let her use the one she's more comfortable with. And then if I really do want to switch to pine pellets fully, then I'll remove the one pan. You know what I mean by this? Like, I'm going to introduce two pans next to each other, and then I'll remove the one and replace pine pellets slowly. But for now, I'm going to just provide both, and I'm going to see if she like makes her own choice. And then if I really feel the need to switch completely, then I'll just slowly remove the other litter. You know what I mean? But since I've already kind of started, I'm just going to let it be. Nice, nice, Planet Kitties. Yeah, I appreciate the advice, everybody. I'm gonna probably check out pine pellets, or I'm gonna probably check out soy or corn. I'm gonna see what's the best, maybe, for myself. We'll see. So yeah, I don't think I need to do all the grass in here. What do y'all think? I think we want to leave some. Do we want this to be overgrown, or do you think I leave some visible ground down here? What do y'all? I want your expert opinion, chat room. Do I fill this all up with grass and make it kind of an overgrown little world for him? Or do I maybe leave some regular grass on the ground? The name that she came with was Midnight. But we might change her name later. I've heard good things about Chewy. Not fully filled in is always more aesthetic. I kind of agree with that. All right, let's move a little bit. Let's move a little bit and see. I'm gonna put a couple patches. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make it patchy. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make it patchy. Let's try that. So I'm gonna line the water. Yo, thank you, Tara, for 51. How you doing today? How you doing today, Tara? And then I'm gonna kind of do like some patchiness. In fact, I actually think leaving the stump clear is cooler than covering the stump up. I didn't think about that, but this is actually cooler. It kind of creates this little clearing around the stump. And I can change the grass blocks out here with like a darker grass if I want. I could even just add like a random flower. Like I could literally just like plop a single flower down here. So the flowers are kind of bleeding into the area. This is kind of cute. Yeah, I could add some decorations here. Yeah, I think I actually might keep this square empty. This could kind of be fun. And we'll see if we add more later. Yo, we'll see you later, Emmy Love. Thanks for popping in today. And oh, the corn litter is flushable. That's interesting. Does regular grass need to be there for them to drop stuff? No, they'll just drop stuff outside of their home no matter what. Even if they live in a house. I was thinking about adding moss to the stone around here. I was thinking about adding some moss. I was. What up, Ren? Welcome back. Yeah, you mentioned you just kind of throw them in the pea clumps in the trash because the toilet clogs easy and it doesn't smell in the trash, right? Cool. Thanks for the advice. I really appreciate y'all helping me out on my journey here. All right, beautiful. This is nice, man. We did a really good job. Now, let's go see if this is enough. Now, here's the thing. Remember, we need something that counts for relaxation. We need something that counts for decoration, and we need a toy. Yeah, you can still get litter even if everything is covered in leafage. Yeah, you're good. They'll just drop it in the grass, and it's just like hard to see. All right, so this counts as a decoration for Spinnerack. Spinnerack's good, but this counts. Is this count as a decoration? I don't know if I want to pick this up again, but does anybody know? Does the canoe count as a decoration? Is there any way to? I think I can look in here actually. I can. Nice. I can look in here. Oh, beautiful. I love this game. They thought of everything. All right, here's the canoe. Minus. Oh, it doesn't say. It doesn't say if it's a decoration. It's probably a decoration, right? Or could it be a toy? I'm just going to pick it up. I knew that was going to happen. I knew they were going to get pissed. It's a toy. All right. So we got a new toy. I knew they were going to be pissed off. I'm sorry, dude. I knew it, dude. All right, so the canoe's back. So they both have a toy in their habitat. They both have... Does the bench count as a decoration? I don't think so. Does the light count as a decoration? Let's see. It does. So remember, there's a rule. That's the thing we're trying to remember. There's a rule. You want to have a decoration, you want to have a toy, and you want to have a resting spot in every biome. Bench is relaxation. Oh my gosh, we did it. You're right. We have everything. We did it. Now let's do our final check. Do we hit all of the notes? Lots of nature, wooden stuff. The iron benches are wood and steel. They have wooden in them. Plus the street light is wooden. Garbage, I have a recycling bin, and I think it counts as garbage. I'm fairly certain. I have to go look at the Sarah B page, but I'm going to assume the recycling bin counts. Rides can be anything that you would ride. So a slide, a bike, the space shuttle, these all seem to be ride items. We're pretty sure the canoe is counting as a ride item. Colorful stuff, I'm hoping the flowers count for colorful stuff. Sour flavors for Ariados, and that means that's the asperberry tree over here. And then dry flavors for Spinnerack, and that's the bitter, I believe, for Spinnerack. Let's check. And that's Rost. So we're good. We got a balloon in the Twitch chat this morning. So we're good. We did everything. We covered every possibility. The only thing I'm not sure about is colorful. The only thing I'm not sure about right now is colorful. Are they counting the flowers as colorful, or do they want me to maybe paint some stuff? I could paint for example, I could paint the treehouse, or I could maybe paint the lamppost or the bench. Yeah, bitter flavors, that's Rostberry. Sick. So I think we succeeded. I think we made the perfect little habitat for Ariados and Spinnerack. I'm actually super proud. I think this is awesome. And we might tweak it some more. I think we might, maybe add some more decorations or some items here later or something. Maybe we could figure out how to get like spider webs in here or something, because I see them around the world, but I don't think they're decoration items. He's sleeping on top of the oh my god. Oh my god. Can I pull out a camera, dude? Can I get up here? I'm trying to take a picture from like above. He woke up. Dang it. Whatever, dude. I'm still figuring out how to get pictures in this game. This game is beautiful. Hi, hey, what's up, dude? Want to play hide and seek? Sure. All right, let's play some hide and sneak here with the Pokemon. All right, now nobody's gonna know that I'm a whole ass house. Oh, I can't do that. Dang. Dang, they won't let me be a whole ass house. Do 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 do. I didn't think Drifloon was playing. Oh. Is there an Axolotl type Pokemon? I don't think so, but there might be one I'm not thinking about. I know the heartbeat. What crack did they slip into this game? I know. Did a Walmart order and got Mario Galaxy movie cookies? What? What are they, like sugar cookies? 4 fresh carrots. Oh, Whooper. Yeah, Whooper is. There it is. Whooper's definitely an axolotl, right? For sure. There it is. Ooh, Mudkip is an axolotl, is he? All right, now let's go check the PC and see if our Pokemon are amazing status. Just to truly lock in their habitat we built them. Okay. Ariados is dropped into nice. He still needs to acknowledge the new stuff in his home. But Spinarak is in awesome. So we successfully got Spinarak to go to awesome. We had Ariados in awesome yesterday, but he dropped. Now it might be because like we had to move all of his stuff around, and like this game's weird like that. Like sometimes it takes a moment for them to like perceive their new home. So it might take him a second to like acknowledge everything. For me to continue with the team initiation challenge, I need to get the beach, ridge, and skylands to level 5. Time to get to work. You touched the canoe, unforgivable. I took a picture of Hitmonlee and Mareep's bed, and I thought, what was going on there? What's up, Wobbleina? You should see how many of my Pokemon are at awesome, dude. I can only imagine. You have to bake them. Oh, interesting. No, we're not going to move you. I just wanted to see what was going on here. All right, let's ask about their comfort level today. Oh, I got you something. All right, so see, they weren't acknowledging the relaxation I gave them. Sometimes this is what you have to do in this game. It's not big enough. Boom. Now we know the problem. They need a bed. Awesome. All right, 6. So we have a bed for them, but it doesn't fit the theme. And I'm wondering if we can find a better item that fits the theme here. The straw bed is just kind of weird, like yellow and in your face. And is there something better we could use that fits the theme here that's also large? This is going to be tough. The hammock is really good idea. I wonder if the hammock is big enough. That's a really good idea. I got my crafting table. Can you dye it? That's a question, right? It can also be a chair, right? It just needs to be big enough. Yeah, Ariados is counting as a medium-sized Pokemon, so it's not going to be a stool. It can't be a chair, and it can't be a bench. It needs to be a 2x2 item, basically. So it can be like a large chair, but it has to be a 2x2. Yeah, here it is. The hammock looks like a 2. The hammock looks like a 2x2. What a good call out. Yes. That looks perfect. All right, we're going to go for the hammock. All right, I need to go and get a couple pieces of lumber, and I know a super cheat code to get some lumber. These blocks right here, wooden flooring. I've gotten lumber from, I think it's broken down, these pieces right here, I think. 1 piece of lumber, got it. 2 pieces of lumber, got it. Sick. I don't have to leave. I don't have to go back home. Nice. I was really trying to avoid going back to Pallet Town for the loading screen. Nice, dude. Time to stop neglecting the Magnet Buddy. Oh, yeah. Magnemite's ability is a game changer. Yes, my dude. Game changer. All right, we got to get Ariados a beautiful hammock spot here. And we're going to go ahead and just put it right under the tree, which means we are going to have to pick up some flowers here. Yeah, we're just going to put it right here, I think. We're just going to give them like some shade. Yeah, like right here. And then we have to move some flowers. Now, we are going to want to pick them up and move them because it's going to affect their humidity. And then we can come back and color it later. Got him. Hey! Hey! It's perfect! I'm so happy! It's literally perfect. This boulder's kind of in the way. If I grab a half boulder, I could have a little bit more space for flowers. We're gonna do it. We're gonna go grab a half boulder, and so we have a little bit more space for flowers. I feel confident about this because that boulder's just taking up a little too much space for what I'm trying to do here. There might be a half boulder around here somewhere. So we're just gonna check real quick, see if we get lucky. But if not, I do have one in my chest in Peloton. So we can just go grab one from a chest. Doom 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 doo 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 doom 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 doo 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 doom. Ooh, I see a water spot. These are important. These are important. Don't ignore water spots. What up, Sarcastastic? Congrats on the Void Kitty. Thank you, dude. Has anybody made their world like a Pokemon zoo respectively? I plan to do that. Because remember, I'm doing the Safari Zone. And, well, that doesn't even matter. Back here, on the back side of Withered Wastelands, I'm doing like a zoo-like area. And it's all a part of my city build for Fuchsia City. It's basically going to be reminiscent of a zoo. It's going to be pretty cool. Now, it's not going to be like full-on cages type zoo, but it's going to be reminiscent of a zoo. So I do have some plans to do something similar. Oh, there's more gravel here. We could switch to gravel and try it. Just because of that one thing that was called out, we could if we wanted. Bum, 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 bum. Dang it, what's up with all these full boulders around here? By the time I looked for these boulders, I could have gone back to my house and came back already. This is the life of a procrastinator. Did you see the person who made Jurassic Park with the fossils? No, what? No, what's up, dude? I stayed so far away from this game, like I'm confused all the time. You could talk to Pokemon, serious ACNH vibes. Why are you a flying Magnemite? So many questions, none need answers. Good morning, Beatles. So many questions, none need answers. I like that. I like your style. I like your style, Tex. Boom, boom. Do, do, do. Oh, hey, what's up, Voltorb? I just wanted to say thank you for, like, always being nice to me. Oh, cute. No problem, buddy. Thanks for the cute flower seeds. Do I need the dowsing machine to find cast form dowels? No. Cast form dowels are kind of rare, though. You get one for free at every Dream Island visit. If you climb up the little tower you spawn in, there's always one sitting there. I think you can eventually craft them, and you might need to find the recipe. You can also buy a handful from the PC shop. But I will say this. You're not crazy or anything, because the cast form dowels early on were seemingly rare. They were like seemingly rare. Yeah, I also felt that way as so. What did I come back here for? I came back here for... What did I come back here for? Frick. Brain fart. Half boulder. Thank you, Kevin. We're here for a half boulder. Do. Dang. Do I maybe not have one? Let me check. We might have to go farm one up real quick. Here it is. Perfect. Stone debris. Stone debris. Stone debris. This has a potential to be like Stardew. Everybody who plays does their own thing. They have their own focus. Sure. That makes sense. Yo, what's up, Baxter? Hey, good morning. Hope you're feeling good today, and welcome to everyone who's just tuning in. Hope everyone's feeling good today out here. If you're on YouTube, good morning and welcome to the broadcast. And of course, if you're over here on Twitch, welcome to the show as well. Just a quick reminder, following or subscribing on YouTube, following is all free ways to support the show. Hitting that like button will do the same, and we've already hit our 20 like goal for the day, so thank you for that. Otherwise, I hope y'all are feeling good here on this Wednesday, and you know, it is a Wednesday, and you know, we haven't gotten wide, so let's go ahead and lock it in here. March 25th. March is almost over, y'all. Holy heck. Can somebody tell me how to get paper and cement? So paper is going to come from a Pokemon with recycle, and then you give it waste paper. And cement's going to come from a crusher Pokemon, but you need a special device. And yeah, the story will lead you to both of them, I believe. Do. I wanna see some stretched out emotes. Smug 1 and Smug 2 will do just fine. I wanna see those divine. Hey Arnold, smiles in the chat. I wanna see those wide, stretched out emotes. All up in my face in the chat. Where you at? Boom. Pick up that boulder dash. Then we'll put down some stone debris because it's sick. What a cool item to decorate with. I wonder if I do it like this. That's kind of cool, actually. Like up against the wall like that. Yeah, okay. Kind of digging that. And we can just slap down a couple more flowers to make sure that the humidity level here is high as possible. Right? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to make sure it's nice and high over here. Look at Spinnerack sleeping on his little bench, dude. I love my little Spinnerack. Stretched out over here for sure. We could do like a nice little like jungle vibe picture. How do I zoom in? I've actually always been a big fan of Spinnerack, and Aridos, so like these Pokemon are genuinely some of my favorites. They really are. I've always been a big fan of these Pokemon. You know, I told y'all, I realized that I'm like Misty in real life. Like, I don't like bugs at all. Not even a little bit. But for some reason, I'm a bug trainer in Pokemon. I'm a bug Pokemon trainer who hates bug Pokemon. Or, sorry, real life bugs. All right, sick. Let's go check and see if the awesome score is up. Do the water plants help humidity? Maybe. That's a good thought, actually. I think they might. I think any and all greenery helps with humidity. All right. Gyarados is still stuck at nice. This happens, right? Like, again, the game just, like, gets frustrated with you moving stuff around. It takes a while for stuff to acknowledge. So I'm going to leave this alone and see if Gyarados is going to go up over time. I'm going to, like, leave them alone and see if they, like, actually get comfortable in their space here. But there's no reason in my mind why Gyarados is not at awesome right now. The classic clip. So, like, I think what's happening is that I picked up the canoe and I pissed him off. And I think that's literally all that's happening right now. Is I picked up the canoe, I pissed them off, and they need some time to readjust. Because there's always, like, this weird readjustment period. It's just weird sometimes. Right. Yeah, leave and come back, right? Like, stuff like that. So I'm just going to leave them alone because I think they're good. If I understand this game well enough, I'm fairly certain that this is all good. And we'll just wait. We'll come back either tomorrow or come back later. And we'll double check and we'll see if there's anything better we can do. But the only thing I can imagine is more color. They might want more color, which I don't have any paint besides for red, but I could come back and paint the bench and maybe paint the hammock a different color. I could come back and do that, and that might, like, make them a little bit happier. Yeah, he seems pretty happy, so. All right, cool. This is my first little design. What do y'all think about my little area? Isn't this cute? What up, Shocky Girl? Thank you for the advice. Arachnids aren't bugs. True. I want to live in that enclosure. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. Next up today, we're building Wheezing and Coughing's home. Now, Wheezing and Coughing are going to take a little bit of some challenges here. So they both want a dark habitat, which we had a whole conversation about this. And technically, if they have a roof over their head, it's dark. But if the sun starts shining in the windows and they go and stand in the sun, then it's not. It's, like, real weird. And while we could maybe get some curtains up and shut the windows out.
HYLIANNN. Much love, my dude.
Yo, what's up, Potatoes of Death? Dude, thanks for 26, dude. What up, POD? I'm not sure if you saw, but I played through Sealed Palace, by the way. And you can find the VODs over in my live section on YouTube. Eventually, I'll clean it up. But just a heads up, if you feel like digging through my live section on YouTube, I played through Sealed Palace eventually. I know you were looking forward to it. Yeah. I had a lot of fun as well. So, like, it's definitely worth checking out in, you know, retrospectively, but it's great. Just to give you a recap, I had a blast. It made me rage quit once, and the rage quit was just because the game wasn't doing what it should have been doing. It was like a weird, you know, just jank. But otherwise, besides for one rage quit, the game held up really well. And I had a blast, dude. I had so much fun, man. I'm looking forward to maybe doing other ROM hacks as well. We even had the creator in our chat at one point of the ROM hack hanging out with us and chatting with me, and it was pretty cool. Oh, yeah, let's not mention the fishing. Please. Please, dude. Oh, thank you, Grazek, for the pro tip there. Yeah, the knitting basket's the perfect solution. Yo, good morning, Captain Fox. So we need to make a garbage-friendly home with gatherings, which I don't know what gathering means, but I'm assuming it's like stuff that brings people together. So, like, I don't know if that's the same as group activity, right? Group activity, like bed, bench, anywhere where two people could interact with an item. the Game Boys with two Game Boys next to each other, right? However, gatherings could be a completely different thing. It could be like parties, stages, music, I don't know. Then we have complicated stuff, which, like, what the f does that mean? What do you want, a Rubik's Cube, dog? And then soft stuff, and then wobbly stuff. So this is going to be weird. And they both have the exact same favorites list. So just like Eridos and Spinnerack, we're building a similar home, a similar themed home, but separate. And you know how I'm going to start off their home? Because they both love garbage. Watch this. So if we go out here and I click, you see how the white outline of this house stretches in the hallway? And you see how the white line stretches into the hallway? We're gonna put a garbage area between their houses. It's gonna be like a nice little garbage area between their houses. It's gonna cover both of them perfectly. Toy blocks and sandbags are things under gatherings. Okay, toy blocks and sandbags. Can somebody, like, the Cerebi link wasn't working for me. Let me try Googling this because I haven't had time. Cerebi, Pokemon, Pokopia, favorites. Let me just get the Google link. Okay, I found it. All right, we're good. All right, we got it. So here's the list. It wasn't working before, but I got it now. And if I click on gatherings, it looks like toy blocks and sandbags are the only things right now listed. So let's go down to colorful stuff. Colorful stuff, Pokemetal, red paint, blue paint, green paint, yellow paint, pink paint. Here, I'll pull up the screen for y'all. A must-have when painting. So any of the paint, gaming fridge, any of the gaming stuff, knitting supplies, any of the paint balloons. Now I wonder, are they saying just put the paint balloon on the ground? Are they saying paint the item? So this is all still like very light information. We're not sure, right? Like this is all light information. Thank you, Doom, for reposting that message. So colorful is a little awkward, right? We could like put a stack of Pokemetal on the ground in their house, right? Like, again, this is for Ariados and Spinnerack. So it turns out we might not be fulfilling the colorful need because I was hoping it would count flowers and it's not. So unless flowers count, we might have to paint something. Pretty flowers are all flowers and potted plants. I'm shocked party balloons are not on here. Right. See, again, I don't think this information is 100, dude. We need to take this information with a grain of salt because nobody's data mined. This is just speculation from the community. So they're not, here's a good way to think about it. Not everything might be on this list yet. Balloons probably are. I think we can safely say that. You know what I mean? It's just, nobody's officially confirmed it, so it hasn't made the list yet. So like, let's go see what complicated stuff is. The CD rack and the magazine rack. Yeah, it even says right here, this page is a very work in progress. New items will be added periodically. So this helps us figure out, though, what does the game want? Instead of thinking about the specific items, we should think about what we're seeing here. So if they're saying CD rack and magazine rack, we're thinking stuff that has a lot, like a bookshelf is probably complicated. You guys see what I'm thinking here? Any item that has a lot of specific smaller items in it. A bookshelf, a magazine rack, a CD rack. These all make sense, right? A whiteboard, right? Now we're thinking, right? So if we go back to colorful, I think we can safely assume balloons would be in here. Obviously, balloons are colorful, like 100%. I don't think we even have to question that. I think painting things also is going to count. So we probably want to paint the hammock, and that's going to help us. Maybe even the benches. Let's go to garbage. So garbage seems to be the garbage bin, the garbage bags, the money bank. Which, why would this be garbage, right? Waste paper, non-burnable garbage. And so again, the recycling bin isn't here, but I'm going to argue that the recycling bin is probably going to count. I do wonder his testing process. So you guys want to hear what I think he's doing here? Sometimes the Pokemon do ask for a specific item, right? I think that's where this data is coming from. Sometimes the Pokemon do say, I want a colorful item, right? I think so. I think there is a situation where they can outright say, I want a colorful item. I want, right? Like, I want a garbage item. I think they can ask for specifics. I think so. So if that's the case, I think anything that's been recorded here is probably the rare request where they ask for a specific item. Otherwise, I really am not sure how they could be, gathering this data, so to speak. So, I don't know. But that's my thought process for sure. All right, so at least I know how to read the website, and now we have like a little bit of a better idea of what we're doing here. Boom, boom. So we're gonna need something colorful. We're gonna have to get some paint, which we will get later. And I wonder if the recycling bin is maybe not counting. So let's test something. Let's test. Let's put down a garbage can instead. Now, Spinnerack is already amazing. I'm going to pick up the recycling bin and I'm going to give it a second. And I wonder if Spinnerack will go down from amazing. Meanwhile, I'm going to go pick up some paint. And I'm going to come back. Even though I only have one type of paint, I'm just going to go pick up some paint so we can do some testing. How do you deal with Pokemon who like rain but don't want it raining in the Withered all the time? So really, a Pokemon who wants humidity can be doctored by just putting a lot of water items in their home. Like a tub or a water basin or something like that. All right. Ooh, we got some white paint. Now, otherwise, one thing you need to understand about the game is that if a Pokemon is asking to, like, they want rain, right? If they're straight up asking, 'cause I think they've asked that before, where they're straight up like, I want it to rain, right? And they're like, that's like only a temporary fleeting thing, and you don't need to fulfill that outside of the moment. So if they're truly saying, I want some rain, you can translate that as this Pokemon would like it to be raining. They want it to be more humid. They're not expecting rain all the time. Really, I think what you want to be focusing on is the humidity level. I have a Pokemon that lives in a rain dance habitat. If I ever change the cast form dials to sunny, the Pokemon becomes homeless. Right, because you're changing the habitat entirely. So you can't have a Pokemon live in that habitat if you plan on changing the dials. Yeah, that's just go move them to another habitat. Or don't touch the dials. Or third option, set up another cast form separate one for sunny day and just don't touch it ever. But I don't think it's ideal to have a Pokemon living in a sunny day area like that. I don't think that's ideal, because if you plan on using the setup, move them to a patch of grass for now. Just go ahead and grab them and just move them out for now and just deal with it later, right? But unfortunately, you cannot avoid that. So to answer your question, homie, you cannot avoid that. You are physically changing the habitat. So unfortunately, so therefore, that is it. Like, you cannot avoid that. So you have to either stop changing the habitat or you have to move them or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, you can move them out of any habitat to any other habitat. So for example, homie, what I do is, like, you see this patch of grass is Moltres' home. So you can move any Pokemon from any habitat to any other habitat. And a lot of times you're going to catch yourself doing this as a temporary thing, right? Just putting them in a patch of grass just to kind of move on and go do something else. Later on, you can go back and give them a home and make them happy and stuff like that. Right. Specific habitats are for spawn requirements only. That's a good way to word that. So I'm super happy that you asked. I'm super happy that you asked, and good to see you no post on Sunday. Hopefully that helps. What's up, Hollow Knight? Trash, I didn't get a live notification. I'm crying. Please restart. Aw. So yeah, Twitch is kind of going through it right now, and they haven't been giving out notifications. I do encourage you to join the Discord and try there. Otherwise, you could always just kind of look out for me because I'm here 5 or 6 days a week. Either way, I'm sorry to hear that. Welcome to the show today. Good morning, Sarah Loves Anakin. You haven't missed too much. We just finished up our Gyarados and Spinarak stuff today. You didn't miss too much. We finished the habitats for those Pokemon, and we're going to wrap them up right now real quick. And that's all you missed. So we spent a couple hours relaxing and just perfecting Gyarados and Spinarak's home. Dude, I love Emolga. Emolga would have been perfect for this game. Do Pokemon move out like villagers if they're unhappy? No, you're okay there, Captain Fox. So in this game, the worst that's going to happen if a Pokemon's not happy is your environment level will go down, and the environment level can always go back up. So there's no permanent punishment for doing this, besides for, you know, maybe a Pokemon killing you in your sleep, which is always a worry, so be careful. But, you know, aside from that, there isn't really any permanent damage if a Pokemon's unhappy. You can just chill and then fix them later, make them happy later. Ba-ba-boom. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right. Now let's go ahead and paint the hammock red and see how this goes. Ugh, I don't want the whole thing to turn red. That looks terrible. I wonder if I take the hammock to Smear Guru, if he can give it like 2 different colors, right? Because I think he can do that. So he could paint like the bed one color and then the wood another color. Yeah. Or even patterns. Yeah, we'll do that. I really wish you didn't have to cart him around for painting. Smear Guru can give the hammock 3 different areas. So how does it work? Do I have to bring the hammock to him, or do I have to bring him to the placed hammock? I'm not actually sure. Bam, 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 bam. Bring the hammock to him. Okay, so I'll craft one and take it to him. Do-do-do-do-do, do-do-do. The Pokopia is going well, Random Zero. Thank you. All right, well, hopefully a little bit of color in their life helps. We'll come back later, see how they're doing. Yeah, they're just... My home's quite nice, I'd say. Again, they should have everything. This might not be counting as ride, maybe. They might need another toy. So we might grab another toy for them as well. But we have the bike, so never mind. Ride is taken care of no matter what. We're fairly certain both of those count for ride. So yeah. So in all reality, maybe a toy is all I need to bring here, but I'm just going to give them the rest of the day. I'm going to see if maybe it ups from nice the next day, because I think I've provided the proper habitat. I'm pretty sure I just pissed them off because I picked up the cabin, or the I picked up the item. I think I just pissed them off earlier, and I haven't been able to get them out of it. All right. Now, I don't have all the items I need as far as garbage goes, but I do have a rough idea of what I want to do here. Yeah, we're going to do like a little garbage pit here with like a nice little sign and a bunch of garbage cans and a bunch of bags and maybe even some loose garbage on the ground. Just for like a joke, even though a gather Pokemon might come and pick it up. And then we'll have to start actually decorating their home. I'm not sure where to begin with these guys. They have a bookcase. Maybe they already like it because it's complicated, probably. It's complicated. They want wobbly stuff, which is like what? Like, what a weird descriptor for an item. Yeah, obviously the Wobbuffet Wobbler is wobbly. The resort hammock is counted as wobbly as well. Okay. Ooh, the Wiggle Mirror, maybe? Give them a math book. Math is hard. You can put the grubby items down. I do have a couple grubby items. The Olive Garden replica somebody made? Shut up. Really? I never saw that. Somebody made Olive Garden in-game? All right, so we're starting to get an idea of what we might be able to fit in this house. I think we keep the large bed. All right, sorry, this one doesn't have a large bed. Is there one in here? No, okay, so I think we're going to bring a large bed in here for them to make sure that they can fit and like lay. I think this Pokemon might count as a medium size. I have a feeling that Coughing does not. So Coughing might not need a whole bed, but I think Wheezing might need a whole bed. Oh, speaking of, we should go visit Mosslax today. We haven't done that. Let's go. May just need to feed him. Right. We're just going to give him some time. We'll slowly tweak the area dose stuff until we get it perfect. What up, Bearded Beer Fan? Good to see you. All right, let's go get a thing. I think I'm going to do more relics today. Now I'm imagining Pokemon demolishing endless soups and salads and breadsticks. Ooh, we might have some stuff to pick up here. Nice. Get ourselves some cash. Nice. All right, boom shakalaka. Ooh, I forgot. My Poke Centers are cleared finally. Well, they're not cleared, but they're finally free, dude. We can move the Poke Center today. Let's go do it. All right. Now I'm getting excited. Oh, we can finally move the Poke Center. Oh my lord. Blake Jennings made a gay club in Pokopia. Nice. Partitions can't be wallpapered. Oh, that sucks. All right, so wait. I want sweet again today. Cool. All right, then we'll find some more artifacts today, which will be nice. So we can get some more mysterious slates. Can you make a house so I move in? Yeah, sure. I love the treehouse builds people have been doing. I don't have the patience. Oh, I haven't seen anything like that. All right. If I go to Castletown first, I should have a Pokemon Center moving kit, or do I just use any old moving kit? I think I just use any old moving kit. Yeah, I think so. So I don't have the Poke Center built in Palatown. Anybody know where Hoppip would be so I can move her into her house? No, I'm not sure. But that's a good question. I haven't seen her yet either. You might just have to wait for her to show up. Because if she despawns due to the 20 Pokemon limit, you might just have to wait until she appears. Oh, here she is right here. Thanks for saying something. I'm going to give her a quick home. Thanks for saying something, dude. Nice. Yo, go ahead and just move in here for now. We can actually give you a home. I'm sad I missed her event. Aw. Don't worry, we can get you all the event items. I bought like 5 of each item, so I can give you at least 1 full set of the items if you need. And I think you can just time travel back, potentially, and do the event anyways. Don't quote me on that, but I believe you can just time travel backwards and go to the event anyways. I believe you can do that. All right, while I'm here, we're going to craft another hammock so that we can eventually test some, you know, crafting and patterns and all that. What kind of paint do I need to do patterns and stuff? Like, how does Smearguru work? So do I have to bring the paint and stuff with me and then he'll do like whatever? Like, does every pattern require different paint? I'm really so uncertain how it all works. Yeah, I'm assuming I just want to show up to Smearguru with as much paint in my inventory as possible, like different kinds, so I could do anything. Because I've been unlocking patterns. That's the thing. I have been unlocking patterns this whole time. Right? Because when you unlock a pattern, it says like, oh, a Pokemon who knows how to paint can probably help you with this. You know what I mean? So like, I've been unlocking patterns. I might have a bunch of cool stuff. Yeah, you can 3D print. You can 3D print. Dang it, they're still only doing the Lepa berries. Will you stop? Okay, we've had enough Lepa berries. Why are they focusing on the red paint first? Yeah, stop. Okay, enough. All right, give me one more. Here he is, Rampardos. The bums. Yo, come here. Got it. Thank you. He started a different berry. Bring him furniture to change the pattern, right? So I want to bring him cans of paint and the furniture, and then we can see what he can do for us for the hammock to make it a little bit more fitting for their habitat. And we'll do that later. I'm not even in a rush to do that because I want to wait until I have all the different paint done so I can see all my options. They do whatever's in the box first in the box, so you have to manually change the order. What up, Joe? How you doing, Zizzo? Are there some Pokemon that you can only find in certain areas? Yeah, not a dumb question at all. Some Pokemon have to be spawned in certain areas. And you're going to run into this problem with a Pikachu quest. So once you progress the Bleak Beach, Pikachu is going to approach you, and Pikachu is going to say, yo dog, I need you to help summon my friends. And the first Pokemon he's going to ask you to summon is Pichu. You cannot spawn Pichu in the Bleak Beach. You can only spawn Pichu in the Withered Wastelands. The game won't tell you this. They do kind of mention it, but you have to like really pay attention. And if you don't, you're going to stand there waiting for Pichu to spawn, and she's not gonna. And then the second part of that quest is going to require you to spawn Deden in the Rocky Ridges, I believe, or maybe not Deden, somebody else. But so yeah, to answer your question, yes. And then a quick PSA. If you do the Pikachu quest, don't drive yourself crazy trying to figure out what's going on. All right? You need to go to the Withered Wastelands. Just a quick PSA. I'm trying to save y'all some headache, all right? They tell you if you have the habitat. Right, like they mention it, but like I guarantee you, like most people don't see the mentioning. It's annoying. Is there any way to get dandelions after the event? I don't think so, dude. You might be able to take a picture of them and copy them in the printer machine. That would be your best bet, I think. Interesting. So you can't use like the wallpaper Valicia is what you're saying. All right, we'll grab a couple more bags of garbage. All right, cool. And then we could do like some old dusty worn crates. You know, anything back here that just kind of looks messy. Toxel was the second one. Yeah. Boom, boom. All right, we're eventually going to need more street lamps. Let me grab a couple of these while I'm here. What's the 20 limit? So Walnug, the way it works is you can only have 20 Pokemon visible at any given time in any area. So what the game does for you to make up for this is the game will naturally rotate Pokemon in and out. So if you have 21 Pokemon living in an area, they will rotate one of them out and then add the 21st in, and then rotate a different one out and then add the 21st in. And they do this gradually over time. You know, it's just like a nice casual thing, right? Not a big deal at all. Now, this could be a problem though, because what if you have 80 Pokemon living in an area? So you would have to use honey, and if you take some honey and you drop it in a Pokemon's habitat, they will spawn, and this works for houses and everything. So honey becomes your best friend in the game, because honey is going to be how you manage to get certain Pokemon to spawn when you can't find them. All right. Hopefully that helps. Don't mind me over here. I'm just crafting stuff for a potential Weezing design, and I've actually decided what I want to do. I think I'm gonna give Weezing kind of a mad scientist vibe. I think it could be sick. Like I'm gonna give Weezing like a little bit of like a mad scientist vibe, maybe. I don't know. Like it could be cool. He doesn't have hands, but he's pretty toxic. I don't think they have a preference on the type of material. Let's go ahead and quickly check. And then we'll take a screenshot again so we don't have to come back in here every time. Yeah, they want soft stuff. They do. Okay, hold on. They do. They want soft stuff. So we don't want to go with iron. Okay. So if we can avoid like iron things, we want to go for like a soft, cushy bed, right? Like straw might count as soft as well. Let's go take a look at our list real quick. Let's go see what So yeah, squishy clay, plain sofa, resort sofa, chic sofa, antique sofa, plain midi bed, straw bed, pokeball bed, plain bed, guest room bed, antique bed, all the dolls. Soft sand. Oh, soft sand. We could put like a picture of soft sand in the room. Ooh, if I have it. Ooh, okay, so I don't know if I want to do straw as much as I think I want to do like just resort or plain. I don't think I want to do chic. I'm thinking wheezing is going to have more of a run down house and coughing as well. And eventually we can make that rundown feeling happen maybe with some painting. Maybe the straw stuff isn't the worst decision for them, actually. Boom, 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 boom. I do love the idea of the hammock because it wobbles and it's potentially soft. It's not on the soft list, but I imagine it might be soft. Mew and Mewtwo love the whiteboard. What does complicated stuff mean? So we're all still trying to figure it out, but like the science set is probably going to count as complicated if I had to guess. So like I'm going to use the science set and see if it counts. All right, I'm imagining wheezing needs a massive bed. I'm imagining wheezing needs a massive bed. So we're going to do a 2x2, but just in case they're willing to accept a smaller bed, let's craft a couple resort beds as well. Content creator previews. That's interesting that they would do that. Let's craft some sofas. I don't want their houses to be like identical, but I do want their houses to have a similar vibe. They invited VGC folk. That makes sense. Stylish stool might even count as soft, to be fair. Bum, 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 bum. All right, so like I could still use the iron table, but they would actually prefer a softer table, which that might not even be a thing. Like the plain table, maybe. Right? That just might not even be a thing. Soft. What does that mean? Pretty sure they like most urban decor. Urban decor would make sense because of their wheezing or a coughing, but according to our data, you know, it's hard to say. All we know is that they like soft stuff, complicated stuff, gatherings, which we just looked up what gathering means, and it's like some examples of gathering is like toy blocks or sandbags. So like, which is weird, right? So like, I'm thinking about giving them like an old rundown, like science building with like a science set, and then like some old crates and some sandbags, and then maybe like somehow try to incorporate some wobbly stuff. I don't know. This one's going to be a weird one. It's going to be fun. So yeah, I agree with the urban. That's what I was going to give them, like an office table and like an iron table. This is like the kind of stuff I was thinking as well. But turns out they want soft stuff. So I need to pivot to like the resort chairs and stuff. So that's the problem with the urban comment, is that if they want soft stuff, they might not want to be sitting on hard iron chairs. They might want to be sitting on like resort chairs. And that kind of throws away the urban vibe instantly. Ooh, the Game Boy is a good idea. I'm gonna get a couple Game Boys going. Right, so like that's kind of a weird problem there. It's like they want urban, but at the same time it's like, but they want soft, and it's like soft and urban doesn't really naturally go well together, it seems. Either way, I agreed with that comment. I had the same feeling in my heart about it. I was like, I feel like they would want something like an urban vibe, like a city vibe, because they're poison Pokemon, you know? I do agree with that sentiment for sure. I'm right there with you. Yeah, maybe some cushions. Just in case, let's grab a straw stool and then a big straw bed. Maybe we just like that stuff more. I'll try to explain the vibe that I'm going to go for once we get in there. Because I want it to be dank and kind of run down, but also to be kind of like a little something. Like, I think this is going to work. I think this is going to work. We really should put a substitute or a ditto doll in there. Like, we really should, like, consider a substitute or a ditto doll. Because it's a cheap way to do soft. Right, the wiggly mirror. I wonder if the wiggly mirror counts as, like, complicated or wobbly. Wiggly and wobbly aren't the same thing. Ooh, complicated jumbled chords. Ooh, could be complicated. Maybe the whiteboard. Does Mew and Mewtwo have the complicated feature as well? Let's go check. If I go to complicated stuff and I scroll down, let's see if Mew and Mewtwo show up. Both of them do. Yeah, so somebody said earlier that the whiteboard was good for Mew and Mewtwo. Sounds like it's good for these Pokemon as well. So we have another one to add to the complicated list. I mean, I guess I could give them, like, luxury sofa. That's urban, right? Right, Dankroot? Like, that's urban and soft. Or, like, maybe just the antique stuff. The antique stuff counts as soft. Yeah, maybe I could just make him, like, a fancy home, I suppose. Fancy, you know? We could get a little fancy here. Boom, 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 boom. Honestly, I might take some of these gates with me. How about the blue and red sofa? I was looking at that. It's like an inflatable... It's supposed to be an inflatable water thing. Yeah. I was looking at that, but it's supposed to be like... That's like an inflatable, yeah. Believe me, I was looking at the same thing, and I'm like, I think that's meant for the water. Maybe an old PC that doesn't work as a toy. That could be complicated. Let me just take another look. Chad inspired me with the Game Boys. Garbage, we already have that covered. Gatherings, we think we're covered. Complicated, we think we're covered. Soft, we think we're covered. Wobbly, the wobbly's throwing me off, dude. I'm gonna use the Wobbuffet doll, but I only have one of them. The wobbly is really throwing me off. The other suggestion for wobbly was a hammock. So we need to think anything that like sways or wobbles is gonna work, probably. Like maybe the punching bag counts as wobbly. Why not, right? Ooh, we need some tires. Here's some sandbags. Right? Like, why not? Boom, 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 boom. The Jackbox item. Ooh, that's a good thought. Yes, like that old Gengar item. Book piles. Party paper cups. Maybe we could somehow use those. Guest room bed. Oh, here we go. We finally got a simple cushion. Nice. I did have a cushion. Good call out on that. We might need another bookcase. Let's grab that. Iron stand. Iron rack. The stupid golden teeth, man. I can't with this game, dude. Maybe a metal drum for my little garbage area. Oh yeah, the grubby papers. Yes. The grubby items. Yes. Somebody suggested that earlier and I forgot. We're about to get grubby on up in here. We're about to get our grub on, but not, wait. That doesn't work, but you know, you get what I'm saying. Maybe the office shelf. Maybe Maybe the office shelf here. Yeah, anything that wibbles and wobbles. Wigglies wobblies. There's an inflatable pseudo-widow. Yes, I didn't unlock it yet. I heard about the inflatable pseudo-widow, though. I heard about it. I know it exists. Ooh, let me get that grubby newspaper. Yeah, we're grubbing, dude. What's up? No, I don't want to display a photo. Stop. What's up? Oh, yeah, sure. We'll play a quiz. What's up, Raichu? That's the spirit. Now here's the question. Between me and Toxtricity, who do you suppose is taller? We got a brain buster here. You gave the golden teeth to the dude in the museum to create his habitat? No way. Yeah, we got a brain buster here. Which one of y'all is taller? Do 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 do. Bam, 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 bam. It is April Fool's. You can't get it without time traveling or copy. Oh, so we're going to get the pseudo-widow for April Fool's Day. Cool. I like that. Ah, now we have something to look forward to. Nice, very nice. I'll grab some trash to maybe scatter about if we're going to commit to that idea. All right, I have a Jack in the Box and I have a wobbly Wobbuffet. And we have this super sexy Porygon shelf I would love to use in a build somewhere. For some reason, the Mana Bank counts as trash. For some reason, the Mana Bank is being labeled as trash on Cerebi. That could be a mislabel, or there could be more to it. There could be more to it that we don't understand. Spoiler? Yeah, I guess that was for me to read that out loud. I don't think it was a problem that the chatter mentioned it, but I guess I could have did a better job not to say that one out. That's my bad. The more time goes on, the more relaxed I get, to be fair. We'll figure out rugs and stuff later. Yeah, we'll figure out rugs and stuff later. It happens. Yeah. I didn't even think about it. Do. More sandbags. Good. We need those. Good. More sandbags. More. Oh, nice. And we do have a soft sand to put on the wall because apparently they might like that. Bag them up. Light clay. Boom. Still only have one piece of rare candy. Anybody else ever managed to find more? Good. Monabank is useful for so many things. I've noticed that. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing pseudo-widow. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing pseudo-widow. Wacky waving inflatable arm. I couldn't keep it up. How was the kitty second night at home? So we had a couple victories this morning. The first worth mentioning is that I woke up and the litter box had been used. So this was pretty important to me because I was worried they were just like not moving, which is like probably, not too realistic, but I was still worried about it. I was still worried like, oh, what if they're just like not moving? Like they're just so in shock. So we had our first victory. We had the litter box get used. And then when I changed out the wet food for dry overnight last night, they had seemed to have, when I woke up this morning, to have pick at the food. I'm like very certain that the food had been picked at. Maybe they didn't eat much. Maybe they only pushed their head into it and then like was like, I don't want this. Either way, the food had been acknowledged, which is like a huge step. And I think they might have ate some. And then they also used the litter box a second time this morning once I cleaned it up and added more litter. So victories all around. Victories all around. Boom. Do 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 do. So they're still, you know, not at all trying to approach me, and they clearly don't want to be approached. So we're not, you know, we're not doing any of that. We're still continuing to give them the space that they, you know, seemingly are looking for, probably. All right, let me take this science experiment out and let me go do something really quick. I want you guys to notice something. Look at something. Look at this. When I put this science experiment down, watch this, everybody. Watch this. You ready? I need you guys to watch this. Look at this. Oh, never mind. Oh, never mind. Okay. Okay. So what I was trying to see was I saw these like special sparkles come out of this when I put it down, and I was wondering if that meant something. I don't know if it does. Never mind. Carry on. It's like, does that mean something? I don't think it, never mind. Yeah, mega debated. All right, I'm so happy we can put stuff on shelves. Carry on. All right, we need to finish getting the layout of the room, and we can't pick up more furniture than that might turn make Wheezing not happy. Like, hold on, let's just make you follow me. Because now we can just pick everything up, and if it gets pissed, it gets pissed. It's fine. Because I'm trying to decorate here. All right. And then we have this guest bed. We have this luxury sofa that's got like a Pikachu Squirtle Ditto pattern on it. We're not going to use that. We have this. I honestly think I might go with the straw bed, and I originally said I didn't want to do that. And I'll explain why. I think I'm going to create... I think I want to do like a very run-down building. I think I want to do a very run-down kind of like not the most well-decorated house. Because, and like, it's not going to like look nice. It's going to be very like shoddy, right? Like really kind of giving them like the home that I could kind of see a Wheezing just taking over. Like I don't see a Wheezing being too picky about the home. Like I see them just like, oh, yep, this is it. This is where I live. Right. Yeah, we do have some plans for outside. Thank you for the reminder. So like we could put the sandbags outside if we want. Now, where's my grubby newspaper at? Grubby papers. Yeah. We got grub papers, and we got a grubby newspaper. I'm going to put that up there. Yeah, he liked that. He's like, oh, yeah. I need to read the news in the morning. All right. I'm not going to do the Porygon shelf. It's a little too fancy, but is there a record player in the Porygon shelf? Or is that usable? Hold on. Oh, it's just a straight up shelf. You could store things in it. Okay, cool. So you had an idea for a haunted house in a graveyard. Can I show y'all something? Did y'all see this by chance? All right, look at somebody did. Let me show y'all something. Look at somebody did. Somebody went to the edge of the map where the fog started, and they built a house and gave it to ghost Pokemon, and it has a permanent fog aesthetic. So they went like right here at the edge of the map, and they built this massive mansion. And when you interact with the house and when you walk around the house, there's this fog, this eerie fog permanently a part of the house. And that's where they put their ghost Pokemon. Yeah, dude, it was sick, man. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, I wanted to tell you all about that. I love seeing their reactions to decorations. It makes it feel alive. Agreed. Boom. All right, we're back, buddy. Let's finish up in here. We gave you a bed. We got you some fun science experiments here. Again, I want this place to be kind of run down and ragged. Let's see what else I got in here. I think I will go ahead and maybe put... I kind of want to test this wiggly mirror out. I wonder what he would think about the wiggly mirror. I don't know. I don't know if this wiggly mirror is a little too nice to be put in here. It's a little too nice, dude. That's a thing, man. I am going to put the Game Boys here, but I think I want some wall shelves. We could use the plane table and we could paint it later. Sure. And then we can maybe paint it black or just make it look dirty. I will go ahead and put the Game Boys in here because I believe he wants a gathering item and we're thinking this might count. Oh, I just heard him. I think he acknowledged it outside. Oh no, he's hanging out. These guys are hanging out. What's going on in here? Whoa, is that a Game Boy? Now he can play with both of his heads. Well, we got a visitor. You just walk in people's houses, Magnemite? What are you doing, dude? You just walk in people's houses, homie? You can't do that. You better chill. All right, they want this Wobbuffet Wobbler, and this is the only thing that I'm like not happy about putting in the house, but like whatever. We don't really know what else counts as wobbly for now, but again, we can use context clues. So Cozy recommended the Boo in the Box. And it was like the perfect suggestion because it's wiggly, it's wobbly. So like, yeah, we're starting to like, you kind of want to use context clues and kind of think about it. Like, what would be considered wobbly? What could we do with this? I'm gonna put this here because we know they like complicated stuff. We're gonna put the CDs here. Why is it so far forward? I hate this. Who's sick? Who's sick and twisted? What? What is happening here? I hate this. We're not putting that up there. We'll put the grubby papers up here. No, they're all hanging off. I hate this. Stop it with the hanging. I'm assuming like power cords will count as complicated. That just makes too much sense. Dude, why is there so many Pokemon in this house all of a sudden? Get out of here. I'm busy. I'm trying to work over here, dude. Are they following you? Well, I think that's the whole thing with the gathering item. That's like the whole thing. I think it gathers Pokemon around. I imagine that might be what's going on right now. Like maybe? What? What? Get out of the way, man. Will you get out of the house? This is just Animal Crossing all over again. I know you're pissed about the crate. I'm trying, but you got a party. Why do you got a party when I'm trying? I'm losing it. He's like, oh, my crate. Well, hello? Could you stop inviting people over for like a half a second and then maybe you get your freaking crate back? Oh, another friend came over. Oh, I'm so glad you're having this great party in here, you son of a... Farty party, huh? He wants decoration gatherings. Look, this is what we're talking about. Look. Look, this is how you can tell. This is what Dazabound asked. How is he getting this information? Right here. Guess what? The Game Boys don't count. We can confirm it. There's a reason they're not on the list. They unfortunately don't count. So while like they could still be left in here for maybe other reasons. Power? I don't think they need power. The Game Boys don't need electricity, do they? I don't think they do. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think they do. Are they toys, not decorations? Oh, they're toys. They're toys. They're not decorations. That's the problem. There it is. So we need to get a gathering decoration, which we already have. It's the sandbags. I'm already prepared for this. Yup. Chat figured it out. Yup. That's the problem. So we needed... Boom. Wait, do sandbags actually count? Maybe they don't. Maybe I need more than one sandbag. So Cerebi could be wrong about this. Cerebi's wrong about this. Sandbags do not count as gathering items. I thought gathering decoration would be party stuff. Right. We're all figuring this out together. Right. So we're not like sure, right? So there's a website, Cerebi, where like they're trying to figure out like how this all works, and we're trying to figure it out together. But the website for some reason had found the data that sandbags count as gathering items. But it doesn't look like they do. That looks like that's actually completely wrong. So we need a decoration that's a gathering item, and it looks like sandbags don't count. Now, maybe the trash cans and stuff outside will. Let's go test. Do we think at a certain point there's too many items, like there's an item limit? Nah, I don't think anything like that's going on that I know of. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to do a little garbage area back here. Does a sign work? Maybe. Tell them to look and notice the sandbags. That's what I did. That's how I found out that they weren't working, everybody. Because you see, I know how this game works. So what happens is that when you put down an item that is a part of their comfort request, and then you click on the how's your comfort level button, they acknowledge the thing you put in the room. So if these sandbags counted, they would acknowledge them. And if the trash cans and stuff that I just put outside counted, he would be acknowledging them right away. I promise you, I've played over 100, almost 50 hours of this game, and I guarantee you he would notice them right away. I would have the option, instead of saying, all right, look at, so instead of saying, how's your comfort level? It would be replaced with a different text that says, I got you the item you were looking for. So until it says, I got you the item you're looking for, it is not following the requirements of his request. And in this case, his request requirements are decoration gatherings. So until we get an item down in his habitat that is a decoration gathering item, it will keep saying, how's your comfort level? But as soon as we put down the right item, it'll stop saying that. And instead, it'll say, I got you the item you were looking for. This is how the game functions. And this is how you can tell if you got the right stuff for a Pokemon. Right? So again, so I can pretty much 100% confirm right now that sandbags are not counting as a gathering item, just due to the nature of like how much of the game I've played and how many times I've done these types of interactions. So I can pretty much guarantee it's unfortunately not working that way. So bum 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 bum. See, how's the comfort level? Garbage bags worked. Thank you for making my day. You see how now it shifted over to a check mark? You saw it wasn't doing that before? Boom. Garbage bags worked. We got it. We're good. Easy peasy. Yep. Exact. So sandbags aren't working for gathering. So I wish I could tell Cerebi that to take that off their website, because sandbags aren't working. I was going to decorate with the sandbags anyways, because they kind of make it feel run down in here. But we're good. Yeah, sick. All right, we got them. So trash bags count as a gathering item, which, again, how do you interpret the word gathering? It's a collection of items coming together is my interpretation, which is why sandbags might have been considered, but it's wrong. And this is why toy blocks are apparently a gathering item, because it's a bunch of small items coming together. Now, people assumed that the Game Boys were going to count, but that assumption didn't work. Now, why? Well, because these Game Boys are separate items that we're putting next to each other. But if you think about it, putting a single Game Boy down doesn't count as a gathering, does it? It doesn't bring a bunch of people together. It's not a bunch of small items put together. Therefore, it's not a gathering item. So sandbags made sense, but if for some reason it's not being counted. However, trash bags make sense and it is being counted. So we're slowly figuring out what gathering could mean. So it could mean a picnic basket, bringing Pokemon together. It could mean, a berry basket. It could mean a berry basket, right? So that's how I'm interpreting the gathering item now that I've had some interactions here. That's how I'm personally interpreting it. Interpreting? Not sure what that is, but you know, we're out here interpreting. I kind of want to put a garbage can in this room. And then maybe a bag of garbage in front of it. I assume the garbage bags attract filth Pokemon. Well, they do. But they also count as a gathering because either because you're gathering a bunch of trash and pulling it together, or because, as you said, a bunch of trash Pokemon love it and it attracts them, right? So I'm not sure what the logic is here. Either way, the logic is either that it's a bunch of small items coming together, or it's because it attracts a bunch of trash Pokemon. That's the thing. I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know why the garbage bags are counting, but they are. It's a little bit of a weird one, yeah? All right, we have a doll in the room for soft stuff. We have an empty table now. Is there... Oh, yeah, we can add the grubby papers to the table, which Weezing's gonna love. And then we could put some like books on the other side. Perfect. No, I keep forgetting to set up the Animal Crossing movie night. I just keep forgetting to set a date for it. We can do it ASAP, y'all. Thank you for your patience. I just keep forgetting to set a date for it. But I'm open to watching the movie whenever y'all want. Should we put a picture in here maybe? Should we put Sexy Machoke in here? Should we fill their house with Sexy Machoke? That'd be awesome. Oh, the movie night would be awesome. Not Sexy Machoke. Here, let's put this picture I took of his buddy coughing. Yeah. There's an Animal Crossing movie that was Japanese only. So we can either watch it in Japanese with English subs, or we can watch it with a fan dub. There was a bunch of fans got together and voice acted the movie years and years and years ago. And both are really good ways to watch it. We usually do the fan dub because it's easier for people to listen instead of having to read subtitles. And that's what we'll do this time. We'll do the fan dub again. I think it's the best play. Yeah, Dobutsu no Mori movie. Yes, exactly. So yeah, we can get that going for y'all here soon. I have no problem getting that set up here. I just kept pushing it aside, and I wasn't giving it the time I needed to. I think we're good. There's a toy, there's a relaxation, there's a decoration. It's dark, it's complicated, it's soft, it's wiggly. Let's go see what Weezing's attitude is. Let's go see if we boosted him a little bit. Is it soft and wiggly? I think so. I think we have a soft and we have a wiggler. I think so. Which berry is sweet? The Pekka berry. Yo, he's an awesome. We did it. That is the most satisfying feeling when you are just decorating blindly and then you go and you see the awesome. Like that is so it's like, yes, like we figured it out. We got it done. Weezing's home is perfect. We have created another perfect habitat, which I cannot help, but it leads me back to freaking Ariados. What are we missing for this Pokemon to go back to amazing? Does it need more flowers? Is the humidity level just not high enough? I'm gonna add some more flowers. Get Machoke out there. He'll raise it. Okay, maybe that was it. Maybe it was. You know, somebody earlier was like, you should just add a quick humidifier just to see. And I was like, oh, should I? And I was like, I don't know. Oh my gosh. It might have been, I needed a little bit more humidity. We might be good. We might have fixed it. Let's go see. Now, we also might just have to wait till like tomorrow and do another comfort quest or something for them. Maybe food, but it takes a second for this stuff to update, so it might not have updated right away. Yeah, so we have to wait a second, but it should at least go from nice to great if it was a humidity problem. If it was, which doesn't even make any sense because there's so much green in water here. And then the other option is colorful, right? The other thing that we've realized is something more colorful could probably go a really long way. See, it keeps saying it's pleasantly humid. It's pleasantly humid. It's like it's bouncing back and forth between the humidity and non. It's weird. It's pleasantly humid. It's pleasantly humid. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's pleasantly humid. It's real weird. I'm going to just go ahead and pick up this grass and put another flower here. Because I think the flowers add more, just in case. I swear, somebody, Kerbu called out that like sometimes the clouds passing over can like affect a Pokemon in the moment. And I swear the clouds were affecting this outside build. I swear they might have been, dude. Which is hilarious if that's true. Because it's an outdoor habitat. You're going to your first Dream Island? Wow, Ariados is being a boob. They're still stuck at nice. I might just have to wait till tomorrow. I wonder if I take them out of the habitat and put them back in to like reset them. If that would like maybe... My spider Pokemon was in the water at Bleak Beach with a sheep. What's going on over there? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna move them and then move them back. Because I feel like this is like a bug, and like I've encountered these types of bugs sometimes in this game where like it takes like a while for a Pokemon to like really lock into their new habitat. Sometimes giving them a berry they like will improve it a stage, right? We do have some berries on us. Let's do that. Let's give them some food. Good call. Give them a little treat. Maybe that'll make them... My friendship went up with them for sure. Do cooked foods that align with their favorite flavor do more than berries? Oh yeah, they do. I think so. Dude, it's so weird that they're stuck at nice. Meanwhile, Spinarak's an awesome, and there's like no difference really in their habitats at all. That's so weird. Do we think maybe it has something to do with some of the stuff outside? Basically, their sides are just identical. Their sides are basically identical, but just opposite. It's so confusing. What if you swap their positions with each other? That's a funny idea, just to see what happens. That's a really funny idea, dude, actually. All right, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna stop thinking about this so much. I'm just gonna try it. We'll come back because we created them such a nice space. We need to stop thinking about it so hard. All right, did we put a sign down over here? I want to do a sign because the sign feels like it works for like the garbage area. Weezing just hanging out, sleeping by the trash cans. Yeah, exactly, Kerbu. I'm like getting into my head about this, but like I know that, right? I know better. I know that it just takes time and I'm just being a boob, but all right, cool. And all this garbage and stuff is going to apply to... All this garbage and stuff is going to be applying to coughing. So we talked about that earlier, but there's a reason why I did all this. Is because all this garbage and stuff is also going to apply to coughing. So coughing, I think, is going to be happy. Just as happy right out the gate. All right, and then now if we go over here, we have coughing's home. And I think we're going to do a similar vibe for coughing, maybe. Maybe less science and more... Maybe more cutesy. Maybe we give coughing like a cutesy little home. What's up, dude? All right, let's go. I think we'll give him a similar vibe, though. You found a new berry? Dude, nice. He's being a stubborn sibling that just isn't happy even with the same thing. Yeah, exactly. The stubborn sibling. I could not have worded it better. All right, we'll do a straw stool. I mean, I'll just give him a bed too. Why does it matter? All right, some place for you to sleep, dude. And then we're gonna put the bookcase in front of the window because that just makes sense because he likes it dark anyways. And I just think that's kind of cool. I'm gonna put the Diddle doll in here. And we'll do the same thing. We'll put it on top of the shelf. Wow, a Diddle doll. He's loving this. He's just reacting to everything. Wow, a Diddle doll. Oh, a window that we accidentally took. Oops. Oh, a Diddle doll. All right, we can put a computer in here, but the computer is not going to be on. And I kind of like that. I kind of like that it's not on, but I guess it would be better if it was, but I kind of like that it's not on. I think that goes better with like what I'm trying to do here. Throw some sandbags down. So cute. Dude, I love it. Oh, we forgot to throw some tires out. Yeah, we're doing some tires out here for sure, dude. The tires just make too much sense. Little trash area, you throw some tires. All right, and then we are gonna put a bag of garbage and a garbage can in his house as well. Oh, garbage can! Whoopee, dude! This game is too precious, man. This game is too precious. dude. Wowie zowie. Dun, dun, dun. All right, we'll do some scattered books on the ground. Because I don't have any complicated cables. We'll do some books fell down from the bookshelf vibes. This game just makes me so happy. It's so dumb. Jump scare over here. Who's outside? Tinker, your weapon jump scared me, homie. Chill. Now, you'll notice we haven't done much outside of the front of their house. I might do more outside of the front of their house later. I might do that. Oh, I wonder if I could just drop some non-burnable garbage. Oh, you can't really do that. You can't decorate with that. Interesting. The game said no decorating with non-burnable garbage. All right, I'm going to give you a little stool. I think that'll be cute. As if you're using the computer, even though we know you're not. And yeah, here we go. I was looking for like a little table. Perfect. We got a little office dresser. And then I could put something on top of this, and I don't know what to put on top. You know, we don't have a good wobbly item in here for him. So we might not be able to make the perfect habitat unless I take a picture of this freaking Wobbuffet. Let's do that real quick. You can drop the non-burnable. I tried. It wouldn't let me put it down like furniture, but maybe I can just drop it in my inventory. Thanks for placing trash in my apartment. Let me see. Yeah, like it won't let me like put it down. Is there a drop option? There is. Drop. Hey, sick. I wonder if they're going to acknowledge it. Do you think that they... Like, do they acknowledge it? Like, are they going to just be like, yeah, you know, like, I wonder if to them, it's not going to count as anything. It's not going to be furniture or anything. I have been using grubby items. For the wheezing design, we used a bunch of grubby items, but I ran out. Wheezing got all the grubby items, unfortunately. So we'll bring some more back. We'll bring some more to this dude in the future. All right, I think I'll throw a set of tires in here. I think that could be cool, and it could, I don't know, maybe count as wobbly. Let's talk to him. But in order to max him out, are you giving him one of everything he likes? Kind of, yeah. So I'll explain in just a moment. Let me split up. Oh, we already got him to awesome. We're done. We're done. All right. So now I don't like how empty the center of the room is. That's the only thing, but so I might not be done here, but I don't even have to bring him a wobbly item, but I will bring him a wobbly item because I'm trying to go for what I call perfect habitat farming. So let me explain what we're doing here. So in my opinion, to make a perfect habitat, you need to apply at least one item from every one of their categories. You want to have potentially a source of food in their area for their favorite food. I think the food thing is optional because if they're indoors, the only thing you could do is like put a plate down. That's like not really intuitive. So the food thing is only really for outdoor exhibits. You can ignore that. So that means that it's these 5 items every time. So in this case, I needed one item that represented garbage, at least one item that represented gatherings, and we're figuring all that out together. One item that represented complicated, so bookshelves, cords, science sets, CD shelves, soft stuff, so dolls, resort furniture, straw beds, and then wobbly stuff, which is a little bit, we don't know, but we have a solution. It's this Wobbuffet doll that's obviously a wobbler. Now, then you also need to pay attention to their ideal habitat. So these 6 things are what I call the perfect habitat. And as long as I can fulfill the perfect habitat, that's my goal. So I have this little like personal journey that I'm doing. And that when I build habitats for Pokemon, I am going to try to create the perfect home for them. And for me, that means decorating a space with everything and anything that represents like that list of 5 items, 6 if you count the food, and the ideal habitat. So in this case, the ideal habitat is dark, which means just don't put any lights in their house and you're fine. That's like the rough way to think about it. Now, sunshine can go in the window and could potentially cause this habitat to get less dark during certain times of the day. There is a dynamic lighting system in the game. We're fine. It's not going to mess with them too much. It'll be all right. So this is our example of an ideal habitat, the perfect habitat for Weezing. It's an old rundown kind of office building where a scientist used to live, and Weezing took it over. And we got some old grubby newspapers and files, and for some reason he liked soft sand because soft sand counts as soft. So I put a picture of it on the wall. I thought maybe that would count. I don't know. And then for coughing has the exact same requirements. So for coughing, we did the same thing. Soft stuff, complicated stuff. Instead, this time it's like maybe some sort of scientist, but this time they have a computer. And then to put the cherry on the cake, I want you to take a look at the dotted lines here. You see how coughing's habitat stretches into the alleyway? See the dotted line? Now watch Weezing's. So I decided to turn the alleyway between their houses into a garbage dump because they both love garbage. So the icing on the cake is that they both live in this wonderful garbage dump that's like perfect for what they would like in their habitat, right? So it's sick. Why is Magikarp tweaking in the alley? He must have found the good stuff. I think we actually want to pull this forward one more. It just makes too much sense. And I would put another recycling bin here. We could even maybe get away with pulling it one more. So it's like a little bit more visual that this is garbage alleyway. Right? And there might even be more garbage items we could use later. Like we could slap some sandbags down in here on top of the barrel maybe. Is that a thing I can do? Yep, it sure is. Just to make it make even more sense. Oh yeah, I brought fences with me. Yes, that's why I brought these. Yes, chat, you're amazing. All right, so let's scoot everything down so we can maybe put this fence. Oh, the fence isn't gonna fit. No. I need one more space between. So we would want to use like an actual fence. Right? We want to use an actual fence, which we can do that. We can go craft one. All right, so perfect. So I'm going to pull everything forward here so that we can fit an actual fence back there. I just want to quickly say I officially found all the legendaries from Dream Islands. Get out of town. Do-do-do-do-do. You take this cab fare and go. Get out of town. What Pokemon has Bulldoze? Clodsire, Onyx. I could even put a gate here if I wanted. Well, we could have some fun. Chat coming up with the sick ideas. I audibly screamed, a very adult thing to do. I love it. We could pick this up. because they weren't looking for this. Harry Mama? The Franken Beans chicken? Wait. Gotta have a gate up. Don't want anybody stealing the trash. Gotta have a gate up. Now, I could put this gate right here if I wanted, which would be kind of funny, but no, we're gonna use a fence. We're gonna use the same fence. Let's go craft some fences here in just a minute. I'm trying to be careful about picking the trash up, everybody, because I could accidentally, like, I could piss off the Pokemon. I'm just trying to avoid pissing off my Pokemon, all right? So instead of picking the items up, I figured I would just do an old classic push and pull so that I don't piss anybody off. You have to be careful about pissing your Pokemon off. They'll come running out of the house mad at you. They'll come running out of the house mad at you like, oh, you moved my stuff. What are you doing? They'll come out of the house pissed, dude. Don't do that, dude. Don't do that. Do-do-do. Ba-dum-ba-dum. All right, sick. Let's go figure out what fence we're gonna do. Hey, Ditto, let's have a talk. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's go figure out what fence we're gonna use. And then let's go check and make sure coughing and wheezing are still amazing. I think we're good. Aw, Bell Bun, I've done that countless times. I'm imagining an episode of Hoarders with Pokemon now. Yeah, wheezing and coughing are up. Sick. Let's go see what fence we're gonna use. Back to Castletown. Squirtle did that to me. I moved my Ditto plush to my house and he got mad at me. Thank you, KJ. It's been nice having you here as well. I appreciate that, man. It's nice to have everyone here this morning, by the way. Good morning and welcome back to the broadcast as we dive back into some Pokopia today. You're destroying something they like. What's up, Aaliyah Renee? Of course, if I missed anybody rolling into the stream, don't be shy to repost your message. Do an @Hylian Descent. Yeah, I'm up for a quiz. What's up, man? What flavor does Rampardos hate the most? Oh, he hates sweet flavors for sure. Yeah. Morning, yo, enjoy your work today, Dragon Tamer. Any idea who you're working on after these two? Yeah. It's going to be Venomoth and Venonat. And we have to go snatch up Venonat here soon. So first off, let's see what fences we're about to craft. So a fence to keep out... It doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be a fancy fence. It looks like all I have is for gates. If I want to do a gate, I need to use wooden, which we're going to do that. The swinging doors are cute. Oh, homie's got his paint for me. Yo, you got that paint done? Yo, the blue paint I asked for. Let's go. Dude, legend. All right, I'm going to grab you and I'm going to have you do some more work. So I can explain the legendaries to you. So here's how this game works. So as you go through the story, you're going to encounter a handful of legendaries naturally. As you go through the story, you're going to encounter about 4 to 5 legendaries. And every time you encounter them, they're going to be officially a part of your Pokedex. They're going to register to your Pokedex. All right, so that one makes sense there. Then there's also legendaries that you have to unlock in a different way. So to explain, there's the 3 legendary birds from Kanto can only be unlocked by finding and building 3 special areas. All right, actually, we should have probably switched out the Chesto berries. Okay, they're already gone. We're good. Thank goodness. They're doing something else. So I'll show you the buildings really quick. So once you get to Pallet Town, you can build an abandoned power plant. You can build a frozen shrine over here. Or you can build a flame altar. And all three of these buildings will give you one of each of the legendary birds. So you have the story legendaries. Then you have the 3 legendary birds. And then there is 3 legendary dogs that are hidden on Dream Islands. Dream Islands can be visited once a day in game. That's all you get. All right, so let me rephrase that. You get to visit 1 new Dream Island a day, but you can revisit the same one as much as you want within the same day. And these Dream Islands have a chance to have a legendary Pokemon on them. The 3 legendary dogs and Mewtwo can be discovered to become permanent members of your society on the Dream Islands. We don't know the odds. We're pretty sure it's like 1 out of 20, maybe 1 out of 100, but we don't know the odds. So it's a % chance. Now, you can cheese this, by the way, by just time traveling to the next day. Then you can go to another new island, and then you can do it again and go to another new island, but you don't have to do that. So that being said, you can get the legendary dogs and Mewtwo from Dream Islands. You can get the birds from Pallet Town, and you can go back and register, you can register all the story Pokemon, all the story legendaries as you meet them. Then you can go back and get Volcanion to live with you as well if you go back to the Rocky Ridges and like fire off some fireworks or something. And I think that's it. You can never get Kyogre to live with you. He's too big. And I think that's it. That's it. That's all you need to know about legendary Pokemon. I got Suicune way early. Yeah, it's all RNG. So you got lucky, but like, you know, in a good way. All right, let's clear out this inventory a little bit. Of course, I might have overlooked something, so you're welcome to keep asking questions. But yeah, that's it. So the legendary Pokemon do have a special ability. If a legendary Pokemon is living in a habitat, they automatically increase the environment level of the area that they live. So early on in the game, if you can get your hands on a legendary early in the game, you can really boost your environment level up by just having them live in a town. And that's really the only special thing legendary Pokemon do at all. Is they just make environment levels easier, but like that's it. Like that's the only special thing that they do. Otherwise, they're just legendaries and they're awesome, you know? Seeing Moltres flying around is cool. Yeah, oh, I forgot about Mew. Thank you. And then finally, last but not least, you can get Mew in this game, and they're locked behind a side quest in the game that involved collecting 27 mysterious slates. Thank you. Good to see you, Bookish Faye. Yeah, and I didn't mention Lugia and Ho-Oh, but Lugia and Ho-Oh can also be registered in your Pokedex, but they are a little bit harder to acquire. They require a bell to be crafted, and then you have to ring the bell when they fly by. And the bell for Lugia is a little easier to come by. The bell for Ho-Oh is a little harder to come by. I don't really all the way know exactly how this works, but I just know they're a little harder. Ho-Oh's a little harder. Yeah, no problem, JD. Yeah. Once you finish the slates, you can keep finding them in shiny spots and they do not stack. That's annoying. I also heard that you cannot get a double of a mysterious slate until you finish the mysterious slate quest. So if you're curious, you'll never get a double until you finish the quest. then you can get doubles. What's up, Calico, by the way? Good to see you. All right, here's the fences. Let's just do the iron. Oh, let's do the wooden siding. Attach these to rocks, dirt, or walls. No, we don't want that. Wooden posts. I want something that looks not too official. I'm either going to go with iron or wooden. I think the wooden posts seem pretty fun. Let's craft a couple of these. And then let's craft I don't want the iron enclosure. I know what that looks like. It's like it's closed off. It's like a grate almost. Yeah, we don't want that right now. Okay, I think we're good. All right, now let's go to the Rocky Ridges and let's grab Venonet because somebody just reminded me that the next project we're working on, Moonflower Games asked, is we're going to be working on Venonet and Venomoth. We're giving them a dual story home, one room each. I leave my dog with the Pokemon channel playing all day in the background and with food and water, but it's never good enough for them to spite me. She takes out all of my son's toys and scatters them to make me trip. Oh no! Dog spite is a brutal mistress. Yeah, Ray-Bans. That's somebody else said that they also found Suicune like really early, but they didn't realize that like what they were looking at. So, oh, we have enough money to buy these recipes. Let's do that real quick. My daily recipes. I don't know if we have these purple flowers, so we're gonna buy a bag of these. And that's it for now. All right, we're grabbing Venonet and we're bringing Venonet home with us, which means we can finally pick up this science set that's been on the floor. Yo, what up, dude? Follow me. All right, and I guess I'll pick your science set up and your alarm clock, because maybe you're gonna want that at your new house, I guess. All right. How's the kitty doing? What's up, Losterist? They're doing relatively well. We had 2 victories today that show signs of, you know, easing into their new home. Using the litter box and eating a teeny bit of food, which is pretty awesome. So super happy about that. Really excited. And so just very baby steps, but we're getting there. So it gave me peace of mind because I was still stressed out that they were in like shock to the point of being in an unhealthy place, not eating. The other thing I was worried about was that they were potentially using the bathroom on the floor under the chair in their hiding spot because they were so afraid. But as the chat comforted me yesterday, they said cats are very particular about litter boxes, and true. And they went to the litter box and they finally used it. And it seems like they picked at the dry food a little bit, which is awesome. So now I can continue to just leave them alone and I don't have to worry anymore. They are acclimating. It's just going to take them a while. So I don't have to worry, which is nice. And from here, now I can start the very slow process of continuing to get them more comfortable with me. So I didn't do any of this yesterday. I decided not to, but today I'll be spending maybe 2 or 3 hours in the space that they're in, my living room. And I'm going to go ahead and, oh my gosh, Venonet's walk is insanely cute. Look at him. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and hang out in the living room quietly and just get them a little bit more comfortable with me as a person. So we're going to do that. We'll do that today. Now I have spent a little bit of time in their space just to kind of get them again comfortable. Anytime I fed or like cleaned their bowls and switched water, anytime I did that, I would like lay in there just like and hang out for like 30 minutes. So I've been like slowly doing that kind of stuff. But today we'll be doing a little bit more. I want to make it clear though, I don't plan on approaching them at all anytime soon for a couple more days. So I'm not going to do any approaching. I'm not going to like even acknowledge them. I'm just going to sit in the room so they can get used to my smell and just me and my, you know, everything that my energy, right? I won't try another approach for a couple days. I'm thinking maybe Friday. I'll open up a snack and I'll like see if I can get them to kind of come to me, but it's probably going to take about a week. Like, to be fair, it's going to take like a week. Like, they're probably not going to really want to approach me for about a week or two, which is fine, you know, as long as they're eating. I don't care about anything else. So, as long as they're just healthy, you know. This is kind of cool. I kind of like what we're doing here. This is kind of cool, dude. Should we put up one more? Should we put one more level of fence here? Did you build this all by yourself? So these buildings are kits. These are kits. Everything you see is a kit right now. But I did build this whole backyard by myself. But yeah, these are kits. I am going to be building a gym soon. What do you think? One more higher, or is that good enough? What do y'all think? Professional opinions of chat? One more higher for the fence? Or you think that's high enough? Let me show you from the perspective of the ground. The backyard looks cool. Thank you. Looks good. Looks good enough. You think it looks good? And then I'm not going to put a fence here. What I was thinking about putting here is a gate, though. But let's just see what it looks like. Perfect. Like, I might actually leave the gate. Like, that kind of works, doesn't it? It kind of works, actually. It's kind of cute. I kind of like the gate, dude. It kind of works, like a little trash area. What about the houses that are broken? Are there parts to fix them? No. So like if you wanted to fix this house up here, you would have to manually fix it yourself like you're playing Minecraft. So you would have to take, and you, Sister Honey, you're a beautiful designer in Minecraft. So like you would do fine, but yeah, you would have to take the time to craft. First off, you would need to get the recipes, which you'll get them. You're new to the game right now, for wooden paneling, right? These are called like wooden paneling, wooden flooring. You know, this is called plaster wall and it's painted pink. And then you would have to rebuild it like you're playing Minecraft yourself. So these broken down buildings, you have two choices as a player. You either just completely wipe them, destroy everything, and start with a clean slate, or you can try to rebuild these buildings Minecraft style. And you'll get more recipes and you'll get more stuff to do that over time. Right? You'll get roofing tiles, right? Like you'll get this roofing tile recipe over here. You know, a lot of that stuff, like you will get those recipes as you play a little bit more of the game. But you would be expected to build the houses yourself. That is kind of what this game is presenting. They are kind of saying, you know, either go Minecraft or clear the plot completely, and then you could just put down a kit and have the game kind of build the house for you, and that's your choice. Right? Now, then you have these types of houses as well. Just to follow up on what Nabby Curry said, these houses are not block houses. These are what we call prefabs. And to give you guys a clue on the lingo here, all right, anything that you ever hear me call a prefab house, what we're talking about, all right, what we're talking about is a house with a cutscene. So you see this building right here is called a prefab. And here's how you know the difference. There's a cutscene to enter. So the little leaf huts are prefabs. Right? So anytime you enter a building with a cutscene, this is what we are dubbing as a community prefab houses. It's another way to say cutscene houses. So you have cutscene houses, but then you have Minecraft block houses. And the reason that you need to understand the difference is because you can get kits for both. I did not build this house myself. I used a kit. I loaded up 5 Pokemon and a bunch of items, and the Pokemon built this for me over an hour or a day. But guess what? It's a Minecraft building, so I could literally destroy it if I wanted to. Look, it's all blocks. I could destroy the whole building. That's the difference. You see one of these houses, you cannot destroy these. When you put a prefab down or a leaf hut, a leaf house, you can't destroy these. The only way to get rid of these is to use a demolishing kit. So that's the big fundamental difference between the two different styles of buildings. Cutscenes, no cutscene. And if you put down a kit for a house like this, you could technically take all the materials. You could technically break it down if you wanted. So another way to think about it is Minecraft houses versus regular houses. Or you can take the parts one by one and build a new one, right? Which, thankfully for you, you're really talented at doing. I've seen you play Minecraft. You know what I mean? So for you, you're like, you're so good at that. Like, you could easily do that as well. The pink hut, which is the same as a half-destroyed house above, correct. And then there's also pink cottages. This is a pink cottage. And then the other one's smaller. It's called a pink hut. Yeah, so there's different sizes. So this is the cottage right here. It's a little bit bigger, and it was better for what I was trying to do. Yeah, same here, Happy Kylie. I'm not trying to do all that necessarily. I might do a little bit. Like, we're going to build a gym here with block by block, and we'll be doing that here at some point. Y'all can see me do some Minecraft building. So real quick, though, I want to move this Poke Center before we forget. So do I just put a relocation kit in front of this? Yeah. Let's go ahead and try this today. Relocation kit. All right, and then we won't be able to put it down if there's a Pokemon inside, which is why we had to wait until the end of the freaking event to do this. Got it, which means there's no Pokemon inside. We're good. So now let's go ahead and get 8 Pokemon, and let's get this done. Let's get this Poke Center moved, baby. You also cannot replace the blocks under prefabs. Yep, I've learned the hard way. You want to go see Zero? You want to have your feelings hurt, Zero? You want to have your feelings hurt, man? You ready for this? My feelings are hurt. And now yours are too. Sorry about that. Look at this. Look what I did over here. Look at this. You can't do anything about this, everybody. So the only way I could deal with this is I have to full on move this building, relocate it here, fix the blocks, move the whole building back. It's just not something I'm even going to do right now. I'm just going to do it like way later when I am randomly farting around at night and I'm like, all right, let's just do this real quick. You know what I mean? I'm just not even going to bother. You have to change it before you build it. Yep. And that's only the prefab houses. If you build a Minecraft house, you can change the base anytime you want. So just to kind of give you some clarification, this house right here, I can change the blocks under this house if I want. So that's the luxury of a Minecraft house versus a prefab. Prefab, think Animal Crossing. Minecraft, well, think Minecraft, right? And there's a pretty like distinct difference, right? So I can't change the ground under those because I didn't know that. Again, I'll eventually move them and move them back. It's not that long of a process, by the way. It's not that long of a process to move stuff around, especially with Tinkmaster. So it's not the end of the world. But it does suck that I have to spend like 20, 30 minutes of my time moving these buildings. Thank goodness it doesn't take any materials to do it. That's like the saving grace, is relocating buildings don't take any materials. It's only just Pokemon, which is awesome. They don't punish you. Now, I do think this game does punish you for demolishing. I think if you build a building and you demolish the building, you lose all the materials. Does that make sense? I think so. I haven't tested this. If anybody can confirm. But it is of my speculation that if you build a building and you put in 20 bricks, 20 iron, and all these materials, and then you decide you want to demolish it later, I think you just lose everything. Which I really hate when games punish you for changing your mind. I think this is something that games need to stop doing in this space. Don't punish me for being in the mood to change my mind. Like, I think that mega sucks. I think that mega blows. So I just realized something because somebody mentioned they don't like the blocks under the Poke Center. Well, you can actually get different Poke Centers unlocked. And I wonder if they have different blocks under them. They do. Okay, demolishing does put the materials back. Yes! This game thought of everything. Yes! Oh, I can kiss these developers on the lips, dude. I was so worried about demolishing these buildings. Like, I accidentally built a bunch of houses that I don't need right now. And instead of demolishing them, I moved them because I was like, what if I want to use them later and I don't want to waste materials? I could just demolish them and get them out of our way. Oh, yes, dude. Hi, I'm the developer. Yes, dude. So anyways, look, you can actually build different Poke Centers. Once you get a Poke Center to a certain level, you can build a different Poke Center in an area. And look, it has a different ground. Look. The ground here is like lit up for the Skylands. Right? And then up here, it looks like this one is stone and this one is brick. So like if you want a specific base, you might want to build a different Poke Center. You might be able to do a different Poke Center. Yeah, thank you, Little Clover. Twitch chat has confirmed as well, so we're good. Yeah, I wasn't sure and I was too chicken to try. I was too chicken-ish to try demolishing a building. I didn't want to lose materials. I was too chicken-ish, dude. I was like, nah, I'm not doing this. All right, so yeah, we're going to go ahead and move our Poke Center. We're finally able to move our Poke Center. How do I make dry bushes? You're trying to do Onyx's quest, huh? So, did you by chance find this item over by where you found Onyx, Sister Honey? Onyx, over by where you found Onyx, you're going to find this item right here. It's called a something stone. It's like a sandstone or something. And if you put this on the ground, it automatically dries anything out around it. The smooth rock. You have the stone? Okay, you're good. So put this down on the ground and it turns anything around it into a dry plot of stuff. Speaking of, we need to move Onyx. Sorry, buddy. We got to move you again. I've been moving him a lot. Right? I'll show you even right here. Like, watch. Watch when I put it down right here. Slowly, everything around this is going to start dying. See, slowly but surely, everything around this is going to dry out. Look, the bushes are dying around me. Look at that. How cool is that? How cool is that, right? Look at everything. The trees are dying around me. So we have a member of our community that Random Reject, one of my moderators, who's creating a wasteland in a lot of their areas. And I wonder if they're using a bunch of smooth stones to help with that. Creating a bunch of dead plants and stuff. All right, we're waiting for this Poke Center to finish. I'm gonna take my first official break of the day, y'all, and I need to go just quickly check on the cat. So it's gonna take me a little longer than usual. If you're new here, I don't take long breaks, rarely ever. So you don't have to wait about too much time going between you hanging out. However, I also like to mention that I don't run ads. So instead of running ads, I'll either play some music and I challenge y'all to show me your best dance moves. Sometimes we do words on stream. We're not going to do words today. So I'm going to throw up some jams for y'all and I'll be right back. All right. Give me just about 3 to 5 minutes. It's not going to be long. I'm going to refresh my water. I'm going to check on Midnight, the little kitty, and I'll be back. All right. So give me just a couple minutes, everyone. And of course, I have one request. Show me your best dance moves, dude. What do you got? All right. I'm back. Give me just a minute here. I'm back. Give me just a second here. Okay, anyways. I love Toad's Turnpike, man. It's so good. It is a certified banger. Thank you everyone for your patience here today and welcome back. Thank you so much for sticking around. If you stuck around through the break, sound off in the chat. Let me know you're out there. I really do appreciate y'all. And thanks for hanging out for some Pokemon Pokopia today. And man, we are really starting to lean into this game's wonderful life sim vibes. And it's just been such a blast, dude. It's been such a blast. All right, let's take this. Let's go. What up, Eli? I thought that was pre-recorded. No, we're just chilling. All right, Poke Center. Boom. All right, we need a bulldozer, a chopper, and a builder. Let's go. The Chansey tree, you like that? Yeah, that was something I picked up. That Chansey tree was something I picked up pretty early into the game. You could buy it from the shop. You could buy it at the shop at some point. This is your personal island. Yeah, this is the Withered Wastelands. And we're slowly turning the Withered Waste into... We're slowly turning the Withered Waste into Fuchsia City. And we're using a couple references to get this done. All right, we're using a couple like references to get this done. And the main reference we're using is a concept art map of Fuchsia City from Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. That's like the main reference that we're using to make our build. It's not going to be one for one, you know, but it's our own thing here. And then we are also using some of the old maps from the 2D stuff. Yeah, I'm even like getting inspired by like Generation 1 and 2 Fuchsia City. It's a good middle ground compared to ACNH. There's enough focus on the Mons, but you can still go around wild with the decoration. Yeah, this game did a really good job giving me some classic Animal Crossing vibes and allowing me to like have fun the way I want. You know, a good way to think about it is this game gives me not only like more of a reason to decorate and like more weight behind the decorations because like the Pokemon have preferences and I want to fulfill those preferences, but also because of the city builder aspect of the game, right? It gets me more excited to design because it's not that I'm just designing like individual homes or, you know, even in some ways it feels like I'm doing more than just decorating an island. And I think it took me a second to get these thoughts out, because it's like, I guess the reason I feel that way, because you could argue like, how's it any different than an island? And I think the reason I feel like it's different is because this game gives me decorating with purpose. It's like I'm building a city up with homes, and I have to design those homes for Pokemon to live in. And when I put a flower patch here, it isn't just because the flower patch looks nice. It's because I want to have my Combee live in it. So it's like this really interesting middle ground. I'm just commenting on what Dankroot said, where, you know, I have just as much fun decorating in Animal Crossing, but it's all self-fulfillment. It's all just, okay, I want this here because this looks nice. But in all reality, this game, it has some of that. I want this here because this looks nice, but it also has, this should be here because this is what the Pokemon wants. And I really love that dynamic, and it gives me more of a reason to care about my decorating, and it gives me more of a reason to really care about what I'm doing. Right? And I kind of need that nudge, because I'm not naturally a decorator, as a lot of you know. I don't naturally lean into decoration games, but this game kind of gives me a nudge in a direction where it kind of gets me to think about more than just, oh, this looks pretty. Right? I just saw a copy of Ultimate Spider-Man for PS2 at the local shop that I didn't buy. Now I'm regretting it. Dude, how much was it? How much was it, dude? That I love Ultimate Spider-Man, the original Ultimate Spider-Man. It was on GameCube as well. Boom, 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 boom. All right, we finally got these brick stairs, which we've wanted for a while. And we also finally have these lamp posts that we're going to use to decorate a little bit here. Now I have to be careful because I don't want these lamp posts to be inside of the, oh, it doesn't matter. What I was about to say was I don't want the lamp post to be outside of Coughing and Wheezing's house, but we have come to the conclusion that that doesn't matter. Let me turn down this game a little bit. Sorry about that. Let me pull up my reference. All right, and let's get some lamp posts down real quick. Ultimate Edition with Venom on the cover. Okay, so it was Spider-Man 2, the movie, like the classic Spider-Man 2 for PlayStation 2, but the Ultimate Collector's Edition of that, right? Because I didn't think they ever made an Ultimate Spider-Man 2. Okay, cool. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to question you because, like, you know, who cares? I was like, oh, I didn't know they made a sequel to that game. Ah, that makes more sense, right? That's cool, man. I understand your regret. I recently had a mega moment of regret when it comes to the gaming space as well, because, you know, I'm in and out of game stores. I'm in and out of game stores, and I'm always like looking for deals and stuff, and sometimes I won't pick something up. You know, I just won't pick it up. I won't commit to it. And sometimes it can lead to some regret for sure. Why did I decide that I needed to go up here? Why did I do that? Oh, I see. You know, I never noticed, but hold on, we want this to go up here. Hold on, let's do some rearranging here. Also, somebody said you can eat while in Ditto Magnemite form. Wow, today I learned. Today I learned you can eat while in Magnemite form. I did not know that. That's crazy. I did not know that. I've always left the form to eat, which I thought was annoying. Joke's on me. I was the one causing my own grief. Have you thought about what you're doing for the gym? Yeah, I have a rough idea of what I'm doing for the gym. So what we're doing for the gym is, I'm not sure if you were here for this, but first off, what we've decided to do for the gym, and I'm going to just show you really quick, is what we decided is I am actually turning this into a gym. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna be covering up this whole building with my own blocks. All right, so I'm gonna be covering up this whole building with my own blocks, just like this. And I'm going to design my own gym. All right. I'm going to design my own gym, right? This is sick. Yeah, we learned about this. Yeah, listen to this. So can you guys see where this is going? So I'm going to hide the whole building in bricks, and the only thing that's going to be visible is the door. So you're going to walk in this door as if you're entering the gym, and it's going to be a cutscene. And then I'm designing a 2-floor gym. So this right here is going to go down, and this floor is going to be floor number 1, and I'm going to like set it up to have like maybe like a battle arena for like regular trainers, like, you know how there's always trainers when you go into the gym. And I might even try to make it Koga themed and kind of make it like have invisible walls and stuff. I don't know. And then upstairs, we're going to put the official battle arena, and it's going to be between me and Koga up here. So this whole room is going to be one big Pokemon battle arena. And it's going to be for fighting the gym leader, right? And that's how we're doing our first gym. So instead of, and I'll explain why I did this dank route into anybody else. So the reason that this is what I decided to do is because I don't have as much space here to build as big of a gym as I want, because I can't have the building be much bigger than this space, according to my design for the city itself. So I had 2 choices. My first choice was to have make a building like you did, Dankroot, and I could have it go underground, take an elevator down, and I was gonna make a massive underground arena and try to make it maybe 1-for-1 with Koga. And I was like, I don't know if I want to do the underground thing. So I was like, what other options do I have? And this was the other option. So we're going with the like super, you know, dorky Doctor Who, basically, like type building, where we're gonna have this building that's not gonna seem like it's gonna be pretty big, but it's not gonna seem too big. And then you're gonna enter the building and it's gonna actually be a prefab. I'm about to back it up. Yeah, what you know about that, dude? So it's gonna be interesting. We're gonna see how we're gonna make this work.
Have a great day.
I'm excited to try to make a gym out of this. Yo, what's up, Casino? Thank you for 54. And Yum Springer, whoa, hit us with 60 months during my break. If we can get some love in the chat here for Yum Springer and for Casino, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much, dude. Yeah, the underground would have been cool. I think I'm gonna try the underground in the future. I'm gonna try the underground in the future if I can. I don't know what I can get as in games because I don't know the Delta app really well. So you can get DS, Nintendo 64, Game Boy Color, Game Boy, and Super Nintendo. So SNES, Game Boy Color, DS, and Nintendo 64. Those are the games you can go download on the Delta app. Good to see you this morning, buddy. Thank you so much, Casino, and thanks you, Didius, for getting love in the chat, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that, man. All right, my Poke Center has officially been moved. I've been waiting for this for so long, and I wasn't sure if I wanted the Poke Center like one step over. This is perfect. This is fine. This is everything I wanted for my Fuchsia City. Here it is. Well, I can show y'all a little something here. The gym's not built, but let me show y'all what I've been working on. So if you zoom out here to right about here. I'm gonna show y'all something. You ready? All right, camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2. And if I actually zoom this out a little bit, you can also see this over here, right? Camera 1. And then if we go over here, take a look at that, camera 2. How about that? We've been working so hard on creating Fuchsia City, and we are coming along pretty healthily, dude. Things are coming along. We still need to get a bunch of sand down here, right? We need to get flowers and trees and stuff on these 2 mountains, which will be easy. We need to finish the gym, which we'll be making by hand on the outside, and then the inside we'll be decorating. And then we have a bunch of little details and a bunch of work to do. We have a lot of stuff to do. And this is only the front half of our town. Then we have to go and do the whole back half, and we'll get there. We'll get there for sure. Oh, I missed the balloon. What up, Kai Bells? Good to see you today. The kitty's doing well. We had 2 victories today, litter box usage, and a little bit of eating. So things are going pretty well for day 2. And I'm going to keep continuing to present them wet food, and hopefully they can start to come and pick at that and eat that if they're interested. They're obviously been stuck on dry food since September. So getting them to transition to eating a bowl of wet food a day is going to be tough. I read that you want to go like 70-30 at most with wet to dry, because cats still need dry food for their teeth. It's how they keep their teeth strong and healthy. And this cat clearly had a problem because they had to get a bunch of teeth removed. So I imagine their first owner only fed them wet food, which, listen, cats, wet food is really good for their digestion, but a little bit of hard food is supposedly good for their teeth, which I can make the assumption like they probably only ate wet food in the past, but then they had to go from September last year till yesterday when they came home, 2 days ago, only eating dry food because the kennel doesn't give anybody wet food. So this cat's been just jerked around, you know what I mean? But I'm starting to get the picture here. I think they ate only wet food for most of their life, if I had to guess, because their cat's teeth falling out isn't that normal of a thing. That's just due to bad hygiene, and they weren't able to take care of their own teeth because they probably weren't getting fed hard food. Probably. So I'm going to try. Yeah, I'm not an expert, by the way. This is just, I've done research. This is just stuff I've read. There's other ways to keep their teeth clean and fresh. I think so. But anyways, this is just what I've read. And so my goal is to get them to do like 1 meal of wet food a day, and then dry for lunch or, breakfast or whatever, just whatever I feel like doing. I'm trying to do like a 70-30, I think, wet and dry. Seems like a good approach. So, but yeah, I'm going to keep trying to get them to eat wet food, but I think it's going to take a while. If I had to predict, they're not going to eat a ton of wet food. So I bought these big old 5-ounce cans, and I'm like, oh, I didn't think about it. You know what I mean? I'm like, what am I doing? So I'm throwing away this food. So I'm going to the store today, and I'm going to pick up some 2.5 ounce cat food cans. So I'm not wasting food, so I can continue to open up cans and try to get them to come eat it without like throwing too much away. So, because, cat food's expensive. Unfortunately, that's just the reality. So I'm going to go pick up some 2.5 cans today. I'm going to go on a walk and go to the store. You can mix wet and dry. Yeah, they do that. There's a bunch of strategies. You can do, you can mix wet and dry. You can do a little bit of water mixed into the wet and loosen it up, and they like that sometimes. It's all per cat. You can also do a little bit of water in the dry to soften it up a teeny bit, to kind of loosen it up. Yeah, there's all sorts of like little mini games you can play. Right, so like it's all about experimenting. It's all about finding the right answer for your cat. Right, there's cat gravy that you put into the dry, yeah. So you can mix back and forth. I think I will try to do that. I think I will, once she's comfortable and I see her diet in front of my eyes, I'm gonna try to slowly introduce her to wet. I thought about doing some mixed here and there, so. Your cat sent me a text, it prefers fresh lobster. Oh, it looks like I need to get to the store. Oh, I need to get wet food covers. That's a thing. Okay, thank you guys. Because the problem is that wet cat food is just like regular human food in that it goes bad sitting out. I discovered this. I didn't realize this. So you can't leave cat food out for longer than 4 to 6 hours, like just like a human. Like, and now here's the thing. Some of you that own cats might be like, oh, why leave it out all the time? Well, as a human, I eat pizza that was on my floor overnight too. Like, but the thing is you're trying to minimize the risk of bacteria forming. It could get them sick. It might not get them sick, but it could, and that's the point. So it's like you're not supposed to leave wet food out for longer than 2 to 4 hours, just like human food, or bacteria can appear. Right? So it's like, once I realized that, I'm like, oh, frick. So I can't just like leave this wet food out and try to get her to eat it. I have to like either put it away, put it in the fridge. I have to like figure something out. You know what I mean? So that's why I figured the first thing I'll do is I'll get smaller cans, and then I won't feel as bad throwing it away if I have to. And then otherwise I thought somebody told me online that I could like saran wrap seal the cans again, and as long as you're basically treating it like human food, putting it in Tupperware, something like that, it should be fine. Like somebody told me that I could literally just take the open can of cat food, put it in a Tupperware container, put a lid on it, and put it in the fridge. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. It's just like regular food. And I'm like, oh, okay. So like, yeah, like I didn't realize, I don't have to overthink this, right? I can like, so like, I can also just do like half the can at a time and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just not trying to blow through a bunch of money, but I'm also completely okay spending a little bit of extra money so that they can try different foods out and stuff like that. Cause you know, every cat's going to be picky. So are you taking the wet food and putting it in a shallow plate or dish? Yeah, the wet food, I have these nice raised ceramic bowls I'm using. That's what I've been using. I got these like, they're like raised up off the ground and they seem like they're pretty nice. As of right now, it's hard to say anything because the cat's just not eating because they're scared. So it's like hard to say anything at the moment, but we'll figure it all out over the next couple days. Yeah. Okay, so the dish is better because they have sensitivity for their whiskers. So you do want to have like a low rim bowl or like a dish instead of like that traditional bowl because that helps their whiskers. I heard about that, but then I also heard that I can't remember. There was like something to do with like bowls not being deep enough. I think it was water. I think if the bowl's like too low to the ground, I think that's what I'm thinking about. Either way, there was something I took some notes and something I wrote down about their bowls. I think it's like, yeah, like they don't want to be too low to the ground, or if they're on the ground and they're like deep and they have to shove their face into it, then it bothers their whiskers. I think that's what we're talking about. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. It's like, if it's like a regular bowl and they have to like shove their face into it to eat, that's like not good. You'd rather have it to where it's like presented where they can just like pick at it and they don't have to like put their face all the way in. And no, chat, I will not tell you about floor pizza. Okay? No. Yeah, don't have the food next to the water, which I've already separated them. I've already separated the food and the water. There's so much info out there, but you need to see what works for her. Right, that's why I'm like, at this moment in time, all of this information is being digested. Thank you. And it's like only so relevant. I have to wait until she just gets comfortable existing. And then we can start playing that game of, okay, girl, you know, what do you prefer? How do you want me to present your food to you? What's up, Foxy and Jade? All right, we got our Poke Center built. I'm so happy we finally got to move that. I'm so happy. All right, so I have some other design ideas that I want to do. And I want to bring a bunch of flowers here, but we're not going to do that right now. I think we're done with coughing. We're done with wheezing. We're done with area dose. Oh, I was putting down lamps. Let me do that real quick. I was putting down lamps, lamp posts. Okay. I'm trying to get like a quick look at the canvas here and what I'm doing. All right, so I think this lamppost is going to go right here. Maybe right here. This feels good. This feels good. This feels real good. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Ali Sile. Can we get some love in the chat for Ali? And thank you, Didius Maximus. That's a very high compliment coming from you about, you know, how I'm approaching the cat and trying to take care of the cat the best of my ability. Yeah, I'm gonna give it all of the respect and love, and I'm gonna do everything I can to give it a wonderful home. All right, that's it for lamppost. The rest of them are gonna be in the park. Okay, we're good. Yeah. I've read a little bit about the crystals and how cats are really bad about intaking water. So I've actually read about a couple strategies, like mixing a little bit of water into their wet food not only loosens it up and helps some cats eat it, but gives them a little extra water. The dry food thing, I read about that, so thank you so much for the advice. And then, yeah, I'm hearing about broths. I'm hearing a ton about broths. And like, I don't know exactly how to approach that. So are you telling me, like, let me just give an example. Whether it's a bad example, whatever. Let me give you an example. So like, what, can I just open up a can of chicken broth? And just like, that'll, like, is that what you're doing? Is that what you mean by broths? Or are there like cat-specific broths out there? Little soups from Friskies. Okay, so there's like cat-specific stuff. Okay, sick. So this is like a liquid, but it's also giving them nutrients and stuff, and it's also helping them with their hydration problem. Oh, that's really nice. Oh, I love that. I love that. Okay, so I'll look into that just so I can make sure she's staying hydrated in the future. Yeah. Or you could even mix a little bit of that broth, I bet, into their cat food once you start to get a vibe for what they like. Yeah, cool. Soups are good too, but broths are even more brothy. You can also give them chicken baby food. I sling that as a treat at the rescue. Nice. So yesterday, Didius, we opened up a throne account. Well, we have a throne, and we opened up a throne for the chat to be a part of the cat journey if they so choose. And oh my gosh, homie. Oh, I got the treats. I got the treats. I got a cat tower. We got the stuff. Like, this cat is already a celebrity and spoiled, and they don't even want to be in my house, or they don't even like me. They don't even like me right now. They're not even, they don't even care, and they're already so spoiled. It's gonna be a good journey, man. This cat's in a good place, dude. I'm sure they like you. I'm just making jokes, you know. Yeah, we also have a cat water fountain. Yeah, the chat bought a cat water fountain for us yesterday. Thank you again, by the way, everybody, for all your support. I really appreciate y'all. She a boss lady. All right, so we got our lamppost down. Now today we're going to build a building. And I don't know if I'm in the mood to completely put this building together right now. But our plan is to put a building here, which means we do got to destroy a little bit more of this cliff. Not necessarily the whole cliff. It could be like an overhang, but we do need to get rid of this. And we're going to be closing up this side of the cliff that was originally here in the story, and we're creating a building. So here, we don't actually have any materials on us to build this. I can't even do like a rough sketch. I don't have any mats on me, but I'm thinking this building is going to be about, let's see, I'm trying to think about how big I want this building to be. I think this is good. 4 on each side. How are you jumping? You can jump as Graveler, isn't that cool? Yeah, I just switched my jump button. I think you can just do that normal. You got one more legendary to go. I think that's a thing you can do normally. You just probably haven't tried it because no one thinks about jumping with Graveler. My Olive is terrified when I open trash bags. She parkours out of the room like she's on fire. Parkour, parkour. I had a cat that was scared of people biting into toasted English muffins. Post-poop zoomies. I wonder if I heard a little bit of that last night, because I did hear a little bit of moving around, but there's a cat downstairs that gets zoomies at nighttime with my neighbors, and I can't tell if I'm hearing them or not. All right, so this is going to be the building. I think this is going to be big enough. I think this is going to be big enough. So what is this? 4, 3, 4. So it's an 11 by blank, however big I want it to be. This is going to be the entrance to the safari zone. We're probably going to have it build to right around here. Hopefully watching you will help inspire me. I played the game every day it's been available, except Monday and yesterday. I love that. Yeah, so I think this is going to be the back of the building. Cats can hear much higher frequencies than we can. I bet the trash bag and biting into English muffins sounds like gunshots. I love that. Also, welcome to the Discord. I saw a couple y'all joining. Welcome in, welcome in. Wildflower seeds. All right, this seems like a big enough building, and then it's going to be pretty tall. And it's going to have to be as tall as the mountain, potentially. No, what I'll do is I'll make it smaller, and I'll put mountain on top of it, over it. Yeah, that's good. And we'll just nestle it into the mountain. It's going to be an 11 by, looks like about 15. And what we're creating here is we're creating one of those classic entryways that they did in old Pokemon. Basically, what I'm creating, everybody, is this right here. I'm basically creating this, but it's going to be the entrance to the Safari Zone. So I could make it to where it has like a ticket stand and stuff like that, but I'm actually going to approach it differently. I figure this time around, since the Pokemon the Safari Zone isn't ran by humans, we don't need like a ticket booth. So instead, I'm going to just build a super awesome doorway that is just going to lead between areas, and I'm just going to make it like super cool. I'm going to make it very similar to like that building right there. I might even add an upstairs where like an aid could be or something silly. I don't know. Either way, this is going to be the entrance to the Safari Zone. And then once you come out on this side, this whole area is going to be the Safari Zone. And I'm going to create little habitats all around. And I'm going to have Pokemon living back here. It's going to be sick. I tried legend hunting and I instantly got Mewtwo. Instant as in like first try? We need a safari zone full of people ran by Pokemon. Is there any way I can find the throne from YouTube? Yeah, sure. I can just drop it off for you. 1 second here. Eventually, we're going to have all these commands working on YouTube as well, because I do have Nightbot installed over there, but I just haven't gotten that far yet. So yeah, I can just drop it off for you right there. And then I will do my best to get Nightbot set up. I just haven't had time to set it up because I have to do it all manually. Like there's not like, I don't think there's a way to like port your commands over. Like I need to like manually add the new commands. All right, and then we have to figure out our fence here. We know what fence we want. We just don't have the fence yet. We don't have the recipe, so... All right, we're pretty good as far as the fence stuff goes. And then we can start decorating this whole back area. Now that we moved the Poke Center, it's time to start displacing Pokemon again and doing some destruction. We have to do some destruction. We have to destroy a bunch of dirt and stuff. Look at this big empty space. That's crazy. Poke Center's been here since the beginning of the game, dude. It blows me away. I'm waiting for the cat to be comfortable enough to come say hi while you're streaming. Yeah, you know, not every cat is that kind of cat, but I think most cats will at some point come and say hello and see what's going on, especially once they figure out they're a celebrity. How could they resist? All right, I don't know what color wildflowers I want back here. White and pink. Is there any other types of wildflowers in the game, or is it just blue and white and pink? Maybe there's other options. Maybe I don't have to use wildflowers. There are 5 colors for every flower, so there might be other wildflowers I haven't discovered. Sick. So we need to go to a Withered Wastelands. We need to go to a Withered Wastelands island tomorrow. No more Reptar costume for a bit, I fear. Alto's cat just living on top of her head through stream. Went and took a nap. Dude, welcome back, man. All right, let's go back to Castletown. So far today, for those just tuning in, we managed to build 2 perfect habitats for coughing and for wheezing. We rebuilt and adjusted the Spinarak Ariados habitat. We're getting staged for Venonat and for Venomoth. And I do plan to, somebody asked, do you plan to have Pokemon living in the gym where Koga is? And you know, I haven't decided. Originally, I was going to put Weezing and Venomoth in the gym because those are 2 of his most iconic Pokemon. He also has a Fortress at some point when he's an Elite Four member. He also has Venonats at some point in Pokemon Yellow. He also has Coughings. However, I'm not sure. I'm not sure because I have already started making homes for them, and I do kind of like the vibe of making them separate homes and just having them live in the area. At one point, I think he had a Muck or a Grimer. So I think I might go ahead and move Muck into his house. Let's go take another look at Koga's history. I had this up the other day. Breaking news! Yoshi game is 60 digital, 70 physical. Cool. I'm okay with them doing that. I'm not okay with paying more for games, by the way. You know, I'm not that much of a Nintendo shill. But I will say that I am okay with them charging more for physical if it means that we keep physical games alive. So if that's what it takes for us to keep physical games alive, then I'm kind of here for it, I'm not gonna lie. Especially if the base digital is at 60, then it actually feels like I'm paying for something. I thought they were usually the same. Yeah, they were, but this is what I'm saying. So like, this is like a brand new thing. And that's why we're talking about it, right? Like, this is kind of a brand new thing. I've never seen them do this before. Yeah, I've never personally seen them do something like this before. So I'm wondering if this is the trade-off now where they're willing to go back to doing more physical games, but they are going to up the price a little bit for physical. And that's why I said, I do think that that's an okay trade-off, personally. I do think that that is a fair trade-off. If a game is normally 60 and then you charge 70 for a physical, that it's all on the cartridge, that I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it. I think that's a fair trade-off if it comes to keeping physical media alive. If that's what it takes. I think the $10 surcharge is acceptable. Now, you know, obviously I'm not trying to spend $70 on a game, and obviously I'm not trying to spend $80 on a game. And if it's not all on the cartridge, then this whole commentary is moot. It has to be all on the cartridge. I've embraced digital as well. I also embraced digital for a while, and then I've actually started going back to physical. Not with games, but with everything else. I'm starting to buy DVDs again. I'm starting to collect retro games again. Because I feel like I want to have this stuff in my life physically for the next couple years, for the next, like, you know, 20, 30 years, of, you know, that I'm kicking it around here as I go into my old age. I think I want to have physical stuff in my life. But I switched for a long time. And now when it comes to new games, though, I'm still kind of content buying most of my new games digital because I'm just, you know, I'm just kind of content with not having to switch cartridges. I'm just kind of content with being able to buy a game and play it on day one for my stream. Right, like that's just a part of my job, and I like to be able to do that. So yeah, like I'm not like full. I'm not like full on digital or physical. I'm kind of a hybrid right now. But see, I agree with that statement in the chat there. I also don't like having a bunch of physical stuff around me. I'm not very materialistic at all. So I don't want to like start creating massive collections of things. But I think video games and media is something that I'm a little more open to starting to collect. I think that's like, nah, that's not bad, right? Like, I don't feel like I'm becoming a pack rat because of that. All right, inventory cleared. Thank goodness. Oh, we've managed to stack 99 honey. I didn't think I would ever do that again because I was using honey so much for a while. All right. Wow, a Blu-ray retro. His goal. Oh yeah, I was looking at a Pokemon. Hold on. Here we go. The gym leader's Koga. So yeah, here in Leaf Green Fire Red, he has wheezing, coughing, muck, coughing. All right. In red, green, and blue, he has coughing, muck, coughing, wheezing. So same thing. In yellow, though, he has Venonat, 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 Venomoth, which is interesting that they completely switched him up in yellow, and I love that. And I think it was because it was supposed to be based off the anime. In Gold and Silver, when he becomes the Elite Four member, he has a Crobat, a Muck, an Ariados, thank you Doomslayer, a Venomoth, and a Fortress, which isn't in this game, I don't believe. Pineco. So, what we can do... Ooh, in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, he has a Toxicroak and a Skunk Tank. Oh! And he has a Swalot. Yo! He has a Swalot in Heart Gold Soul Silver. And what the frick? And Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, if you rematch him, he has a Tentacruel? What? In Pokemon Stadium, he has Nidorino and Nidorina. And Parasect and Hypno. Okay, weird. In Pokemon Stadium 2, he has an Electrode and a Gligar. What the frick? And a Magmar and a Lapras and a Lantern and a Stantler? What? Okay, he just fell off the rails in the side games. Completely. So, I think in the gym, in the anime, he had a bunch of Voltorbs. Did he really have Voltorbs in the anime? Really? It says in Pokemon Puzzle League, he had a Voltorb. Interesting. So I think with Koga, we're gonna do Crobat, and we're gonna do Muck in the gym. Just 2 Pokemon, that's it. We could do Muck and Grimer on the bottom floor, and we could do like Crobat and like something else in the top floor, but I think just 1 Pokemon in the top floor is good enough. It's consumer friendly, sort of. Nintendo just put out a statement. Instead of charging everyone more because physical media is more expensive, they're allowing digital to maintain price, but allowing physical people to get it if they want. I did a Pokemon Center order and got a Bulbasaur hat and a substitute doll. Oh, cute. I love a Bulbasaur hat. I love the idea of that. I also love the idea of my Hoppip falling asleep in front of the computer as if they're working too hard. All right, we haven't gone shopping today for rare furniture and stuff, so let's go get some dirt out of the dirt chest. Not the cliff chest, I need the dirt chest. Not the miscellaneous chest, I need the dirt chest. Thank you. All right, let's go do some shopping here. See if we can get some Pokemon to spawn up here. Pick time. I should have took a pic of the Hoppip. I really should. All right, Eevee, why don't you sell me this deck chair? Have to wear the hat while playing, of course. All right, and then why don't you sell me this golden poster, which looks awesome. 300 bucks? Not too bad. Here, take a whole stack of dirt on the house. I'll go ahead and I'll get some seashells because I don't want to have to farm these later and I might need them. All right, and I don't think I need the party buntings. I don't think these are rare necessarily. All right, now let's see if we can get some Pokemon to spawn in. Well, first, let's go see who's working in the Poke Center. Let's go see who's like working in here, because I don't want to spawn them out if they're already working. Okay, so we got Wigglytuff in here. Of course, we're grabbing that rare Pokemetal every day. Of course, every chance we get. We just throw in 2 stacks. Boom, boom, easy, done. Now, because I want to limit how much farming I have to do at some point, I also grab any kind of like gold ore or iron ore. Because it's like, why not? At some point, I might have to farm this stuff up. And this is lessening the chance that that's going to happen. They have those fences I need. Oh, dude, I need the recipe. Not just a single fence, which is terrible. I'm not buying a single piece of a fence. I'm sorry, dude. I'm just not. Yeah, a single piece of fence. Like, get out of here, dude. They're teasing me, man. All right, let's see if anybody's working in the Poke Center now that Hoppip has left the building. No one's in here. So I wonder if it's because they need like a day to recover after Hoppip stole the show for so long. Yeah, when they sell like a piece of fence or a rope or something, I've noticed that it's literally one piece. Yeah, anytime they sell like a fence or they sell like a rope, I think it's only 10 or one at a time. I think so. I could be wrong, but I think so. All right, you want to open up a shop for us, dude? I could be wrong, though. That one I might need to go double check. No, he appeared on the light post again. No, stop it. You don't belong up here, dude. Okay, is he going to be able to get down? Is he just stuck forever? I think homie's literally stuck. Well, that's where you live now, dude. I'm not helping you. That's your fault. I'm not helping you, dude. That's your fault. All right, anybody want to set up some shops for us? Or are you guys just shopped out over here? Oh, he looks like he just wants to go watch some TV. All right, that's fine. No worries. Sometimes you can get them to set up shops by spawning them in. Sometimes they spawn on top of a light post. You know, you win some and you lose some. Eventually, we'll make a proper marketing district here. We are going to do a proper market district at some point. So let's go back to Withered. It doesn't seem like there was anyone shopping at Withered Wastelands. Or offering, sorry, a shop at Withered the last time I checked. Because apparently you can tell if there's a signboard outside. And I didn't see a signboard outside, so I don't think there's anything going on here. Abby Likes Nachos says, sometimes when I go to a dream island, I try to mine a block and my Pokemon isn't strong enough. So yeah, you need to eat food to make your Pokemon strong enough to break certain blocks. English is a language that I cannot speak. Can legendary Pokemon set up shop? If so, do they have special items? No. So the way that the trade mechanic works in the game is it's actually an ability. So I'll go ahead and now sort by trade and let's go see if we can answer your question. So all of these Pokemon are traders. And unfortunately, no legendaries are traders. Now, either way, I can still roughly answer your question. So the way that trading works, to my knowledge, so far, is that they have a random assortment of items every day. I don't know if these items are tied to the Pokemon itself or the typing or anything like that. I don't know if some Pokemon are going to have more rare items than others. That is all up in the air since this game is not being data mined, Mil Imperio. And if you don't know, data mining is when a game gets completely cracked wide open and some sort of super smart tech hacker man we're in is able to break down a game by its code, essentially, and is able to kind of see the innards of the game. You might not have needed to hear that, but I'm just, for everyone in the room, this is what when we mean data mining. Well, data mining is something that can only happen if a game can be accessed via a hacked device. The Switch 2 has not been cracked yet. Therefore, all Switch 2 exclusive games cannot be data mined yet. Therefore, we have no tangible information about the game. We don't have numbers, we don't have percentages. Everything is based off of data collection and based off of everyone's personal experiences right now. So right now, we don't know anything about this game. It's all based off of everyone's personal experiences. It's like, I think that it's working this way. They think it's working this way. And we're kind of sharing information with one another. But nobody has like a solid foot on the knowledge yet. Some players are taking their time to like do experiments and collect data. You can find a lot of that information on Cerebi.net. So there is some data collection happening and there is some like stuff getting figured out, but it's not a lot. You know, there's only so many people doing the work. I also love the lack of data mining. I love it. I'm right there with you. I was lurking on my lunch, listening to the kitty food and treat talk. I added a couple of foodie things to the throne and we can test and see what the kitty might like. Oh, thank you, Cozy, for doing that, you hooligan. That was very kind of you. Thank you for setting that up for us. Yeah, we'll be experimenting with their food over time. We'll see what they like, what they don't like. And a little bit of experimentation will be necessary over these next couple weeks. We'll find out what their favorite treats are. And we have some good stuff. We already have some churros coming, I believe. And then I have some dry treats already. And then we have some more dry treats coming as well from the community. You know, they send you home from the pound with like a couple goodies to make sure that she's not just left hanging. You obtained an archive of scans of every issue of Nintendo Power. Oh my gosh. Boom, boom, ba-na-na-na-na. Go, good to see you today. Go Forward Pats. Can we get some HDES waves in the chat? And what's up, Nerf Water Gun? I'm highly considering this game. I hear nothing but great reviews. Yeah, Nerf, if you have any questions, you're welcome to ask, by the way. And I'll do my best to answer. Dude, there was 240 issues of Nintendo Power. How about that? I bet you I've only read a handful of them. All right, wait, why did I warp back here again? Oh, I'm shopping. And apparently not here. On to the next. Zane, yeah. There was a hiatus between 170 and the later run. Your cats are freaks for churro? I think a lot of cats are, from what I've heard. Yeah, so that'll be fun. So Sweet Asparagus, there are some Pokemon that are limited to some biomes, but there isn't a limit on how many Pokemon can be in a biome. So like one of my biomes has 80 plus Pokemon in it, but my average is like 30 or so. Let us know when she finally slow blinks at you. Yeah, y'all will be the first to know. Oh, see the signboard? The signboard means they're open for business. The signboard means they are open for business. So I bet you the Pokemon that trades here usually is in the Poke Center today, which is Audino, I believe. Hey, Anonymous said, hold my controller. Anonymous picked up Purina Fancy Feast Classic Seafood Pate Collection. And Anonymous also picked up the Purina Friskies Natural as well. Thank you. Thank you, chat. You bunch of hooligans. Thank you very much, chat room. You bunch of hooligans. Just remember that you're not expected to ever do that stuff. Just tuning in, you're hanging out, you're doing enough. Please take care of yourself first, everybody. But I do understand that some people's language of love is gifting. And I'm not gonna stop you from doing that if that's what you want to do. A single iron enclosure. Thank you, Audino. Thank you very much, Miss Lippy. All right, to the Rocky Ridges we go. I think by the look of it, all the traders are not in one area. Correct. So I'm not sure how many traders I have and where they all are, but I think most of them are stuck at Pallet Town right now. I want to create a big market district. We should do that. Maybe tomorrow we'll sit down and we'll build a massive market district at Pallet Town so we can start having as many traders as once, and we can really push the limits of the trading system, because, you know, maybe there's some rules. Maybe traders can't, maybe only so many Pokemon can be trading at any given time. I got the spider webs for my spider web build. And Great Bambi picked up some Fancy Feast appetizers as well. Thank you so much, Great Bambi. I didn't think you could do this. I didn't think you could do this. We can pick up the spider. I didn't even think this was a thing. Sorry, I freaked out over this. Let's join Cozy Vibes. What's up, Merp Susie? How you doing today? No trauma dumping, but adulting is difficult. You know, it's always okay to come and get some extra love when you're going through a tough day or a tough week. And we also have a real life channel in the Discord if you ever do want to like get something off your chest. And, you know, people who tune into that chat know that they're tuning into a real life channel. And then the last thing I have to say on that subject is you're always welcome to share moments from your life here. You know, I really respect and appreciate you acknowledging there is a line that can be crossed. Thank you. Thank you so much. And just know that it is up to you and your personal responsibility to identify that line. But I do welcome people to show up here and share things in their life. You know, it's throw a log on the bonfire. That's not always for good moments. That's not always for bad moments, you know, either. It's for both. The bonfire and the idea of having a place to connect with others, it's not always going to be good stuff, you know what I mean? So anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there because it's important for me to remind y'all. And Merp, whatever you're going through, I hope you have a better day than you're having maybe today. And last but not least, one more time, thank you, Great Bambi. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Thanks for taking care of my new cat. You know, it's my first ever pet, and I'm gonna spoil her myself no matter what. And, you know, getting a little help spoiling her really, really means a lot to me. Like, I could start crying, dude. I'm trying to hold back a little bit. Just thank you. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. You know, I know any of you that are cat owners or dog owners or pet owners, you know, it's not cheap, man. It's not. You know, while I did wait until I had some money to put aside, and while I did wait, ooh, this stone right here is even better than the other stone, I think. And while I did wait until I had enough money in my savings so that I could always be prepared for any kind of emergencies, right? So, like, you know, I tried to do my best to make sure that it wasn't like I wasn't going into this broke or anything, which, you know, some people do and they're fine. You know, it's not a big deal. I will just say thanks for the support. It goes a long way, and it, you know, it does take the sting out of it, you know, because it's all a lot, you know. So thank you, everyone. Ooh, nice. Pat's going for their first hunt. Picking up Naomi. Very nice. I'd join you on the hunt, but my island's full right now. I have 10 traders in Pallet Town, 6 registers, encounters, but only like 4 Pokemon ever work a day. See, that's what I think. By the way, good morning again, or good morning today, oh Carlos. I know you were here yesterday. Maybe you were here this morning. Welcome to the show. You know, that's what I think is going on. I'm wondering if there's a limit on how many Pokemon can be stylus stone flooring. I'm wondering if there's a limit on how many Pokemon can be doing the whole shopping, you know, thing, opening up a shop thing at once. If I had to guess, that's what's going on in the game. I do stream in the evening, yes. So I used to do a lot of evening streams from 2021 to 2022-ish and a half. I did night streams every day, 2 streams a day. I would stream for 6 to 8 hours in the morning, 4 to 8 hours in the morning, and then I would stream for 4 hours at night every day. I eventually got a little burnt out. So nowadays, I usually try to schedule 1 night stream a week, and I can show up as a surprise any days. So it's always a chance for me to just pop in as a night stream. I always tell people to keep those notifications on. And I usually try to schedule 1 night stream a week. Keyword though, usually. For the past about 3 weeks, I haven't. I just have been busy. So yeah. Now I need to do night streams for this game, because if we don't do night streams for this game, I'm never going to get night Pokemon. So I've been working on getting a night stream on the schedule for the past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, because I really need to start playing this game at nighttime to get night Pokemon, and I don't want to play in my free time because I want to do it all on stream. So I'm getting there. Well, I'm trying to find some time to get some night streams in this week. Hopefully I can make a couple happen. I miss those days. Now I'm busy during day streams. Aw, that's sad. Years ago, my sweet girl. Aw, Bambi. Yo, can we get some love in the chat? My stream community pulled together to pay for the home euthanasia and private cremation. This is the very least I could do to pay back some of that generosity that was gifted to me. Aw. You definitely have my condolences for your loss, but it's super cool for you to have that mentality towards it all. So good on you. Good on you for having such a good attitude towards it. I've only ever had max of 3 plus the Pokemart. Yeah, it seems like there might be a limit. Burned remains. I'm thinking there might be a limit to maybe 4 or 5 traders in a day per area, something like that. I suspect it is more tied to the number of items that can be sold rather than the number of Pokemon. Oh, interesting. So there can only be so many items available at any given time. Yo, thank you, Alicio. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I won't be doing any human food stuff with my cat. Ever. I don't think. I think I made that decision kind of already. Now, obviously, mistakes are going to happen and stuff, and they're going to sneak off with stuff. Cats are devious like that. But yeah, I'm not... Yeah, I've already kind of decided I'm just never going to do human food with them. I'm just not going to play that game. Now, I have considered cooking for my cat, which is a little different. I would be cooking human food, and there are some like stuff you can do, like some people would do like plain chicken, stuff like that. So I might maybe do some cooking at some point. I would love to cook for my pet. I would love to cook for my animal, a dog in the future, a cat. I would love the opportunity to cook for a pet, but you know, cats don't generally need that. And then a lot of research says that cats actually get a lot of their nutrients from like the traditional cat food out there. So if you're not careful, they just might not even be getting all of their daily needs by just cooking them like chicken. So there's a lot of research that says like it's completely okay to just feed a cat food. Whereas like a dog, maybe you could do your own meals and it makes a little bit more sense. So that's kind of the conclusion I've came to. So maybe there is a future where I try cooking for my cat, but I think as of right now, I'm just going to be sticking with cat food for quite a while for quite a while. I would be invested in a personal cat chef stream. Dude, I love that. You guys want to do scuffed cat eats? Scuffed cat eats? have real video proof that you're lying. I have indeed fed a cat human food. Not only that, but processed human food. Oh, wait, I have? You have video proof that I've done this? Interesting. Right here? Okay, you absolute goon. Like, I'm like searching my mind, like, really? Maybe I had a cat on stream once and I'm forgetting? I'm like, Please tell me there's a chopped with cat judges. Yesterday you made ice cream fruit roll-up snack wraps. Wait, what? So what is that? Is that fruit roll-ups with ice cream scooped in them? Like, what? How do you do that? Gonna make him nervous. When the girls and I were both feral and very young. I said when the girls and I. I'm like as if Just Sin is labeling when they were feral. When I got the girls, they were both feral and very, very young. So I went through rounds of deworming, etc. And during that time, I went through the ringer with finding out what safe foods I could eat, get them to eat. I found out no one really likes plain rice. Oh, one really likes plain rice and one really likes hard-boiled eggs. Wow, what an interesting, eclectic, different palate for the cats, right? Yeah, with dogs, I've heard, rice and chicken. With cats, I've heard of the same thing, actually. What, rice and chicken, just plain chicken, no seasonings. So there's definitely options out there. And like I said, I will be kind of keeping my eye out for those options. At some point, I might try that stuff. It could be fun. And of course, I will incorporate y'all into that. Like, obviously, that sounds like a blast. I'm still feral. All right, did we check this shop? I'm not sure. Let's go. My aunt's cat started licking my synthetic nacho cheese from my Lunchable, and I was like, no, don't do that. Oh, we have a berry table, which I'm actually gonna pick that up. It's a very nice table, even though I have the recipe for it. It's cheap. So my cat came from a pound, everybody, and they went through all that tough stuff. So they got their shots already for the year, and they won't need their shots again until September this year. The problem is that the pound doesn't do blood work or urine work, and apparently that stuff isn't necessarily done unless there's like a problem. But I guess maybe some vets do that stuff during regular checkups. I don't know. I'm just going off of what I was told. So the only thing I really need to do is I'm going to be signing them up for their first real checkup. Yeah, the clue by their teeth is the cat's about 6-7 years old. So the cat was 6 years and 1 month old on intake, and intake was September last year, September 22nd. So they're about to be 7 years old this August, which is perfect because my birthday. So my birthday, my beard's birthday. Hold on. My beard's birthday is in September, and this cat's fake birthday is September because they don't know their real birthday. So they give them the birthday by default of the intake date minus the years of their age. So this cat's birthday is September 22nd, 2019. It's all just speculative. It's all guesses. However, my cat's birthday is the same month as my beard, and they're both the same age. So this September, my beard will be 7 years old, and so will my new cat. So how about that? Which is crazy. I think that's crazy. I don't know. I think that's nuts. So anyways, other than that, we don't have much information because they were dropped off by not their owner. And what the volunteers said is that the owner might have passed away, y'all. Which means that not only do I have a cat that was abandoned, I might have a cat that's grieving, dude. And like never probably even got a chance to grieve. Which is so sad because like they got forced into a pound and then they just been stuck there in a hole for a year. And it's like, it makes me so sad. It's like, oh my gosh. So like, if it's true, if their owner passed away, you know, this cat, that's why I've been telling y'all, like, this cat needs a lot of TLC. It's going to need a lot of patience. She was there, not for a year. She was there since September. So what is that, like 7-8 months? So not a year. I did misspeak. Like 7-8 months, pushing a year roughly. So she was there for a while. So yeah, so like, I don't know, man. There's a lot going on. You know, there's a lot of moving parts with this cat, and this cat needs some extra love for sure. Yeah, it's still hella long, right? Why did no one else adopt her? We don't know. So she was in foster care twice. And foster care is sometimes a tool for people to get to know a cat, and other times it's just a way for people to get a cat in their life temporarily. And none of those foster parents kept her, but they all said that she was well behaved and stuff once she was settled in. So I think she might not have been kept, dude. And this is the worst part because of two things. Because she's a black cat. Yeah, people are seriously that superficial. And because she's almost 7 years old and people don't like middle-aged cats. So the vet told me, the volunteers told me that the oldest cats are the ones who get picked first, or the youngest cats, because people want a really old, chill cat, or they want a really young cat or a kitten. But apparently middle-aged cats are statistically the most overlooked of all cats. So this cat was not only middle-aged, also a black cat. And it was like basically like double whammy. Nobody just wanted her. That's my assumption. Like if I had to guess why this cat never got a home, it's because it needed some extra love, man. Like it had a bunch of teeth removed and it was like eating a little weird. It's very shy and it's very standoffish. And like, these are just reasons why maybe people left her behind. You know, she didn't want to be touched by humans. Like when I went to try to pet her at the kennel, she reared back completely and almost hissed. So you have to imagine most people looking for a cat are not going to adopt a cat that doesn't want to be touched. And that sucks because they're just not respecting that she's so afraid. But people don't think that way. They're not thinking about the long term. They're thinking about, well, do I want a cat that doesn't even want me? Instead of realizing the cat will want you once they know you're the one feeding them and like you go through the motions. So it's like people are just kind of not thinking in the long term. They're like, in the moment, they're just like, oh, you know, so on and so forth. So that's all of the data I have. And that's like kind of what I think is going on. And so, yeah, a lot of TLC, about 7 years old this September, about 6.5 right now, 6 and some change. And then there was one more thing I wanted to say, and I forgot. Gamer Lady says, I sent you a video of the ice cream fruit roll-up. Okay, we'll take a look at that. There's one more thing I wanted to say really quick. Oh, it's okay. There was just a question I wanted to answer. It's fine. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, that's it. That's this cat's journey. Let me go find the Food channel because I'm just way too curious about this. I need to see this. I haven't eaten a fruit roll up in an eon, but I need to see what this is. Get this out of my face. Pinterest just won't let me watch the video. Oh, it looks like I'm not. Never mind. I hate you, Pinterest. Apparently, I have to make an account to watch a video. And that's why your social media is not as popular as it could be, I suppose. But, you know, maybe they don't need it to be. Maybe they're fine. Yeah, sorry, I can't watch it. I'll watch it later, though, and I'll tell you about it from my phone, all right? I'll send you a message in the Discord, and I'll check it out later, all right? I was trying to pull it up for the class, but... yeah, I'll watch it later. Yeah, thank you for sharing. Did you see any Nintendo news today? Yeah, we just talked about it a little bit ago. Our friend Testonomics brought it up. A fellow Josh. Get the animal channel in your Discord. You guys want an animal chatter? We used to have an animal channel. What we do now is we use the media share channel, and then people post pet pics in there. If you guys really want a separate pet channel, we can do that. We can bring back a separate pet channel if you guys really want one. For now, go ahead and poke around the media share. There might be a couple threads. But if you guys really want a separate channel, I'll do one. I don't mind. I don't care that much. Now that we've kind of cleaned the Discord up a little bit, I'm okay with adding channels. So if you guys want a dedicated pet channel, I don't mind. Oh yeah, you're okay, Duel Master. You never need to apologize ever, man. You're such a good dude. You never need to apologize, man. No way, dude. Thank you, though. I know you're apologizing out of respect, but I'm just reminding you that you're totally good, man. Thank you so much for being here, buddy. Like, no hating? Yeah, of course. Our community never does that to people, yeah. And if they do, you know, we usually weed them out pretty fast, so. Yeah, I'm pretty interested. I really hope Nintendo sticks with this. You want to know the thing is, this is what we wanted from all the other companies. So Nintendo simultaneously put out the first $80 game, and then also are simultaneously doing the first acknowledgement that physical can be more expensive but still exist, and digital can be less expensive and still exist. This is the first company that has stepped up in the gaming space and said, $60 for digital, $10 more for physical. Why is this a big deal? Because they're saying without saying that a digital game isn't necessarily worth more than $60. And they're also saying, but if you want physical, we'll charge you $10 more. Here's the only thing, though, the caveat. That doesn't mean that they're not going to charge $70 or $80 for digital in the future. Keep that in mind. Don't get too excited, because they never said that, and there's still a great chance that they could release an $80 digital and then a $90 physical, right? Like, we don't know the future, but this is still a great step forward for them acknowledging there should be a difference in the pricing and that we want physical. Two big victories here for gamers. That they are acknowledging we want physical, and that we are willing to maybe pay a little bit more, but if you're going to charge us more for physical, you better be charging us less for digital. Do you see how that is very important? I like this. They're setting a precedent here. They're saying there is a difference in pricing, and digital should be lower because we're not paying for that as heavily. Yes, Nintendo, start this trend, and hopefully we don't lose physical media. And Sony steps up and does this, and Xbox steps up and does this, and hopefully we can start, you know, continuing getting our physical media, you know? So I hope that this is a good step forward, you know? Again, we don't need to, like, start swinging on Nintendo's gonads or anything. Like, they're obviously still a corporate business who are gonna do corporate business things, and most of those things are not consumer friendly. This feels consumer friendly. I think we should acknowledge it and say it's a W for Nintendo. Right? Is that okay? Can we do that, chat room? Can we acknowledge the W even if Nintendo still sucks? They can suck and also do a W, right? Like, those things can simultaneously exist. Like, I think we can acknowledge the W, right? Like, this is a W. This is good. But, you know, of course, they still suck, and we'll just leave it at that. Because you're never going to win the battle that they don't suck. You don't even try to battle that. You just let people live. Ah, you think it's the reverse. You feel like it's a nail in physical media. See, I'm looking at it more optimistically. And that does feel like a perspective thing. You're looking at glass half empty. I'm looking at glass half full, which is totally rad. Like, that's cool. I like that we can have different perspectives. Oh, that's scary as heck. Ray-Ban's got a story for us. So Ray-Ban says, when I lost one of my dogs I started fostering for the shelter, they'd call whenever a pet needed a break and out of the shelter for a bit. So it was a way for them to decompress and show their personality to potential adopters. I ended up failing on a 14-year-old pup who was blind and falling on a 14-year-old pup that was blind and deaf. People were passing on him because they were thinking he would pass away soon. It's been 4 years and he's still living his best cozy senior life. Wow, that's so beautiful. Aww, I didn't know that story was going in that direction. Aww, you know, there was a cat that was at a little bit more of a local place than where I went. Because for those that didn't hear, I went all the way into Cleveland to get my pet. I don't live in Cleveland, but there was a place that was closer to me that had a single cat, and the cat was blind in both eyes. I did consider the cat. I did consider it, but I'm a new pet owner, and I don't think it's right for me to take on a pet that might need so much attention. I'm a very new pet owner, and I figure if I'm going to try something like that in the future, I should do it once I know what I'm doing and I've had a pet before. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it felt like the responsible thing to not, like, just jump into a hard mode. And, like, let me just do my journey first, and then I'll try to maybe do something like that in the future. I would love to take a pet that doesn't want to be taken, you know? Two sides of the same coin. Good consumer-friendly for digital gamers, physical collectors, but not even the increased price. I think it'll go away when it's no longer worth it. I see. I kind of see where you're coming from. Oh, I got a recipe for a technology poster. Cool. I see where you're coming from. I understand. I understand now why you feel that way. And I guess I wasn't really thinking about it that way, but it could kind of just be an easy way for them to step away from physical when they're done with it. It's almost as if they're like opening up the doors to walk away later. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Gonna be a pay to play for corporate media. Having physical copy of a game is the difference between buying an album with artwork, production costs, shipping, versus having it uploaded and letting AI take care of it. It costs more, right? Exactly. Which is why I personally am willing to pay more for physical. I don't have a problem with that. I know some people might seem that that's pretty like, oh, you're just shilling. Why would you ever want to pay more? It's like, well, because I try to be fair. And while these companies aren't going to try to be fair to me, I don't care. It doesn't matter. What I do is my business, and I try to be fair in life, and I try to be logical. And you know, if I think something makes sense to me, I'm gonna support it. Period. You know. So when it comes to like physical games being a little bit more, I think that that's a fair thing. I think that's a very fair thing for them to do. AAA Nintendo games never go on sale, digital sale anyways. Yeah, exactly. Physical is the best way to get Nintendo sales. Or like wait for something like Mario Day once a year. Nice. So Doomslayer in the Discord, or sorry, in the YouTube chat room, Doomslayer was saying that they're going to be rebuilding the dojo next. Back here in Saffron City, and I'm pretty jealous of that idea. I like it a lot. I don't know what I'm gonna do with Saffron City, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do with Saffron, because I want to connect all these places, but they're so disjointed. How do you connect these places, right? Like how? Like you would almost have to like look at how high this is compared to everything else. Like I would have to have roads that are like going down and up and up and over. It's like you can't really connect these places. Like, not really, not without a ton of work, but not without a ton of work. If you could do it, but it would take a ton of work. Like, that's the thing like, you would have to really be ready to completely re-terraform everything, basically. Which is just like, ooh. Now, I know I'm doing that somewhat already for the Withered Waste, but I feel like Saffron City is a tall ask. I feel like this is a lot more, specifically because of elevation stuff, man. If this place was all the same elevation, I wouldn't feel that same way. But because the elevation is so different, it's like, I almost think you keep everything separated. And you only do small gap fillers, or you use the, like, trolleys. Yeah, exactly, UMT. Like, I almost think instead you just leave them disconnected and you just redecorate them. Yeah, this place intimidates me as well, Kylo. Yeah. So it's going to be tough. Whatever we end up doing here, it's going to be a lot. Meanwhile, not rebuilding and making a new Pokopia area instead. See, that might be the play for this place. Right? Like, maybe just try to rebuild the city area. Maybe try to rebuild Silphco, but every other area could just be new. And I could just use my imagination, you know? Maybe that's the play. Skylands is a big canvas to make the biggest projects. Doomslayer said the same thing as Dankroot over on YouTube. He said they see it as a big canvas to do whatever they want. Yeah. We might break away from trying to recreate cities with this one. I think what I could do to try to quote unquote recreate the city is I could just build up Silphco, build around Silphco, and then rebuild the city, and then leave myself free to do anything else. Interesting. All right. Anyways, we only came here to shop, so we're done. And I'm just doing some treasure hunting because I'm still looking for mysterious slates. So I was just doing a little bit of treasure hunting while I'm here. And I chose more artifacts spawned today from Snorlax. So that's, you know, I want to take advantage of that buff I got today. See if there's any obvious spots around here. You know, I don't have my dowsing machine on me, and I don't have a search Pokemon, so we're not doing a thorough treasure hunt right now. We're just kind of seeing if anything's standing out to me. Here we go. How many slates do you have? Around 10, maybe 12. Not a lot. We need to do a whole another stream of treasure hunting. We really do. We got to do a whole nother treasure hunting stream.
H-Day good, H-Day bad, H-Day peak, H-Day...
Which I'm excited for. I'm looking forward to it.
H-Day scat jam, H-Day chat, H-Day wiggle, H-Day clap, H-Day cheers, H-Day browse, H-Day chat, H-Day steer, H-Day wave, H-Day grow, H-D
I messed up!
H-Day gritty, H-Day shah, H-Day run, H-Day hype, H-Day lurk, H-Day arrive.
You're good, Merp. You're good. Thank you, Sleepy Catlow, for the tier 2. Can we get a round of H-Day good, H-Day bad, H-Day peak, H-Day wink, H-Day suck, H-Day air, H-Day catjam, H-Day chats, H-Day wiggles, H-Day... Why am I saying H-Day? I'm not a TTS. H-Des clap, H-Des cheers, H-Des browse, H-Des chap, H-Des... steer, H-Des wave, H-Des grow, H-Des hype, E, H-Des nice, H-Des gritty, H-Des haha, H-Des run, H-Des hype, H-Des lurk, and H-Des arrives in the chat. Please, thank you. Wow, the chat actually tried. You guys are amazing. I didn't think anybody was going to do anything. I love you guys, dude. Nice. Outed for not being tier 2. I just copy pasted. Oh, I have my new chat set up to where I don't see resub messages in my chat. So I didn't think about the fact that you could have copy pasted. That makes sense. Yeah, it helps my chat stay nice and clean. It's really nice, actually. Yeah, so I only see them in the alert feed. I don't see them in the chat. So they don't, like, my chat doesn't get clogged up with stuff. It's really nice, actually. I did see the Tamagotchi demo. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it. I think the chat would like me to check out the demo. But we could just wait for the game to release, because I'm willing to buy it anyways. All right, so I got a little trick here. You guys want to see something? So let's say you built a house and you don't want to destroy the house. Right? You're like, man, I don't want to destroy the house, but I really want to get this item that's out of it. What do I do? Well, if you just do this. Boom. It was a bomb. Was it a bomb? It was a bomb. That's so dumb. I'm so mad it was a bomb. They never let me have any fun in this game. Great tutorial. Get out of here, punk. Yeah. So I don't know if we're going to check out the demo or if we're just going to check out the full game or one or the other. I'm not sure what we're going to do. I'm just trying to make sure I didn't miss any messages. Of course, y'all can always repost your message. Do an @ highly in dissent. No worries. Mika Lagarde, it's good to see you. And Doomed, of course, it's good to see you as well. Oh, progress does carry over for the demo. It does. Ooh, another chance at a recipe here. Kitty's second day's going good, Gears. Yeah. About the same with a couple small W's and a little bit of peace of mind. So we're chilling. They seemingly ate a little bit and they've used the litter box twice. Which I was making jokes this morning. I imagine, just like a human, the cat finally, like, got out some stress poops, you know? Like, after being so stressed out, it was finally like, okay, like, I need to go. And I felt relief for them, you know? I'm like, oh, good for you, dude. So they weren't afraid to get up and get out of their hiding spot to use the bathroom, but they did wait until I was sleeping. So I think that they probably can hear my voice from the other room, just like the tone of my voice. So I don't know how active they are while I'm streaming right now, you know, because they're still scared. So right now, I think they're really only active when I'm sleeping, because that's when I'm the most quiet outside of some snores. So I think they really are just completely waiting for me to, like, just be asleep or gone to do anything right now, which again is totally chill. So why can't you make vines with leafage? You can make vines with leafage, but I think you might need to power it up with a food first, which is why it might not be working for you. I think you have to power it up. Cats sleep most of the day and will be active most at night. Right. Exactly. So everything's chill. Everything's pretty good. And yeah, we got some wins. We got some W's. We got some peace of mind W's. Because now I know that she's at least not, like, sick, right? Because just like a human, man, cats can get stressed to sickness. Their body can lock up on them, you know? Who knows how much she was hydrating in there, right? Just because they tested her when she was in intake and they try to feed them, it doesn't mean that she doesn't have some conditions that she's coming home with, right? So, like, I was worried, but now that I see her eating and pooping, and it's like, okay, so she's probably just scared like we thought. And this will allow me to take a deep breath, and then we have her vet visit being planned. and we'll get her first vet visit. We'll get her checkup, and then we'll be able to really sit down and say, like, we're good. No, not even close. I haven't approached her though. Look at this. Photo number 7. I haven't approached her though. There's all the wildflowers I'm missing. Orange, pink. I need them all. Yeah, I'm not gonna try approaching her for another couple days. For just a couple more days. So what I'm gonna do today is I'm gonna go and hang out in there for a little bit. So I've hung out for a total of about 20 minutes per session when I've opened up wet food. And I would lay in there, I'd put the wet food down, and I just like lay and relax. Like this morning, I grabbed the blanket, I laid and relaxed for like 30 minutes. And that's about as long as I've hung out in there. Today, I'm going to spend a little bit more time in there, awake. And I'm going to read a book or play some of this game, like, and do some organization of my storage on, you know, quietly. So today will probably be the first time I spend any real amount of time in the living room, just for them to get comfortable with me. But again, I won't be approaching. I'm thinking I might try and approach Friday with some treats in hand and see if, like, you know, maybe I can get her to come say hi to me. And that's probably the soonest I'll approach. Yo, what's up, Okamina? Have you considered a baby camera? I have. I don't have one right now. I did consider turning on one of my webcams and posting it like in the room so I can see from a distance. I did think about it. Also, I did miss a question from Kulanuk this morning. What was it again? Sorry, I got busy and I didn't hear you. Oh, here, I'll send you a DM real quick on Discord with the games that you can download, buddy. All right, so games the Delta emulator can play: N64, DS, SNES, GBC, which I'm going to give you the full names: Game Boy Color, or GB, which is Game Boy. I don't think they do NES, but I also haven't added any NES games. So maybe they do NES, but I just haven't added any. Oh, there you go. Yeah. I might do that. Because I don't think this process is going to take longer than a week or two before she's like a little bit more accustomed to being home. I don't feel the need to add a baby monitor or a camera, but it has crossed my mind, and I might go ahead and like swing a webcam from the kitchen to like the whole living room space so I can kind of see what's happening in my free time. I might do it. We'll see how I feel. All right, back to Castletown we go. We went out and did a little bit of shopping. We did a little bit of adventuring. No luck on a mysterious slate today, but so last night I actually got on the phone with a viewer to help them set up an emulator. So I've done this over my years as a streamer because I really like helping people on their journey to play their favorite games. And they reached out to me for some help. That's what I was just typing real quick. I love helping people on their journey with games, and they had never done emulation before, so they had no idea what they were doing. And we sat down and I was helping them out a little bit last night, which is cool. I kind of relish in the opportunity to help people out in that scenario, because when I was real young, a guy showed up at my house with a CD-ROM with every Nintendo game, every Super Nintendo game, every Game Boy game, and I think at the time that was it. And I was able to plug a CD into my computer and I was able to play every game from those 3 consoles that I wanted. And that was like super special to me. And so I try to help out people with emulators and stuff when I can. Actually, one of the first viewers I've ever had here reached out to me way back in 2019, and I helped him set up Animal Crossing GameCube on emulator. And again, just one of those moments where I'm like super into that. I'm like super proud to do that. I'm like, yeah, got another one to play some Animal Crossing GameCube. Are there emulators for discontinued Cartoon Network games? Sure, maybe.
Happy Wednesday.
Maybe. You would probably find it in a browser game. Sorry, I don't know, Walled you. Thank you, Chelsea, for the 4 months. They said, happy Wednesday, loving all the Pokopia decorating. I'm living vicariously through you. Thank you for hanging out with us. Ooh, this door looks sick. Brainy door? This door looks sick. Nice, that's the first time I ever saw that door. I thought so. Most of the video of how to make the fruit roll-up ice cream wraps in the Discord. Yeah, thank you, Gamer Lady. I'll probably check it out and I'll reply to you after the show today at some point. Yeah, so when it comes to old games from the Cartoon Network stuff, you're talking about the stuff from their old website, aren't you? I bet you are. So I can tell you that stuff from their old website likely has been preserved and potentially resurrected by somebody. It's gonna be in a browser. It'll be another like website browser-based thing. It probably exists. I bet you it exists. I really do. I've seen a lot of browser games and stuff in my day. Like you can go back and play like a bunch of old like Carmen Sandiego games and stuff. They're all browser. Like you can play Gunbound. If anybody knows what Gunbound is, freaking Gunbound is available as a browser game now. It's called like Dragonbound. And I've been wondering if y'all would want to play it with me sometime, and we could all just load up a browser and play it. It's super sick. I'm afraid of viruses. So yeah, browser games don't require any downloading or anything, so they're usually pretty safe. Yeah, you just load up a browser and you just play a game. Just finished a bit of Tamagotchi demo, and the game's little cutscenes are so goofy. I imagine that game's gonna be very goofy goober. Yeah, they shadow dropped a Tamagotchi Life demo today, Brittany. Yes. Yes, they shadow dropped the demo today. They were just like, here you go. Don't mind if I do. I miss everything. It should be around for a while. Let you clear up to 3 Mies. All right, enough green paint. You guys need to do something else. Come on. Oh, I took the berries out so they stopped. See, they were trying to do green paint. Yeah, do something else. I need different colors. You too. Makes sense. Tamagotchi Life was off the rails. Yeah, a lot of people love that game. A lot of people love Tamagotchi Life. It's got a cult following. It's like the perfect use of that phrase, cult following. Like, it's like perfect. It's got a massive cult following. Do 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 boo 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 boo. All right, let's get all this paint out of here. And let's go find, I'll just craft another one because I'm lazy. A cult. So like as in a cult, Yeah, sorry, not cold. I just don't pronounce D's and T's like the rest of them. All right, I'm a Midwesterner. Playing the heck out of Retro Rewind? What's that? I saw a trailer last week and thought it was a little strange. I'll play the demo and see what it's all about. Yeah, I'm not terribly interested personally in Tamagotchi Life. It's not going to be my type of game, but it will be fun. It will be fun to check out. It's going to be a blast to check out. It's going to be a blast to dive into, but I don't think it's something I'm going to stick with. It's like a VH store. Oh, I saw that, the VHS store sim. I saw that. I didn't know what it was called. That's cool. I'm glad you're checking it out. Does anybody remember Me Tomo? No, I don't know what that is. All right, Smear Guru, we need you. Me Guru, we need you. All right, I need you to paint something for me. Wait, hold on. How about this pattern? Oh, this majestic beauty of a pattern. I can see now. I can see it now. Take this pattern, employ my own masterful technique. Yes, it could be the peak of art. Oh, oh. I have so many of these to give him. Oh, no, I guess the one. I thought I had more than one. Maybe it does all of them at once. Because I swear I've had multiple for him to have. Ooh, I wonder if I think I'm going to do a pattern for Ariados. Thank you for this. Thank you for the bless you. I don't know what pattern to do here. The flowers. Ooh, the cyan. I don't have cyan paint. How do you make cyan paint? Do you have to mix? How do you mix paint? Oh, maybe cyan comes from a rostberry. That makes sense. I'm trying to think of the area and all the flowers and what would look the nicest in the area. Maybe this. Honestly, the wildflowers are just too good, but I don't want pink, and I don't have cyan paint yet. Oh! This is what I want, but I don't have the paint yet. I gotta wait. All right. Let me go back and see if somebody's doing cyan already for me, or if they're only working on pink right now. Did you buy all the paint from the shop? Oh my gosh. I don't think I bought any of the paint from the shop. Dude, I forgot. They give you a little bonus to get you started. Yeah, dude. So we didn't even have to leave, but that's okay. We'll just warp back. Do 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 do. Shop. Yeah, yes. Cyan paint. Give me the pink paint. We got yellow paint coming right now, but I'll grab some just in case, just for this single job. And I don't think I have black paint, so I'll buy this. New items are available. Oh, you can keep buying. Unlimited now. Oh, okay. Specifically for black, maybe? See you guys later. Sorry. Gotta go. They all wanted my attention. It's one of the better store sims that have come out the last 5 years. I like a good store sim. Running a video store sounds fun. Do you have to give like recommendations or something? Yeah, I almost played Card Shop Sim for 12 Games of Christmas this year. But it just didn't quite make the cut. It didn't have any Twitch integration. It didn't have the Pokemon stuff I was afraid to use. So I ended up not doing it. So to elaborate further, the Pokemon stuff, I wasn't sure if I was allowed to do it. So when Card Shop Sim first came out, they made Nexus mods take the Pokemon stuff down. And then like everything was okay. It came back up. But I kept looking at streamers playing the game and nobody was using the Pokemon mod. So I started getting like worried because I'm like, well, if nobody's using it, there must be a reason why nobody's using it. And I watched for about a week and I kept checking all the different people playing the game on Twitch. And I swear, in my couple times of checking throughout the week, nobody was using the freaking Pokemon Card Shop Sim mod. So I like got a little bit hesitant. I got a little bit worried. I was like, I don't think I want to do this. Like maybe there's a reason. Maybe people are getting in trouble. Well, somebody came into the chat later and said that that's not the case. And they were like, yeah, you were probably fine to do it. I don't know. I guess we'll never know. Because I don't think I'm ever going to play it. This looks cute. Oh, I can change the color of the ropes. Cool. It's very ocean breezy here. I would like it maybe a little bit of green. Yeah, I like this. I like this. More like grayish kind of green here. I like this. This is cool. I've never done this before. This is my first time messing with patterns and painting an item. Yeah, it's my first time ever customizing something in the game. Sick. Honestly, it's pretty fun. So now I can take all these things of paint, right? And I can make paint balloons if I want. All right, let's get out of here. Boom, boom. Where are we going? We're going to Withered Waste. We're going to steal Ariados's bed and put it back and hope that they don't notice. We're going to be real fast. I can't play too many simulators. Yeah, I don't even like to play more than one or two at a time. They do ask for certain movies, drama that has good ratings, or sci-fi that is old and has a bad rating. They ask for stuff all the time. That's cool. When you're painting blocks, isn't it one-to-one? It isn't one-to-one on those. So sometimes you can waste paint by not getting enough blocks painted at once. So what you're saying is, if I take a stack of 99 blocks to him and I give him paint, that's better than giving him a stack of 10 because it's not one for one and I'm technically wasting material. So if I want to paint some blocks, you might want to paint like a whole stack at once. It's kind of the vibe you're maybe... Yeah, okay. Hey there, Hylian. All right. I wouldn't mind taking these benches and doing better benches. All white benches kind of sucks. Oh, where'd my bed go? All right, shut up, dude. It's fine. It's back. It's back. I put it back. I put it back. All right. He's happy now. He's dramatic. Yeah. Freaking drama llama, dude. All right, I need a grass Pokemon here. I don't know if Blossom has Grow, but let's see if she can help us out real quick. Yeah, me too, Cozy. I'm gonna keep it. How many hours have you clocked in? All right, let's see. 140 or more. Yeah, we're almost at 150, baby. Going strong, yeah. Been lurking and enjoying your Pokopia content since it came out. If you trade honey with Vespiquen, you'll get furniture with patterns. Thanks for the reminder. We have not been visiting Vespiquen the past 2 days. I completely forgot to do it in my dailies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that reminder. Let's go ahead and visit her right now. We're actually going to be giving Vespiquen a home soon. Like a proper home. I'm actually going to have Vespiquen. I'm not sure. I'm going to have Combee live in flower fields back here. I've already decided. I think I'm going to have Combee live in flower fields back here. And then I'm going to hide. I'm going to get a gathering Pokemon to live in these flower fields as well. And then I'm going to hide a community box somewhere around here, so that we can get a little mini honey collection farm going. But this whole little strip that I'm standing on is going to be all wildflowers. It's going to be nice. My wife follows you and for a while now, and she mentions you a lot. Please teach me your ways to become her senpai in Pokopia. I'll continue to watch you to learn your ways. I'm here. You can be... There's senpai, and then there's, what is that term? The second command in a dojo? I'm just thinking of The Office right now. Oh, the senpai. The senpai is what I'm thinking of. Okay, so I'll be your guru. You can be the senpai. You'll be my senior student. I'm not calling you old. Sensei? Yeah, I'm the sensei, you're the senpai. That's what it is. Yeah, I'm the sensei and you're the senpai. No, any questions are welcome though. Sounds like you're writing a love song. Thank you. Now, it's funny because it's raining and it's gonna make it even more humid. So Ariados might go up to awesome because of the rain, which wouldn't help us as far as trying to get their habitat perfect. Let's see if Ariados has moved up today. They've been a boob all day. They're in great. They did move up to great, but they're being such a boob. I wonder what we need to make that Pokemon happy. We'll just wait till tomorrow. All right. The coughing house, the wheezing house. For those that missed it, here's Coughing's perfect habitat. He wants a blend of trash. He wants a blend of complicated, of soft. This room represents trashy, soft, complicated, dark. And every room needs at least a relaxation, a toy, and a decoration, we've learned. And then this room is the perfect setup for wheezing, the perfect habitat. So again, complicated, garbage, dark, soft. These are all the things that this room represents. Sounds like my love life. Do I not have Poke Metal on me? I don't. I forgot I was going to copy the same wobbly wiggly toy for coughing to just make him extra happy, but I didn't do it yet. I have to do that later if I remember. How you doing today, Ashley? Welcome to the show. But Fu Mix-a-Lot says senpai actually pertains to someone who's done something longer. So you'd be their senpai and they'd be your kuhao. Cool. Interesting. And I guess in the terms of a dojo, the sensei is like the leader of the bunch, and then the senpai is the senior student. As you said, they've been there the longest, I suppose. Dude, I love my little trash area. Look at this, dude. Dude, we did such a good job. I'm so proud. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I believe you. I think you're just trying to get me to say something really rude. Kohai? At that moment, somebody burst in. This dude's a racist? Who knew trash could be so cute? I know, right? Oh, we got a new song. Winden. Ooh, I don't even know what that is. What's the Winden area? What's that? Hope you're doing well, raised by hypocrites. Hope you're feeling good, my homie. I'm just looking for treasure. I'm not just floating around. I'm looking for treasure. Yeah, I was being a dork. Yeah, I was just being a dork. Thank you for clarifying though, chat. Yes. You never know, man. That's the truth. You never know. You never know when somebody's trying to get you to pronounce something, if they're secretly trying to get you to say like one of my favorite is Mike. So you have Mike, M-I-K-E, and then you say their last name is Hunt, H-U-N-T. Yeah. Like people, you never know when people are trying to get you to say something rude. Yep, there it is. Yeah, Sofa King. Yeah, I have a relative with that actual name. Dude was done from birth, homie. That sucks. Hugh Jest, I love that one. That one's my favorite of mine, actually. That one feels harmless. That one's funny. Ice Swallow. Yeah, dude, that's the only time I ever got gotten. Foxian, I'll tell a mini story. So I've been streaming since 2019, y'all. I'll be streaming for 7 years coming this April, in like a week. Next week. And during my journey, I learned very quickly, because I studied streaming before I started streaming. All right. I like studied streaming. So I like knew about all the trolls and all that stuff, right? But, you know, until you're in the heat of it all, you don't really know exactly what you're doing. So I knew right out the gate that I shouldn't be reading follower messages like right away. When somebody follows your stream, you'll notice a lot of trolls will go to small streamers and they will follow them, and then the small streamer is trying to grow will be like, oh, thank you for the follow, Mike, you know, and then you're like, oh, okay. And you get them to say something funny. Rarely do they ever spend money. They don't sub to do this, right? It's always a follow. So you learn really quickly as a streamer that you just don't ever read follower names. It's also just better for, people just feeling more comfortable anyways, right? But like again, as a smaller streamer, you're tempted to like read follower names because you're trying to grow. So what I did is early on, I learned that you want to just read their name partially if you're not sure. So like Foxian, instead of reading your name, I would have said Foxian, or I would have said Jade. I would have never read your full name. Dat Baby, I would have said Dat or Baby. Armazale, I would have said Arm or Nine. Or Random, I would have said Ran or Random, because that's obvious. You know, Bearded, I would have just said Bearded. I never read full names, so I never fell into the trap if I was like rushing, you know, if you're trying to like read a bunch of messages. So that was my strategy. But you want to know what led me to create that strategy? The one time somebody got me to read something silly. And it was a guy who followed my stream, and his name was Ice Space Wallopy. And I fell into the trap. I was like, yo, thanks for the follow, Ice Wallopy. Thanks for the follow, Ice Wallopy. Thank you so much, dude. And I told everyone that I swallowed pee, and some little kid got a laugh out of me. And after that, I never ever read a full Twitch name again until I was years later, where I'm more comfortable and I'm better at identifying what I'm reading. And, you know, but still, even to this day, if my chat's busy or if I'm having like a tired day or something, I rarely read someone's full name if they're new, like rarely. Because I just don't even chance it. Because sometimes somebody could be saying something in a different country, right? Like a different language. Like you could easily put a collection of letters together that phonetically sound like a slur in German. You know what I mean? Like you could totally pull that off if you were like trying hard enough. So you really just never ever want to read a full Twitch name unless you are fully confident that their name is something that you can read. Like, because you just never know when somebody's going to get you. Or how, or what language, or, you know, maybe you don't realize a word's kind of a bad word, right? Like, let's all be honest. Unless you're on the internet 24/7 or have kids or something, you don't always know what's decided nowadays that you shouldn't say. Right? Like you never know. Like sometimes you'll use a word that you've used your whole life, and then recently in life, everyone decided that word's no longer allowed to be used. So people will try to get you on that stuff as well, you know, like stuff where you're just like, you don't even really think about it. You're like, oh, you know, that's a word my dad said growing up. Well, actually, that word's not really welcome anymore, you know? So yeah, there's a lot of lessons to be learned. Me with gooning? Yeah, it's funny because I've used the word goon my whole life to describe a person being ridiculous or silly. I've even described myself as a goon. And nowadays, these kids appropriated my word, and it sucks. And like, I do have to be careful about using that word because there are some people who are going to think I'm talking about something dirty. Which is so far from the case. Yeah, that's right, Jupy, yeah. Yeah, same here, Duel Master. It happens. Yeah, I've got a couple times where I thought a term was acceptable and it just wasn't really acceptable. You know, honestly, I even had a lesson like that recently, and I'm not afraid to admit it, you know? Where I used a choice of words while playing a game, and I just didn't realize that word was just like a little bit harsher to some people's ears, and I was just like, oh, you know, that's my bad, man. And I learned and I grow, and I won't ever do that again. Call me Jade if it's easier. Thank you. It's nice to meet you, Jade. Wait, what? Aquana? That's crazy, dude. It almost makes me wonder if we should reach out to words and be like, yo, that's not acceptable. And thank you, Cubito, for the kind words, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying the vibes around here. We chill out, we max, we relax, we play games. It's fun. You could definitely learn a lot from hanging out in this stream, and it's definitely a nice way to get the data pass. I know a lot of people are tuning in at work. Oh, appreciate you, Kerbu. Thanks for sticking with us. Yeah, I've loved your passion for the game and for Pokemon, so I've enjoyed having you here. Passion speaks to passion, so when I see other passionate gamers, it always makes me super happy. All right, I need to bring some dirt here to finish some paths. I want to get that building built, but I don't know if I want to do that building today. We've kind of done a decent amount of treasure hunting. We brought Coughing here. We don't have Crobat yet, but we do have Muck. We could bring Muck here. But that's kind of getting ahead of ourselves. We don't have to bring Muck yet. Our next decoration project is going to be Venomoth and Venonet's home. And our next outside decoration project is this gym. And I need to wrap my head around what blocks I want to use. I'll probably go for something similar to the one in Saffron City. Or sorry, the Skylands, just so I can make my life a little easier. And then we get to start doing the fun process of clearing this whole area back here out. And when I say that it's fun, I say that sarcastically. It's going to be brutal because I'm going to have to do a lot of destruction back here. I'm pretty much wiping this whole area clean. And I'm going to be replacing it with these vibes. And I'll show y'all. This is what this back area is going to be kind of focused on. Right here. So here, I'll full screen it. So, but it's going to be a lot bigger. Picture double the size of this, like lengthwise. It's going to be a lot bigger. Not a lot, but a pretty decent size bigger. And we're going to kind of create like some parks and like some zoo vibes. Right, it's going to be kind of some zoo vibes. We're going to have a couple little water areas. We're going to have some Pokemon living in these little bushes and trees and flowers. And we're going to definitely kind of give some habitats to Pokemon, but also kind of create somewhat of like a zoo. Is Venomoth and Venonat's home going to be a big lantern? No, but we will be putting plenty of lanterns probably in their home. Fresh Prince vibes. And we finally hit this point in our playthrough. So the city that you just saw the reference of is Fuchsia City from Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Fuchsia City was a Gen 1 city, so it's also in Gen 2. It's also in Fire Red Leaf Green, and it's also in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, which all either have Gen 1 in them or are Gen 1 cities in general. I also forgot to mention Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Because remember, Gen 2 also went back to Kanto. Thank you, Madame. Thank you, Madame. Appreciate you popping in. Thanks for hanging out with us today. I hope this game gets some really nerdy videos. I must know how Pokemon pathfinding considers transport tools, because I love watching Mons zoom around in minecarts. I can't wait to make my first minecart experience in this game. I've been collecting a ton of rails for it. I've been collecting a ton of rails in preparation. Ooh, I wonder, did I go in here to shop? Oh, I did not. Hey. We got a mailbox. We got some Pokemetal, which I need. We have a regular newspaper that's not grody. All right, let me go grab some more stuff here. Yeah, we were talking about some underwater builds earlier where people were doing like almost like aquariums. People were almost building like aquariums. For their Pokemon. It seems pretty neat. Nice. I'm glad I started my journey of making paint in the game. just because it's something that I hadn't done yet. So there's still so much to learn and so much to do in this game. I just did my first painting and like pattern designing. Like I feel like that says so much for like how much this game brings to the table. I think I have some more paint to collect here from the boy. Wow, I transformed into Dragonite right as I talked to him. I don't think you normally can talk to a Pokemon in this form. That was cool. I don't know how I pulled that off. All right, we got a bunch of yellow paint. Perfect. I'm so happy I saved up all those berries for so long, because at this point, we've managed to make a full stack of every type of paint, which might not go a long way. You know, we'll see how far that goes once we start decorating. We just need pink and cyan and we're good. And black seems to be rare. I think you can get black randomly when you crush other berries. It's the same way that white paint appears. You just get white paint as a bonus when you crush regular berries. I think black's the same. It feels like black paint is really rare in the game. We were talking about that earlier. Seems like it's really rare. A functional underground subway station? I've seen one for Magikarp, a house with no windows or a roof, and all of the interior was submerged in water. You can buy it from shops later on. It was until now that you can buy it unlimited. Ah, so I did see I could buy the black paint. So what made us be able to buy black paint? Was it an update to the game, or was it just something you had to unlock over time, maybe? A modern gift shop build, sort of a replicate. I want to sort of replicate for my tower to make the shops more visually interesting. Okay, it was just unlockable. Thank you. Sick. So now it just comes down to, do you have enough coins to pay for your black paint? Right? Because like the coins are not easy to come by at some point in the game, man. Nice, my first newspaper. Don't know if we have a mailbox. Let's go ahead and take it. I don't mind overpaying because I'm not doing anything with this dirt anyways. I wasn't sure about the gathering box. So you can put stuff in there and they will just make paint and stuff for as long as you put the materials in there. Yes, Subzilla. So in a perfect world, when the game is seemingly doing what it should be doing, not only will they take the materials out of the box and convert them, they'll put them back into the box as well. But this doesn't seem to always work. So I can tell you that in my scenarios, in my experience, what mostly happens is they will take the items out of the box. So like, let's say in this case, it's wood. They'll take it out, they'll turn it into lumber, and then they hold on to it until you talk to them next time. And then when you go to talk to them, they'll be excited to give you some lumber. We've done some testing on this, and it seems like if you don't go into an area for a long time, they'll put it away. But if you are frequently visiting an area repeatedly, they don't put it away themselves. They instead will just hold on to it. So I know this is a little confusing, but let me explain why this matters. All right? It's very inconsistent, but let me explain why this matters. So a Pokemon can only have so many items in their inventory. So if a Pokemon holds on to the finished product and doesn't put it back in the chest, then they won't keep working. They'll just stop right there and they'll just make one batch of whatever. And that can be kind of annoying. So it's a little weird, but to answer your question, correct. If I put stuff in the community box and I have a Pokemon's habitat that's near the box, Sometimes you don't even need that, but it's better. They will likely work on this stuff without you interacting with them at all. It's just a little inconsistent. So like, for example, I'm going to go ahead and summon Garbodor here right now. Now, Garbodor will just hang out here. All right. And they are naturally going to just walk up to this box and they're going to start turning this trash into iron. They're going to just do that naturally if I just like walk away. But let's say you want to make it happen right now. What you can do is you can grab them, say, follow me, walk up to the chest and just stand here and they'll start working. Done. But again, it does generally work organically. And as long as the community box is in their habitat, they will just do the work and you don't even have to be there. It's just inconsistent. It's not 100, but go ahead and play with it yourself because sometimes it works really, really well. Sometimes I log into a full box of lumber over here. Sometimes I log into a full box of bricks over here. Sometimes I don't. And I have to find the Pokemon and they'll give it to me. It's weird. Yeah, Garbodor does have a motherly voice, just like Greedent. I noticed that. I thought it was a little weird at first that Garbodor was like, hello, dear. Hello there, dearie. And I'm just like, you're a walking satchel of garbage. Don't be charming to me. Like, it's weird. Hello there, dearie. And I'm just like, you're literally a walking pile of garbage. Wait, Golem as well? Does Golem actually do that? That's funny. I didn't know that. Hello there, dearie. All right, so yesterday we did habitat building. And we don't have a ton of habitats left to build without getting some more Pokebucks, which we need to start doing our daily Pokebuck quest. So we have to gather a mysterious feather and we have to make some food. So this will help us. So the point that I'm trying to get to is we have, at this point, we have hit our first wall with spawning Pokemon into the game. We've officially kind of hit our first wall, and that wall is we don't have the items we need for certain habitats, which is awesome. This is a good thing. This is exciting. And we don't have the Pokebucks we don't have the Pokebucks to buy the item or recipe that we need. It's one or the other. So right now we're missing 40 Pokemon. We can assume that like 3 of them are legendary. Right? We're missing exactly 40 Pokemon. We can assume 3 of them are legendary, the dogs. Another 4th for Mew. So that means that we have like roughly 34 or 36 or 35, just for conversation's sake, Pokemon to spawn in here. And most of these are nighttime Pokemon. That's the funny part. So many of these are nighttime Pokemon that I need. So we really have to start playing at nighttime a little bit. We have to. We gotta get some night streams in. A lot of the Pokemon I need are nighttime Pokemon. Look. Golbat, Crobat, Haunter, Gengar. These 2 are not nighttime. I'm just having bad luck with these 2. Here's another nighttime. These 2 right here are nighttime. These 2 right here, I just need rare items. These 2 right here are nighttime. These 2 right here are nighttime. This one's bad luck, and this one's also bad luck. And then we need fossils for these. And then we have the evolutions we need to start doing as well. So we need some nighttime stuff. Now we could do some testing and we could try doing some of these in caves. We talked about how caves could be considered nighttime in this game. We found this out recently. And you could actually create a design in a cave, a habitat in a cave, and it might count as nighttime, and you could spawn a Pokemon that doesn't normally spawn outside of the night. This has not been confirmed for me, but I can say that I believe it, and I think I want to test it out. So what we could do is we could bring this super easy habitat right here with me. And we're going to go over to the Rocky Ridges. Well, first, let's check and make sure... Dude got pissed. Let's check and make sure that they can even spawn outside of Pallet Town. Let's check. Outside of Pallet Town, outside of Pallet Town. All right, we're good. Let's go to the Rocky Ridges. We don't even have to go to the Rocky Ridges, right? There might be some caves around here, dude. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go grab a camera. If we have one laying around. I might have picked it up and already put it away. Here, we'll grab this camera up here, even though I shouldn't take it because I might need it. All right, and let's go to a random cave in this area. There's got to be somewhere that's considered nice and dark around here. Earlier, after I made all the purple paint balloons for the roof tiles, I started dyeing them. I kept dyeing the other stuff that I didn't want to dye. Oh, so the paint balloons have like a splash radius. Oh, I guess I didn't all the way realize that I could be hunting Pallet Town for relics. I don't think I all the way accepted that. I should be exploring Pallet Town every day. Are you kidding me, dude? These water spots are mad important. There's another one over there. This is how you get recipes in the game, man. One of the ways. All right, if I'm in water, I want to swim because it's faster. Okay, and then let's grab this one. Yeah, man, I need to start hanging out in Pallet Town more. And like exploring this area because I haven't done a ton of that, and I didn't consider this town to be like an official city. So I didn't really think about the fact that I can find artifacts and stuff here as well. All right, let's see if we can find a nice cave entrance around here. I think it's on the other side. Oh, here's another artifact. See if we get lucky enough. We got a fossil today, but it was one we already had, which is Bidoo. I unlocked it and never been back. Oops. Well, yeah, you'll get here. You know what I mean? I think most people are going to take their time coming to Pallet Town. It makes the most sense. Just the way this game is set up. Yeah, take your time. You'll get there. All right, we found a cave that could be considered a dark biome. Now, does it have to be like a deep cave is the real question, you know? Or could it be just any cave to spawn me a... All right, just in case, let's go down a little bit. Just to make this experiment a little bit better. We're gonna see if we can spawn a nighttime only Pokemon in a cave. Pretty dusty cave in here. Surprise in store. All right. And then we'll hang out. We'll put the camera right here. All right, let's get out of here. All right, and now we just need to wait and see if that box starts to shake. And Haunter's not that rare, so it could happen fast. Haunter's not that rare. Gengar maybe a little bit more so. Camera 1. Security cameras. Here it is. We're waiting for you, Haunter or Gengar. We're waiting for you. Come on by, buttums. You never mess with the cameras. All right. And then we need to decide, what could we do to give Articuno a proper home, you know? I wouldn't mind giving the legendary birds a proper home here. Let's see what Articuno likes. They want a cool habitat, which I imagine a bunch of ice is going to do that for them, right? Lots of water, which there's plenty of water in this building. Shiny stuff. Nice breezes. You can't really get a good breeze in a building. I guess we could give her a fan? Symbols. Symbols? What's that mean? I'm going to go look at the list real quick. Symbols. So far, the list of symbol items is sign, signpost, information board, team rocket hanging, wall hanging, luxury, and sour flavors. So they want a luxurious home. What? Security camera spotted a new Pokemon. It worked. You can spawn. No way. No way you can spawn nighttime only Pokemon in caves. I don't have to worry about playing at nighttime. We just got to start setting up a bunch of habitats in caves. No way. What? It worked so fast. I told you it was going to work so fast. They spawned up. We can't see them. They spawned up because of the way the room is too small. That's funny. Hey there. Nice to meet you. It's so dark and quiet here. I like it. Now all it needs is some unsuspecting humans to pass by every once in a while. I like to sneak up on them and tap them on the shoulder, and then watch them scream and scatter. It's pretty fun. If you get the feeling of being watched in darkness when nobody is around, Haunter is there. We use the surprise in store habitat, and if you take a look here, all right, he's a trader and a gatherer. And then to just showcase this again, if I go into my habitat decks and I go to the surprise in store and you click on Haunter, he indeed does only spawn at nighttime. Therefore, it is official. You can spawn nighttime Pokemon in motherfucking caves. And Dankroot Hydra took it a step further and said, actually, you can do this with just putting a roof over the habitat and making it dark. So purple parrots, sounds like that might be the case. You might just be able to put some fake roofs over your habitats and consider it nighttime. We're gonna go test it right now. First, I need to grab the homie that's stuck up here. He spawned all the way above the cave. Yo, what's up, Raiders? What's up, old man Sugar Heart? Dude, it's good to see you back in here. How was Slay the Spire 2? Ooh, you know, I've never played 1, but I know I'm gonna love it. And I'm just kind of biding my time, and I'm gonna dive into 1 first, and then I'll play 2. You can get Haunter. Yeah, I love Haunter. This is my first one here. I'm just gonna go steal these items so that we can set up. Actually, I'm not gonna steal the items. I'm just gonna leave it so we can spawn Gengar as well. And then I'm just gonna leave the camera here, and I'm just gonna make some space for Gengar to spawn in here. Oh, well, we didn't have to destroy the balloons. My bad, dog. All right, and then we'll leave this here, and then we're going to take Gengar to a new home. We're going to take Gengar to a new home here. I wonder how to do the daytime ones. Maybe you can do the daytime ones by just providing enough light. Same idea, reverse it. Try just like putting a bunch of lights around a cave. Yeah, try doing something like that. Are you coming, Gengar? I'm about to say you can fly, right? Yeah, you're good. Come on, let's go, buddy. Yeah, I would try the reverse, dude. Give it a try. Good to see you too. I really recommend the multiplayer in Slay the Spire 2. There's multiplayer? Okay, that's a whole world I have no clue about. Yeah, come on, Haunter. What are you doing? Oh, did I say Gengar? I meant to say Haunter. That's my bad. He's very slow. Yikes. I'm disappointed there aren't more Pokemon that can keep up with Ditto. Ditto's a little too fast, yeah. I have to share, I accepted a job that has the perfect schedule for me and my kiddos. Oh, Ashley, dude, congratulations. If we get some love in the chat here, congrats, Ashley. They're over on YouTube sharing some love with us today. I don't have the bonfire command for you over there, but I do got some love for you. Oh, well, it's typing it in Twitch emotes, but it's fine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's good to see you here, old man. Here, let me get you a shout out here. Old man Sugarheart was actually recommended to us from a viewer. They were a member of our community and they were like, yo, if you know, you should check out this guy. He's awesome. And I think that's how we initially met each other. Since then, Old Man Sugarheart's popped into our stream before and came and said hello, I think a couple times. So if you guys want to drop a follow, hit that heart button at the top of the chat and check them out, man. I think they're on YouTube. I think they're on Twitch as well. I don't want to speak for them completely, but you're welcome to tell us a little bit about yourself if you want. But if you're just going to lurk, do your lurk. And thank you for tuning in today. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's not only streamers that bring people together. Sometimes it's viewers. And in this case, a viewer was the one that put these two streamers together. How about that? I need some leafage upgraded. All right, Haunter, here's your home. The old patch of grass. The old patch of grass. All right, so now we're gonna do some more testing. So chat says if we create a dark habitat, we can get some dark Pokemon. Why don't we keep trying this journey out? Let's grab some Magnemite. Let's go up here. Number to place. All right. And I need to go get some more materials. I do all the things, and I do remember a viewer bringing us together. Yeah, it might have been Aurora. I don't remember exactly who it was, but that's okay. Yeah, it might have been Aurora. Could have been somebody else. I'm trying to remember by the color of their Twitch tag. And like, that's not the best foolproof way to do things. Oh, that was an accident. I'm gonna have to fix that real quick. Dude, this opens up so many possibilities. You can spawn nighttime Pokemon during the day. Now the question is, can you spawn daytime Pokemon during the night? How do you resub every month with your Amazon Prime without it getting an auto renewal and trying to charge your card? So, to my knowledge, if you subscribe to a specific streamer with Amazon Prime using your Twitch Prime, it does not auto-renew, and it will just go away at the end of your free month, basically. However, if you want to keep that going, you do have to keep your Amazon account going as well, and maybe that's where you're getting charged? Could be something like that. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to help. All right, maybe this will create a dark area. This might be a little too small, but maybe this will create a dark area. Maybe this will spawn in a dark Pokemon, a nighttime Pokemon. I don't know. Let's go try over here with... Wait, we got a new Pokemon up here. Taco says, unlink your paid choice. Thank you, Taco, for trying to help. Zap, hey you, human-looking Pokemon. I owe you my thanks. You made this home, yeah? I see electricity's my favorite thing. My other favorite is sunny weather. Aw, cute. Yeah, this habitat had to be high up, so we got a little dorky with it. Exposure to electricity from Minun and Plusle promotes blood circulation and relaxes muscles. Yeah, they had to be raised up, which the only problem is that I can't bring them back down unless I give them some sort of path down. So we're going to do that right now. They will not be able to get down until I give them a way down. Because like Pokemon in this game like don't really jump. They're not like really willing to jump down a cliff or anything. You do have to kind of give them like an exact path. Yeah, okay, so she did jump from there, but that was like about as high as she was willing. Oh, you know, I could have maybe teleported away and just went somewhere else. That's smart. You just got this game, Emily? Hey. Hope you enjoy it. Flygon's over here. 2 blocks, it seems. All right, we have to move them because the other Pokemon can spawn her partner, Plusle. So we have to move her here for now. And then let's continue to try to create these dark biomes. Let's keep having fun experimenting. Enjoy your own personalized grass. Tell them what they won. Well, you want a fancy getaway to your own exclusive patch of grass. Tell them what they won, Phil. Now, is this maybe too high up? Yo, we got a first-time subscriber coming in here from Keithius. Thanks, dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Hope you enjoy my content and my emotes. It was Pixie Rose who introduced us. Yes, I believe it was Pixie Rose. And yes, Toad also mentioned you. Shout out to Toad in the chat here today. Toad also mentioned you, and I do remember that. So, you know, we were destined to meet eventually because our audiences, we were just destined to meet eventually. Because, like, I remember Toad mentioned you. I remember Pixie Rose was the one who was like, I think there was a moment where I was like, are there any streamers you guys want me to support or check out? And I think that was the initial introduction when Pixie spoke up and was like, look, I really want to go out of the way on a limb here and I want you to check this person out. Yeah, they were just trying to get some support out there for you. Boom, 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 boom. All right, here we go. How'd you get electricity so high? I'm still new to electricity. Horizontal I got, vertical not so much. It's a little messy, dude. So like, look what I had to do. Look, it's super messy. You see this? I had to like get the poles up. I had to learn the distance that the poles could go, and it's not much. Yeah, it's not much. Was that a sub alert with a bunch of pumpkins? Yeah. Yeah, and eventually you're going to get wireless electricity and it's going to be a lot easier. But for right now, I had to get real goofy. So here's the one thing you should keep in mind, Nova. You don't need line of sight for the item that's being powered. You only need line of sight for the poles themselves. So you see, I had to use line of sight to get these poles to connect. But once I got this pole high enough, I was able to put this light here and it was automatically connected, because you don't need line of sight for the electricity itself, just for the poles to reach and talk to each other. And that, to go back to Kerbu's comment, once you get wireless power, you don't even need line of sight ever. And that's when stuff starts to get real fun. At least I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Yeah, no problem, Toad. Enjoy a sub on the house. Appreciate you, bud. All right, I'm trying to create a dark biome here for Crobat to spawn. I've actually had Crobat spawn once, but I didn't take him because I didn't want to play too much of the game off stream. And I really like finding Pokemon on stream. So I know that sounds a little extreme, but I wasn't looking to do too much content off stream, so I didn't let myself collect gold Crobat. And there's another Pokemon too that I didn't collect, and like, it's, some people might be like, dude, what are you doing? Like, those Pokemon could be rare, you might not see them again for a while. And it's like, well, that's kind of the game I'm playing. That's kind of game I'm playing, dude. Like, I'm willing to take that chance that it'll spawn again later. So I'm just like, whatever about it. But I've skipped out on Crobat. I skipped out on Gengar. It could have been Haunter as well, because you don't know, because they're in the box. Isn't that so funny? Gengar spawns out of one of these boxes. So instead of it being a fake Gengar, it's going to be real. Which is hilarious. Oh, I got one. Look, I got another nighttime Pokemon. There's currently a Discord outage. Thank you, Deb. Yo, look. It's working. Whoa. Yeah. Seriously? All that and you're not spooked at all? Not even a little bit startled? Wow, you're a tough nut to crack. Well, I'll scare you one of these days. In the meantime, I hope we can be friends. Oh, sick, dude. It likes playing mischievous tricks such as screaming and wailing to startle people at night. Wow, they can spawn in the fluffy flower bed. We spawned them in the easier build, which was the office storeroom, which we still do have one more Pokemon to spawn here, so we're going to want to move them. So, go ahead, Kerbu, and tell them what they won! You got mischievous from the harder one? It's easy for me to get night Pokemon since I work nights. I'm asleep during the day. So, Ada, we were just talking about this, right? And we're wondering if you could make a light habitat. I wonder if you took a bunch of, like, lights in the game and put them all around a spawning point, if it would count as daytime in the game. Right? Like, I wonder, like, what if you could do that? What if you, so if you're playing at like 8 p.m., go to a habitat that requires daytime and try putting a bunch of lights around it, like a ton. Make it as bright as possible. I wonder if it would turn into a daytime biome. Like, that's so interesting, right? Yes, so Belbun, that's what we just discovered. So if you make darkness, it counts as nighttime. So I just spawned a ghost Pokemon that normally cannot be spawned during the day. But because it was dark, the Pokemon thought it was nighttime and they spawned. So we basically are tricking the Pokemon into thinking it's nighttime. That's the way you want to think about it. And that's why I'm wondering if the opposite would work. Could you, in theory, trick the Pokemon into thinking it was daytime? So that habitat says it specifically spawns at night? Yes! Isn't that insane? Yes! This habitat right here that I just spawned this Pokemon in, I'm gonna show you. Like, look. All right, let me find it. It's somewhere in here somewhere. All right, it's the office desk setup. All right, look at this. Mischievous only spawns at nighttime. She just spawned 3 minutes ago. It's 3 p.m. right now. This works. This trick works, dude. Yeah, I just got Haunter. Any tips to get Pichu? So Pichu has to be set up in the Withered Wastelands, Jackie. You got play. That is maybe the 15th or 20th person that we've helped. The game, that's the game's fault. That's not our fault. That's the game's fault. They've been tricking everybody. I need to know, and only daytime Pokemon so I can test it. Yeah, that's a good question. So let's go check real quick. Isn't that so crazy, Jonesman? I'm blown away by this. You guys can't tell, I'm freaking out. So let's quickly go and see what Pokemon might spawn only during the day. Let's take a quick look, see. So right here, Charizard only spawns in sunny or cloudy weather. Okay, that's not the same. We're not looking for weather, we're looking for time of day. Right here, Pidgey. Pidgey and Pidgeotto. Pidgey and Pidgeotto. If you want to test with Pidgeotto, maybe you probably have Pidgey from the story. It would be faster to actually go by Pokemon here. Now that I think about it, hold on a second. Right, because we can just press ZR. We can just keep doing this. Right here, yeah. So Pidgey and Pidgeotto and Pidgeot. Yeah, I'll move my camera so you guys can see with me. There's not a lot of daytime only Pokemon, which is good for those that are stuck at work. There's not a lot of daytime only Pokemon, so this isn't really a big problem to solve, but it would still be cool to solve it for science. It seems like Pidgeotto's the only option, or Pidgeot. Yeah, it seems like only Pidgeotto or Pidgeot, dude. So there's apparently just not a lot of Pokemon that care. Oh, here's another one. Pelipper. So Pelipper, you could test with Pelipper here. Windy Flower Bed. Yeah, there's not a lot at all. Yeah, it looks like Pelipper is really the only option. Pelipper, Pidgeotto, maybe Pidgeot. Chatot. Yeah, it seems like birds mostly. Chatot. That's a good one. Interesting, man. Ooh, maybe Espeon? That's actually a really good comment. It has to be, right? There's no way they cheated Espeon. There it is. Poistar knows, dude. There it is. Good call out. I could have maybe filtered. You're right. I didn't even think about that. You got Espeon in the dark last night. Weird. Yeah, it says no night. It says no nighttime. So maybe there was like enough lights in the area. Did you have, where you got your Espeon, do you have lights by chance? Did you have like light bulbs and stuff around the area, Poistar, by chance? Maybe some like electricity? Maybe it, yeah, see, that's a thing that could happen. Kalis, right. Maybe it registered the spawn during the day, but they found it at night. I've seen that before. That's very much could be a thing. All right, let's go ahead and finish Noctowl's stuff. Thanks for the reminder. I already have Noctowl's bed made. I just need to stretch over the stuff. Look, I already got it right here. Good call out with that. I think it does count evening and night as different times. Yeah, because if you look at the game, real quick, I just want to show you. So it has morning, noon, evening, night. So there are technically 4 cycles the game is acknowledging. Technically, right? There is 4 cycles. Now, I don't know how important these cycles are, but there is definitely cycles in the game for sure. Yeah, I don't think it's night until either 8 or 6. I think it's either 6 p.m. like Animal Crossing, or it could be 8. I believe that it could be 8 as well. I know Animal Crossing, it's 6 p.m. All right, Noctowl's bed's covered up. We're getting that nighttime spawn, baby. Tatsugiri's giving you trouble. Jarlaxy says it's morning is 6 to 9, daytime is 9 to 5, evening is 5 to 7, and nighttime is 7 to 6 a.m. Thank you, Jarlax. It would be Jarlax, probably. Thank you, dude. Or just Jarl X, if you're going for like Jarl, which is makes me think of Skyrim. I don't know if that's how you spell Jarl, but maybe. All right, so we have a chance for Crobat to spawn. We have a chance for Nocturne to spawn, Mischievous' evolution to spawn, Miss Magius. We have Gengar ready to go. Oh man, I'm gonna need to start building more nighttime little areas, dude. So we can, I'm not forced to only play the game at nighttime to get these Pokemon. I still want to do nighttime streams, but this is a really nice alternative for me to still get my Pokedex completed without having to play at night, which is pretty cool, man. I set up for Pelipper a long time ago, but didn't get him. After you said he's daytime only, I realized I mostly play at night. I went to the beach and immediately got Pelipper. Okay, I'm trying to spawn the Pelican at night with lights around. All right, nice, dude. We're doing science, man. We're doing science. It is how you spell the Jarl you're thinking of, though? Yeah, I'll stick with Jarl X. That's fine. Yeah. That's funny to me. All right, sick, dude. The strategies, man. We got the strats. Dude, all of a sudden, it's almost been 8 hours again. What happened? I saw the clock. I'm like, all right, it's been 6 hours. I'm going to go a little bit longer. I have some stuff to do today. Holy heck, we got to get out of here today, y'all. I got stuff to do out here. I got to go do some human stuff. Let's jump over, baby. Thank you, everyone, for coming out today. Your boy is out of here. I think we're going to just fade today since we raided yesterday. Is that okay? I think that's okay. We're going to do a fade, all right? No raid. You can always check out the Hyrule Gaming group if you're interested really quick. I'm going to post those links right here in the chat, and you can find some more information in the description of the YouTube video. And yeah, otherwise, thank you guys for coming out. I'll be back tomorrow, don't worry. And we're locking in for Thursday, and we're celebrating 3 weeks of Pokopia's existence. By celebrating, I mean playing the game for another 8 hours. We do have some plans tomorrow. I do want to start doing my gym design, I think, tomorrow. I think we're also going to do some more perfect habitat building for Venomoth and Venonat. And we're going to do some more regular habitat building so that we can get some more Pokemon to spawn. Because now we learned about a little trick. So tomorrow we're going back to basics, and we're going to be jamming out on habitat building in the morning so that we can start getting some more Pokemon to spawn. Then we'll switch over and do some designing. All right, so we'll mix it up tomorrow. We also need to do some treasure hunting. We need the rest of the mysterious slates, right? So we got some work ahead of us. We got plenty of game to be played. Appreciate you reminding you to hydrate. Thank you for that, by the way. And I did see your message popping in. I think it's so neat as well that this game has different like lighting effects. There's just so much to learn about this beautiful game. We'll be back with some more Pokopia. Stardew Valley fans, I think we'll do some Stardew this weekend. It might be nice. Otherwise, I think we'll keep it to just Pokopia and maybe some Stardew this weekend. Otherwise, we'll be here for the rest of this week, though, since I did take off those 3.5 days. So expect me here throughout the weekend unless something happens, some turbulence. But that's about all I need to say here today. So on that note, this is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow for another episode of the Highly in Descent experience, some more Pokemon Pokopia, I'll see you when I see you, fam, all right? Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up. And on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We'll yap for a minute longer here. I just want to say thank you to all my supporters today. We had some fresh subs today. We had some more throne support today. Thank you, everybody. I will, in fact, go do a little bit of energy bonding with my new cat. You know, not official bonding yet, but we're getting there. I'm going to go spend some time doing that today. I'm also going to go get some groceries. I do need some groceries here for my house. I don't have any food and I'm out of coffee. That's a problem. Your boy's hungry. I got some green beans in the fridge. That's it. So I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna go to the grocery store and I'm gonna go grab some more cat litter. Make sure I have that stuff on stock, and I'm out of here, man. Thank you everyone for coming out. I love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines. And I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. It goes both ways, man. I really don't know what I would be doing if I wasn't able to start my days with all of y'all. I really do appreciate you. Forever indebted to this community. Thank you for believing in me, my dream, my journey, my stream. And I really do hope y'all can carry on to have a wonderful rest of your Wednesdays. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace, y'all. And hit them cat jams. Peace. You know what to do.